Just don't be alone tonight." She squeezed his arm tightly, rose from the booth, and walked out toward the music that she hoped was waiting for her somewhere uptown. "Swanson, where is that asshole and his poison gas?" The voice on the telephone brimmed with authority. Kyle blinked himself awake, shook Sybil's bare shoulder, and silently mouthed the word, "Middleton." She threw the bed covers aside and sprinted naked to the open door between their rooms, as if the general could see between Washington and New York. She took nothing for granted, particularly where the lizard might be involved. He had eyes and ears everywhere. "General, Jesus, sir, what time is it?" "Almost 0600. Give me something that Wolf Blitzer doesn't already know." "Can't do it, sir. I've been asleep. Just spent a day getting tortured, you know." "Bullshit! You went through stuff worse than that in boot camp. We got a session at 0900 with the alphabet agencies, and it would take too long for you to drive, so the lizard has laid on a helicopter to bring you and Summers back here. Where is she anyway? Tried her room and no answer." Kyle took time to yawn and sound sleepy. "I don't know, General. Probably out for a run. I'm not her keeper." "Excellent. I ran 3 miles before breakfast myself and have been at my desk since 5. Go get her and get on that bird." 3 miles before breakfast. "You are one hell of a Marine, sir," Kyle said. "Hooah!" said the general and hung up. Sybil leaned against the adjoining door, a white towel around her and her beeper in her hand. "I have a message to call him." "Forget it." He was leaning on his elbows, looking at her. "He has a helicopter coming in to fetch us back to the Pentagon." "Damn, Kyle. This is what I meant last night when I told you the stress was getting to me. It never ends. Last night was great, but both of us know there's no future for any relationship. There's only room for work, and I almost feel like a traitor for having sex with you." "Yeah, it would only complicate things." It was the first time he had had a serious sexual interlude since the death of Sherry Town. "But thanks for rescuing me yesterday, in more ways than one." She let the towel fall and dropped the beeper on top of it. Hoo-ah. A private and secure conference room had been set aside for them on the second floor of the old executive office building, and it was empty when Middleton led his team down the checkerboard tile hallway to an office that was guarded by a uniformed member of the U.S. Secret Service. From the outside, the location seemed no different than any other in the busy office building, but the old wooden door opened into an airlock, and just inside, a step put a visitor above a false floor into a slightly smaller room that also had a false ceiling and soundproof glass. Sound was imprisoned within the room. "Send him in, please," said General Middleton as they entered, and the Trident group went ahead and took chairs around a table. The Secret Service agent opened the door again, and 2 more people entered. Agent Carolyn Walker looked refreshed in a starched white blouse with a crisp collar and tailored gray pinstriped trousers. The night at home had helped her. Dave Hunt of the FBI still appeared disgruntled, but was in a different suit. Their eyes took in the 4 people waiting for them, and puzzlement was written on their faces because they had put one of them through the ringer the previous day, and another one had threatened to kill both of them. "Please have a seat," said Middleton, sweeping his hand toward vacant chairs. He smiled. "Thank you both for coming over on such short notice." "General, what is this about?" asked Walker. The urgent summons to attend this meeting had left her in a foul mood. The old exec was neutral ground, neither Pentagon military nor government granite. It guaranteed no home field advantage for bickering agencies. "Simply put, you 2 are back in the game." Middleton leveled his gaze at them but did not raise his voice. "And what game is that, exactly?" asked Hunt. "Probably the biggest of your careers." The general opened his file and slid out the picture of Juba. "You took this in Paris, right?" The subject's code name is Juba, and he is a motivated and extremely skillful terrorist operative. We believe he is about to hit the United States with a poison gas weapon much larger than the one that went off in London. We have to stop him." Walker nodded, but put the picture aside. "We want to help, believe me. But I don't take orders from you, General." "Me either," said Hunt, his voice not much more than a growl. "I'm FBI, and she is Department of Homeland Security. We have our own chain of command. I know the letter that woman waved at us yesterday outranked us for the time being. But that was then. Big difference." Middleton was unperturbed. "Earlier this morning, the directors of both of your agencies signed authorizations of temporary duty assignments for you. Now you're mine." He slid a document to each of them to verify his statement. "You're veteran and experienced agents, cleared for top-secret material and beyond. So here it is. Everything I'm going to tell you is above top secret." "Way above," agreed the lizard, pointing a finger toward the ceiling. He had opened his laptop. "Big way." The general glanced over. "That is Lieutenant Commander Benton Friedman, our do-it-all electronics and communications officer. Next to him is Marine Captain Sybil Summers, whom you met yesterday. And finally, the man you captured, Gunnery Sgt. Kyle Swanson, also USMC. The four of us make up Task Force Trident, and that is what you are now attached to." "So it's a military black op outfit? Is Swanson an assassin? We saw him shoot Saladin." "Let's just say he is a specialist," Middleton replied smoothly. "And no, we are not really a military unit at all. We just carry the baggage for Swanson. Now, the reason you could not identify him yesterday is that he is officially dead, with a headstone at Arlington to prove it. Every record was scrubbed clean a couple of years ago. Swanson was the best scout sniper in the Marine Corps and specialized in black ops. His death was staged to create a unique place in which he could still operate under the deepest of covers. He simply ceased to exist." Walker rubbed her eyes. "This is confusing. Why do you want us involved when you have all the Pentagon resources under your thumb?" Kyle finally spoke. "Because you both impressed me. You not only snatched me off the street in France and got away with it, but you also were willing to bend the rules to get the answers you needed. I want that kind of help for this job." Kyle continued. "You continue to run your normal operations, and use every trick in your books, but cut us in on everything and help push things along with any special needs we might have. Nobody knows about Trident, but everyone jumps when the FBI or DHS shows up on their doorstep. You two bring a lot to the table for this job." "You're going to kill this guy? We can't go along with another assassination. That Saladin hit was obviously illegal, but it was done on foreign soil." "Of course," Middleton smiled again. "If a congressman ever asks, we want to arrest Juba same as you. I'll back you all the way." Dave Hunt grunted. "I can live with that, but let's look at this from the other side of the line. Even Swanson here admits that we are pretty good at what we do. So why do we need Trident?" Kyle placed both hands on the wooden tabletop. "All due respect, Agent Hunt, but you guys are never going to catch Juba if he doesn't want to be caught. He's a master at this sort of thing, and I think he has slipped over a psychotic edge to a point where he doesn't really care who he kills. I want to find him and get his attention enough so that I'll be at the top of his list. The two of us have a bit of a history, so it will be more than a matter of professional pride for him. It's personal. He will want a clean hit and the satisfaction of seeing me fall." Walker looked at Swanson. "You want to set up a duel with this guy? You can make someone that mad?" Sybil and Middleton nodded in the affirmative. "Recall how angry he made you yesterday?" Sybil said. "Pissing people off is perhaps what he does best." "General," Friedman interrupted, his voice urgent. "What is it?" Middleton snapped. A red warning light was flashing in the corner of Friedman's computer. "The Connecticut State Police just pinged the NCIC for any and all available information about Swanson." Washington, D.C. Command Center had been established in the Hoover Building, and agents from various national security agencies were working computers and telephones. There was clatter enough to make everyone look busy. All looking for Juba. Kyle was in an adjacent room with the Trident team, away from the main force of civilians but watching the operation on several television sets. The Lizard complained that the equipment that was being used was practically antique, but Kyle had been impressed by how Dave Hunt and Carolyn Walker had pitched in and mobilized their massive resources so quickly. Things were moving fast now that they were all on the same page and knew who they were looking for. With Kyle's identification of the man who got away in Paris, British police swooped in and arrested Dr. Alan Osmond and his wife, Martha Goodling Osmond, at their home. A montage of photographs was built of their son, Jeremy, from his sports days at school through the time in the Royal Marines to the fuzzy picture from the house in Paris. A computer smoothed out the details, made comparisons with key points, and created an accurate and up-to-date image. That was fed into a database of facial recognition software that examined the image against the airport photographs of everyone who had entered the United States in the past few days. Meanwhile, a nationwide alert was issued for Jeremy Osmond, a known terrorist who was to be considered armed and dangerous. The Department of Homeland Security photograph was given to all of the television networks. "We've got a hit," said Agent David Hunt as he entered the Trident enclave and closed the door behind him. "He came in at Dulles 3 days ago as a businessman on a Dutch passport." The Lizard pulled up the security camera picture of Juba passing through the gate. "Looks ordinary," he said. "That's the point," said Kyle. "He disappeared into the background. Nobody would have noticed him. Now we're switching the computer to scan domestic flights to see where he's gone." "Good luck with that," said Kyle. Hunt took offense. "We caught you, didn't we? But you got the wrong guy." Dave Hunt left the room, muttering beneath his breath. General Middleton shook his head. "Play nice, Gunny. What are you thinking?" Swanson walked around the table and looked out of the only window to the street. Behind him, the image of Juba was still on the 3 television screens. "He is not running away to avoid prosecution. He is moving with great speed and deliberation toward a specific objective." "He's stalking a target," Sybil added. "And he knows I am coming after him, which is why he had that investigator in Connecticut checking me out." Kyle picked up the transcript of the exhaustive FBI interview with Private Detective Chris Lowry, who had been totally cooperative. Discretion was one thing in keeping a client's confidentiality, but a federal subpoena was much different. He gave them everything he had. Dave Hunt came back into the room. "We now have him in the domestic air system, flying from Washington to Tampa." San Francisco. Juba's warning antenna was quivering. He had rented a spacious, fully equipped automotive garage in a small industrial park on the outskirts of San Francisco, and while he was working, he kept an eye on a small black-and-white television set perched on a workbench. His picture was on part of the screen, and he walked over, wiping his hands on a greasy rag to turn up the volume. A colorful special alert logo was imprinted below the woman newsreader giving the report. National security authorities had issued a request for all citizens to watch for this man, Jeremy Osmond, a known terrorist believed to be somewhere in the United States at the moment. "Do not approach him by yourself," she said. "Call the police." Juba had purchased a 2004 Ford Excursion. It shone dull silver beneath the overhead lights of the garage, where he had been clearing out everything behind the front seats to create a long, flat deck. Now he got in, rolled up the big front door, and drove to his motel, a nice mid-priced facility. He parked 2 blocks away and walked down a narrow alley with a dirty 49ers cap tilted low on his face. At the corner, he went into a health food store, bought a cup of vanilla chai, and sipped it as he scanned the area. He had been there for 2 nights, but had only been seen by the night clerk. Had the young man already recognized the picture on the screen and called the authorities? It did not seem that way, because there were no unmarked police cars in the neighborhood, no vans with tinted windows, and no strong young men pretending to do work. No cops. But they would find this place sooner or later. He had to take the chance. The pistol was snug in the waistband of his jeans, beneath the floppy T-shirt, but he needed the contents of a plastic bag that he had left in the bathroom, and the big gun that was hidden in the air conditioning vent of his room. He had picked up an Armalite civilian knockoff of the famous .50 caliber Barrett, which had been purchased from a gun show in Sacramento. There was a little .22 Bushmaster, too, but Juba wanted the big kick. He dumped his drink and circled the block to approach the motel from a direction that could not be seen by the front desk, sauntered up the single flight of stairs, and was quickly into the corner room. The maid had already been by to clean up and prepare the bed, and the room had fresh towels and the smell of pine aerosol. He stole the towels and pushed them into the plastic bag with the box of Clairol Nice and Easy hair coloring, then unscrewed the wall vent with a tiny screwdriver on his army knife and pulled out the Armalite in its carrying case. 4 minutes after entering the room, he was out. Time mattered now, and he still had chores to do. A hospital located 20 miles from the baseball stadium was commonly known as the Saints. It had been founded by Mormons as a business and charitable venture. The Latter-day Saints sold it to the Catholic Church in 1993, and it was renamed St. Mary's Hospital. The previous day, Juba had picked out an apartment about 200 yards away from the Saints, and now he drove there and parked in an empty space behind the low building. He went up the inside stairwell and needed only 30 seconds to pick the lock. It was the middle of a sunny afternoon, and the deadbolt had not been engaged by the young mother watching television. She only had time to turn in surprise when she heard the door open. Juba shot her before she could scream. He carefully went through the apartment and found a little boy playing in a bedroom. The kid looked up just before the trigger was pulled. Juba pulled the dead woman into the light blue bathroom that smelled like daisies and dumped her in the white bathtub. Her 4-year-old son was placed atop her body. The gunman dipped a washcloth in the boy's blood and wrote his name on the tile. Juba. In the refrigerator, there was some leftover chicken in a covered bowl, which he heated in the microwave and brought into the living room with a dish of cold potato salad. As he ate lunch, he studied the unobstructed view from the window. A large white sign with emergency room printed in large blue letters, and a concrete ramp that jutted into the driveway to allow ambulance drivers to back right up to it and wheel their gurneys smoothly from the vehicle and straight into the trauma unit. Then it was back to the garage. Xavier Sandoval found the garage address without difficulty, stopped the yellow Diablo gourmet truck, and honked his horn. Juba pushed a button inside, and the main garage door rolled back. Sandoval steered the truck inside and parked beside a huge SUV. "Welcome, brother," said Juba, embracing the man as a friend. "How do you feel after such a long drive?" "Tired, but not too bad. I have grown to hate talk radio." Sandoval laughed. He drank from a cold bottle of water offered by Juba. "You are aware of the police bulletins that are out with your name and description?" Juba pointed to the little television set. "I've been watching most of the day. My parents have been arrested, but the Crusaders still have not figured out what is going to happen. We remain in control, but we must hurry. I hope you have a few more hours of work left in you. That is why I am here, brother. They put on coveralls and stacked 4 50-pound sacks of ammonium nitrate fertilizer across the width of the SUV cargo compartment, which could handle up to a ton of payload. A small forklift was used to hoist a single, heavy 55-gallon drum of liquid nitromethane and carefully nudge it forward against the barrier of the bags. Then they packed 4 more sacks of fertilizer along the near side of the drum. Their work was fast and silent, and they moved with determination, climbing inside the excursion to secure the deadly pyramid of explosive components with strong fabric straps. A blue and white striped awning, common at tailgate parties, was arranged over the stack and anchored by several plastic picnic coolers, lawn chairs, and a folding table. The 44-gallon gasoline tanks were topped off with a series of 5-gallon cans. Then both took quick showers and washed off the stink and any residue from the dangerous mixture. Once Juba and Sandoval were clean and dressed in fresh clothing, they pulled a rug from the little office area and spread it out, knelt down facing toward the east, and offered prayers to Allah. 2 hours until game time. Juba tested the circuit of a digital detonator, set it for 4 hours, and plugged it into 4 bricks of C4 explosive that were tied together. "Let's go to the ballpark," he said. The big door rolled up, and Juba drove away in the excursion, followed by the Diablo gourmet truck. The smells inside the SUV were overpowering and forced him to crank up the air conditioner all the way. He sprayed a couple of cans of air freshener back over his shoulder. Even that wasn't enough, and he reluctantly opened the front windows for circulation, but not the blackened rear portals. At the stadium, he joined one of the lines entering the parking lot, and the 19-year-old cash collector twitched her nose at the odor coming from the big SUV. "Gosh, mister, that's some kind of smell." "Uh-huh. I run a lawn service," said Juba. "Ordinarily I would have cleaned it, but I wanted to get here early to set up the tailgate. Me and my buddies got seats right by the Yankee dugout." He smiled at her. "Hey, you looking for another job? Pay you good wages to muck out this truck every day." She took the money and gave him a ticket to put on his dashboard. "No way. Not with, that smell. You ain't got that much money." "Enjoy the game." He followed the striped lines until he found a parking spot near the edge of AT&T Park, where he got out and closed and locked the door. The truck had an American flag decal on a heavily tinted window, and a green bumper sticker proudly announced, "My daughter is an honor student at Turner Middle School." Juba considered those signs to be urban camouflage. The excursion weighed 7,000 pounds, was almost 19 feet long, and stood 6½ feet tall, but would not draw a second glance in any parking lot. Still an hour before the first pitch. Beautiful evening. Sellout crowd. Instead of entering the stadium, Juba walked across the parking lot and found a taxi heading out after dropping off a passenger. He gave directions to go to the apartment building across from the Saints. When he was in position, he called Xavier Sandoval, who was parked about a mile from the ballpark. The game was about to begin. "Another match. He's hopscotching all over the place," said Dave Hunt. "He went out of Denver on a flight to San Francisco. Anything of great military value out there, General?" "No, not anymore. We are scrambling the West Coast people to check the hotels and motels, and the cops are getting a readout that he might be in their area. Maybe he's just passing through there, too." "Could he be going after some other government installation, say a courthouse, like in Oklahoma City?" Sybil didn't believe it, but was just throwing out ideas. Every city has government buildings. He would not have to keep moving around so much to attack one. Maybe a big mall? A theme park? Anywhere in the USA, but none that are unusual or noteworthy in those 3 cities. Kyle Swanson was barely listening. There was nothing he could do but wait and try to think like a sniper stalking a target. He picked up the sports section of the Times. The newspaper was great at covering the rest of the world, but totally hometown-oriented when it came to sports. The lead story was the pitching rivalry for today's game between the Yankees and Tampa, St. Pete, Denver, San Francisco. The cities tumbled around in his brain like dice in a cup, and when spilled onto a table, dice always form a pattern. Stalk the target. Forget a hit on any military installation because the word was out and the guards were alert. Tampa, St. Pete, Denver, San Francisco. What do they have in common? No huge conventions going on. No presidential visit. Vacation time in the summer and people in a laid-back mode. Old people in Florida. Modern cowtown in Denver. Political anti-war nutcakes in San Francisco. Nothing remotely connecting them there. Denver Broncos, San Francisco 49ers, and Tampa Bay Bucks in pro football, but in separate conferences because they were spread across the country. The Devil Rays, the Rockies, and the Giants in Major League Baseball. Big stadiums. Can't miss targets. Yes. That's what I would do. Swanson poked his finger onto the newspaper story. The game. I'll bet that he's going after the baseball game between the Yankees and the Giants. More than 40,000 people will be there, sitting around peacefully in neat rows, waiting to be killed with hardly any security to protect them. The room went silent for a few heartbeats as they stared at each other. Then Carolyn Walker and David Hunt crashed out of the door and started yelling orders to their people. The bomb in the excursion exploded during the third inning, raking the parking lot and shattering the broad edge of the urban ballpark, collapsing part of the wall into a pile of bricks. The first thought for San Francisco residents was that it was an earthquake, a feeling that lasted only a moment until some people recognized the explosion and started yelling, "Terrorists!" Ball players ran from the field, and fans stormed the exits, leaping over seats, pushing up and down the stairs, and trampling the slow, the infirm, and the small. The stampede steered away from the destroyed side of the stadium, and there was no thought by those in the outfield bleachers of waiting for a slow ferry boat to take them back across the bay. Run! They poured across the green field and out through the concrete tunnels looking for a way out, fighting for a place in the mob to reach a front exit and adding to the panic. Police warnings were ignored, arguments flared, fists and elbows were thrown, and several shots rang out and people fell, ignored by those who were still running. Safety was at the end of the tunnels. Just get out of the stadium and everything would be okay. Screams howled behind them, rising from the stands. 2 minutes after the big car bomb explosion, Xavier Sandoval drove his yellow truck away from the vendors' loading docks at the stadium and stalled it in the path of the fleeing crowd. He ripped out the ignition wires and activated the roof vents and fans, jumped from the cab, and ran for the street. With a hissing sound that could not be heard above the noise, the aerosol spray rose from the poison canisters in the truck bed and spewed into the air, riding the slight breeze into a slow, lazy arc as it settled onto the frightened men, women, and children who were running right into the misty veil that was softly falling across the kill zone. Xavier Sandoval was a nervous man by the time he arrived at the apartment complex. He had run as fast as he could for several blocks, ignoring the chaos creeping behind him until his breath and limbs began to falter. Traffic had slowed, then stopped as drivers gaped in astonishment at the smoke roiling from the ballpark explosion. He punched one, threw the man out of the way, and jumped behind the steering wheel, hijacking the car. A sharp turn down an alley and Sandoval accelerated from the danger zone, his shirt soaked in sweat. He parked in the apartment lot and sat still, breathing deeply and trying to convince himself that he had escaped the poison gas. Leaving the keys in the ignition as instructed, he staggered up the concrete stairs and found the door that Juba had designated. When it opened, he almost did not recognize the man. Juba had showered and changed the color of his hair to midnight black. The hair itself had grown ragged around the edges since he had left Iran, and he had not shaved since entering the United States and had several days' growth of beard, giving him the distinctive look of a foreigner. He wore owlish glasses with round gold frames. If police were profiling suspects to identify suspicious Middle Eastern males, Juba would have fit the image. Sandoval came inside and locked the door, then sat on a chair and looked up. "The package was delivered. I will never forget this day." "You did a perfect job," Juba told him with a pat on the shoulder. "The man's courage is slipping." "Almost finished now." A television set was on in the corner, showing wide shots of the carnage from a helicopter while reporters, who were safe within their studios, broadcast the warnings for everyone to avoid the area of the ballpark. It was a poison gas attack, and authorities were saying the material was still in the air. Police had established barricades and were evacuating people as fast as possible. The high camera showed the flashing lights of ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks popping bright colors across a multitude of bodies. Among those fallen at odd angles were the uniformed figures of first responders who had tried to help and transferred the poisonous gel to their own skins. The entire rescue effort had slowed to a crawl until the emergency personnel were ordered into their hazmat suits. In the apartment, Juba heard sirens wailing, coming to the Saints. "Are you ready?" Sandoval gulped. "Yes. I have set up this position carefully for you. The rifle is loaded and ready, and you have a clear line of sight. When the ambulances arrive, open fire on the hospital personnel, the patients, the police, bystanders, anyone. We want to create pandemonium in a place that everyone perceives as safe. And you, my brother? I do not know about being a sniper, but you do. I'm going to another position higher up, and wait until after you shoot. Let them get back to work, thinking the danger is over. That is when I strike. It will be devastating." He moved to the door as the sirens came closer. "I will be in contact soon. Good hunting, brother. You have done well." Sandoval watched a police car roll up, lights flashing, with a bright green fire truck on its bumper, their sirens gliding to a finishing growl. He was hidden in the shadow of the room. The scene was frightening, as everyone was wearing the bulky hazmat suits, some of different colors but moving like awkward ghosts with no faces, helping injured people they had ferried over from the disaster site. 2 ambulances came shrieking in, only to find their way to the ER door narrowed by the emergency vehicles. Everything came to a halt for a moment, and Sandoval had his rifle resting on pillows stacked on a small ledge that separated the kitchen and the living area. His eye was at the scope. 3 nurses, an orderly, and a doctor, all in suits, gathered behind an ambulance, and an attendant swung out to open the rear door. A stretcher was pulled free, the wheels popped down, and the doctor leaned over to make a triage decision on a patient who had been lacerated by the car bomb and was bathed in blood. He pulled the trigger. The first bullet took a nurse in the back and drilled downward from her shoulder, tearing through her heart on the way out the other side. She bounced against the stretcher and slid to the ground. The second bullet slammed into the temple of the doctor and splattered brain matter and more blood onto the wounded patient. He stopped for a moment. This was easy. Juba had set it up so that he could hardly miss. He ranged over the stunned first responders and shot a firefighter in the throat, and another nurse in the stomach. Then Juba was beside him, pointing a pistol at his head. Xavier Sandoval never heard the explosion of the gunshot that took his life. Juba left the rifle where it lay, removed Sandoval's wallet and identification, and walked out the door. The investigating police would find the body, eventually identify it through fingerprints or dental records, and then expend valuable time chasing a false trail toward Mexico. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Juba sat in the international departure terminal at the Vancouver International Airport, trying not to look at his wristwatch, nor the clocks on the wall, nor the digital time reminders above the gates. This was the most dangerous part of the trip, a calculated risk that had to be taken. He would be fine in another 24 hours, but until then, the most hunted man in the world was open and defenseless. There had been no problem getting through the security procedures leading to the departure lounge on level 3 of the airport because the description being circulated among police and customs officials concerning Juba was of a Briton who had entered the United States as a Dutch businessman, a white man. He had not shaved since arriving in the United States, had changed his hair color, wore gold-rimmed spectacles, had visited a tanning salon to darken his skin even more, and had put a rubber lift in one shoe to make him walk with a marked limp, which drew attention to his feet instead of his face. No one paid much attention to him in his new identity as a mild, polite college professor from the Faculty of Agriculture at a university in Damascus. The passport was in order, as were the university identification card and supporting documents such as a lengthy study of Canadian wheat production methods. It had been in place for more than a year, waiting for the time he might need it. So Juba sat quietly, on his own, reading a news magazine, waiting for the morning flight to Damascus. Complementing the disguise was his recognition that the expected security crackdown had yet to materialize. It would come, but he had learned as a sniper how to bank time by leaving destruction and distraction in his wake, and time was what he needed most. The Austrian Airlines flight was called, and Juba boarded when the courtesy announcement was made to allow first-class passengers to get on first. He pulled out the news magazine and put his nose back into it, keeping his peripheral vision busy for possible threats. The herd and coach boarded noisily. Then the doors closed and the plane began to move. 10 minutes later, they were airborne. He was safe for the next 20 hours on the one-way flight. Would the enemy figure out his ruse and escape route before then, and if so, would the Syrians be agreeable to the anticipated demand to seize him at the airport? Escape and evasion is a step-by-step process that could not be planned too far in advance. Syria was the next step, and he would concentrate on that when he got there. Washington, D.C. "I don't fucking believe it," Kyle exclaimed. "How do they know he's dead?" "Says here that he wrote his name in blood on the wall of an apartment he turned into a sniper's hide," replied Middleton, passing the note around. "Killed a mother and her little boy." "Too easy." "Another diversion," Sybil said as she read it. She handed it to Shake and told Walker, "No identification on the body itself. We need a picture of the corpse to compare with what we have on Juba." Swanson grunted a laugh. "So somebody, they don't know who, snuck up behind one of the best snipers in the world and put a bullet in his head with a pistol? No way. Run the guy's prints. This stiff ain't our boy." Walker rapped her knuckles on the table, a nervous, repeated gesture. "Yes, I agree. It does seem too convenient." Swanson ripped a page off of the yellow legal pad before him, balled it up, and flipped it across to a trash can in the corner. It hit the rim and bounced onto the floor. He studied it with resignation and said, "He's gone." General Middleton, Captain Summers, Lieutenant Commander Friedman, and Kyle Swanson took a final look at the command center, which was slowly coming back to life. "We're done here," said the general. "Okay," replied Carolyn Walker. "Thanks for your cooperation." Her tone was neither warm nor cold, but she was glad to get rid of the secret military unit. Now things could get back to normal and law enforcement could do its job without second-guessing by people who were not trained as investigators. "Anytime. Just keep us in the loop if you catch a break and when you identify the corpse they think is Juba." Handshakes all around and the Trident team left by a side door. "Come on. I'll buy us all a big breakfast. There's a good pancake house over in Alexandria." The restaurant parking lot was half full, mainly pickup trucks among two big rigs, because the eatery was popular among the over-the-road gang. A long wooden trestle table, worn smooth by generations of elbows of hungry working men, was empty in a rear corner by the kitchen, and the tridents slid onto the benches. Napkins and silverware and a rack of syrup were already on the table. Coffee appeared as if by magic from a passing waitress, followed soon by platters of pancakes, sausage and bacon, warm biscuits and scrambled eggs, served family style. Everybody ate the same limited, delicious menu here. "So none of us believes that Juba's dead, right?" the general stated. "We unanimous on that?" Everyone agreed. "Pass the blueberry syrup, please," said the lizard. "The communications net is absolutely overloaded. There is probably not an investigator to spare in San Francisco, and the disaster's going to be sucking up all the resources. If the DHS agents don't get to it in a hurry, the other officers won't get around to doing our corpse anytime soon. Juba always seems a couple of steps ahead." Kyle refilled his coffee cup. "He is no longer in the U.S. I'm confident of that. The air system was not shut down, and the West Coast airports dumped dozens of international flights into Asia every hour. More to Europe. He needed a disguise and new papers, and he had to move quickly, but I would bet he made one of those planes." "Mexico? South America?" asked Middleton. "He doesn't specialize down there. Maybe he has connections, probably does, but right now he is looking for a comfort zone. As a sniper, he is extracting after completion of his mission. South America would be alien to him." Sybil ate a mouthful of eggs while she thought, then said, "Same thing with most of Asia, from Japan to New Zealand. The only Muslim safe zones would be in the Philippines or Indonesia, and they would not risk the wrath of the United States by knowingly giving him shelter and protection. Maybe North Korea or Iran might shelter him, but he's a pretty hot potato right now, and they could make points with Washington by turning him in." Middleton said, "Know what? I think the final destination for this crazy murderous shitheel is Iraq. That's the only place where he can disappear." "That's my bet too, boss. He is going to hide in the war. And that's where I am going to find him." Damascus, Syria. Juba was buckled in his seat and eagerly looking out the window of the passenger jet as if he were a first-time flyer. After the announcements were made for landing, the plane descended with a professional smoothness. The wheels came down with a hum and locked in place. The wheels kissed the tarmac and the nose came down and the engines roared and the brakes took hold. Normal, normal, normal. His senses were alive, and the bulge in his anal tract seemed enormous. This was the last point of danger, but he was back on friendly turf. Or, if not friendly, at least not unfriendly. As was his habit, he unbuckled as soon as the plane came to a halt so he could have freedom of movement, although there was really nowhere to go on the big Boeing. It coasted toward the terminal without delay, meeting the printed arrival time. Juba knew the Damascus airport was a hard place for passengers lining up for departure, but the arrivals seldom had much difficulty, and part of what the purchase price of the first-class ticket bought was being allowed to get off the plane first and gain an advantage in the customs area. Once he cleared customs, he finally would be able to breathe easier. The crew unlocked and opened the doors, and the covered exit ramp oozed out from the side of the terminal like some great worm. "Please remain seated until the doors are clear and secure," came the overhead announcement in 3 languages. "Passengers in the first-class cabin will be able to depart and—" Juba never heard the rest of the announcement. 3 large men in civilian suits with pistols drawn and 2 uniformed soldiers with submachine guns came running aboard and into the first-class section as the crew stood aside. They surrounded him. "You will come with us," said the leader with a tone of outright menace. Mukhabarat, Juba thought. Secret police. They placed him in the middle of the guards and picked up 4 more security operatives on the way out of the airport and into the waiting convoy of husky Land Rovers. Motorcycle police rolled out on their bikes with sirens wailing to lead the way over the 18 miles into the city, and Juba heard the distant waka-waka of a helicopter overhead. They were taking no chances. He settled back in the seat, a guard on each side, and considered the situation. Were they keeping him from escaping, or preventing the Americans or other covert operators from snatching him? The arrest had been abrupt and disappointing, but not rough. Damascus International Airport was a known entry point for young men sent from other countries to be martyrs in Iraq, to strap explosives around their bodies or drive car bombs into targets. The arrival of another terrorist would not cause much concern there. But, Juba reminded himself, he was no longer just a terrorist, but the most wanted man in the world. Nothing was certain. The Land Rovers swooped into the city, and he began to pick up familiar landmarks and got his bearings, for he had been to Damascus many times in transit to other places. The convoy pulled to a stop at an ugly gray office building across from an open area with a few palm trees, a tall monument, and a small domed mosque. The Sahat al-Marj, Martyrs Square. Uniformed guards popped the doors and fanned out in a protective cordon while the 3 civilian agents hustled him inside the Ministry of the Interior, took him up 2 flights of stairs, and placed him in a nondescript office with orders to sit down and wait. He asked for some water and was ignored. For almost 30 minutes, he sat still in the chair before a desk, gazing out the window and meditating to keep his heart and pulse under control. If they were going to kill him, they would have done it by now. This being Syria, they still might do so. Wait and see. Behind him, the door finally opened, and a cheery voice called out, "Jeremy, it has been a long time since we've talked." A man who stood no taller than 5'5" came in, white teeth gleaming in a smile beneath a thick mustache, but with nothing showing in the dark, intelligent eyes. General Yusuf al-Shum, head of operations for the Syrian Military Security Directorate, came forward and tossed a blue-covered folder onto the desk, then took a seat. A young man in a white tunic followed, carrying a tray of cold drinks and hot tea. He placed it on the table and left. "Please, have a drink. You must be thirsty after such a long flight." The English was flawless, thanks to al-Shum's tours of duty as a diplomat and spy in London and New York. Juba unsnapped the white cap on a bottle of water and drank. "General al-Shum, I did not expect to be seeing you today." The small man laughed. "You are coming to Damascus, but would not pay me a courtesy visit? I am shocked." He flipped open the folder and removed a copy of a message from Interpol. "The facial recognition program got you boarding in Vancouver, despite the disguise. You almost made it, but close doesn't count. What happens now? Did you notice on the drive-in that you passed the tomb of Saladin? The real Saladin, not your former partner. I really do not want to also have a tomb of Juba here." Juba did not squirm, although he knew that al-Shum would carry out the threat without batting an eye. He was being told to deal or die. "I had few choices. My plan is to go back into Iraq and kill Americans." "Now you see, Juba, that, unfortunately, is not my plan at all." Al-Shum backed against the desk and leaned there with his arms crossed. "Every country in the world will soon know that you have landed in Damascus, dragging along the stink of what you did in San Francisco. The death toll there, by the way, is now at 4,500 people. Amazing. The Americans want you back badly. So you can make points with Washington by giving me up." Juba cocked an eyebrow. Al-Shum was a complex man, adept at playing several games at once. "That is one option." "General, let's get on with this. What is your preferred option?" "You're in such a hurry, Jeremy." "Well, first of all, We want our $10 million back. Done, said Juba. Plus another $1 million for you personally because of the inconvenience I've caused. I don't know. There is already immense pressure. $2 million, then. Bank account of your choice. Bribery, bakshish, was the most stable currency in the Middle East. Al-Shum went around the desk and took a chair, looking even smaller until he tucked a pillow beneath him. Can you do that from here? If your people will bring in my laptop, sure. Then there is another point. The matter of the auction itself. I've decided that we won the bidding, so you turn over the formula to me. That is indeed a mighty weapon that was deployed in California. I want it. Wait a moment, General. I give you all of your money back, plus $2 million more. And the formula for free? That sums it up very well, Jeremy. Either that, or you will be killed trying to escape. After we force the information out of you. The dark eyes were stones now. We will get that formula. Voluntarily, chemicals, or skinning knives. It is of no matter to me. The best choice is to remain friendly so you can leave this building alive. Juba looked down at his hands for a moment, quiet in his soul, even while negotiating for his life. The secret hidden in his body seemed to be pulsing signals to him. I don't have any choice, do I? No, not really. The little general smiled. Juba feigned reluctance. I hope that your government will use the information to strike the infidels. What we do is not your concern, my friend. But I get to keep the other money that was put up for the auction. And your life, Jeremy. I think that's fair, said Al-Shum. Turn it over and you leave this meeting rich and healthy. I still don't like it. I don't care. Give it up. Now. Juba stared at the general and let his shoulders slump. You win, General. I think it may be best anyway, because the project has become too unworkable for one man. You will see what I mean. How will you get it to us? Right here. Right now. It's all encrypted on my laptop. I will transfer the money and download the formula so your chemists can check it out. Now it was Al-Shum's turn to think hard. This was too simple. Juba was willing to give back the $10 million, hand over the formula, and transfer a sizable sum into the general's personal account. It was not in the man's character to give up anything without a fight. You have something else, don't you, my friend? Something that prevents me from taking all of the things you offer and then still hanging you from a meat hook in Martyrs Square. What is it? Juba showed a hint of a smile, almost flashing fangs with the anger boiling within him. Back before the war started in Iraq, Saddam moved many of his special weapons and special ammunition into your country under the supervision of Unit 999. The Americans never found those records, but I know where they are, General Al-Shum, because my boss, the man known as Saladin, helped move them and had me hide the records somewhere in Tikrit, Saddam's home territory. Even if you tortured me to get the information, you still could not retrieve them because of built-in safeguards. That is my insurance policy. Should I not return safely, those documents will automatically find their way to the Americans. Imagine how happy Washington would be to finally know exactly what happened to those WMDs. You let me leave Syria alive, and I will destroy them and send you proof. Al-Shum laughed aloud and slapped the desk. Excellent. I knew you would not disappoint me. So, we have an agreement. The only condition is that you remain here in Damascus as my guest at the Four Seasons Hotel until our chemical experts examine the formula. 1 day. Then we will help you get back to Iraq To eliminate that WMD data. And kill more Americans. Yes, that too. The computer was brought in for Juba, and he shifted the funds, put the bank material onto a disk, and downloaded file 999, the London poison gas recipe. He slid the computer over to Al-Shum, and the deal was done. Hargat. Juba had no way to really know if an American patrol would come through that crossroads 700 yards away from his hide today, but all those track trails and torn berms and crushed vegetation indicated that it was frequently used. Just like animals create paths through a thick jungle by padding along the same route, the steel animals of the American tanks and other vehicles were following a familiar pattern, apparently thinking the lone Iraqi cop directing traffic there was adequate security. After all, it was just a way station. The fighting forces were just passing through. He had a position in the rubble of a destroyed shop that had collapsed upon itself in a jumble of timbers and stones. Many of the cement blocks were painted white on two sides, the outside and inside walls, before it all came crashing down. During his scouting, he had found a narrow entrance that dropped into the shop's storage basement, and by moving aside a few big rocks, he had opened a good view down to the crossroads. He had put the rocks back in place when he left, returning with his gear a few hours ago. Working in the narrow beam of a flashlight, Juba built a sturdy hide that provided maximum protection on top and to all sides. Stacking stones and wood, he created a firm platform on which to rest the Steyr Mannlicher. The tip of the muzzle would be 4 feet back in the room. Turning off the light, he practiced his escape route several times, returned, and walked around the devastated shop to rearrange more debris. A dirty piece of blue and white canvas that had once been an awning was spread across the rear opening and anchored in place with loose rocks. The previous day, during his scouting ride, he had noticed that the children in the neighborhood were eating candy from America, scribbling in notebooks with ballpoint pens, and playing with silly plastic toys. Gifts from U.S. soldiers. A relationship was being built. Good. There was a distant grinding rumble, and as he expected, his juvenile early warning system began to shriek as a dozen kids took off running toward the intersection. A pair of bulky M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles surged down the road, raising big rooster tails of dust behind them, where 3 up-armored Humvees trailed. Juba made a mental note that the 25mm Bushmaster chain guns on the Bradleys were his biggest threat. Don't give them a chance to engage. The kids were running alongside the vehicles, dodging the tracks and the wheels with ease and calling up to the soldiers in broken English. Sure enough, little packages of gaily wrapped candy showered down on them. The convoy pulled into the crossroads and into a line along one axis. The policemen steered traffic around them. Everyone was relaxed, and Juba focused his rifle on the second Bradley. Juba let his mind wash itself clean of outside noise. The command track was a tempting and militarily significant target, the place where the officers lurked. Kill the officers, tilt the battlefield. No. That was not what he wanted today. Just take the easy ones and go before they knew what hit them. Give them something to remember, to enrage them, to drive them crazy with rage. He brought the Steyr rifle to him like a lover and remembered his schoolboy Shakespeare, a line from Julius Caesar. This foul deed shall smell above the earth. The scope was on a small boy, about 7 years old, with dark hair and a smiling face, all white teeth and dirt, who stood beside a kneeling American soldier, talking to him. The rifle stilled its movement. The boy turned enough for a back shot, and Juba pressed the trigger with 4 pounds of pressure. The snap of the gunshot was loud inside the hide, but was barely heard on the outside, and the big bullet smashed hard into the child, knocking him in a bloody heap onto the American soldier, who grabbed the boy and fell atop him to shield him from further harm. He was already dead. 1. The moment of frozen realization that danger was upon them occurred when Juba squeezed the trigger the second time and brought down an American who had been smoking a cigarette, the bullet ramming through his armored vest and into his vital organs. The man staggered, a look of disbelief on his face, and fell. 2. Now came the chaos of children screaming, soldiers yelling and getting their weapons up, and the ugly Bushmaster cannon looking for somebody to shoot. Sniper. Where? Now he wanted a good shot, a difficult shot, to put his seal on this attack. And he found it with the soldier who had made the mistake of grabbing a telephone handset from a radio man. The officer, calling in for help with this ambush. He was on his belly beside one of the Bradleys, peering out around the track, searching for the threat, just enough for Juba to see his eyes beneath his helmet. Easy, smooth trigger squeeze, and the steyr snapped again. 3. 15 minutes later, he was snuggled beneath some bushes that lined the top of a hard mud fence some 4 feet high at the end of an irrigation ditch. He peered over the berm and saw the crossroads, which had become a beehive of activity as the Americans swept into the neighborhood he had just left. It was hard for them to keep their professionalism, for the murder of a child does something to the American psyche. Snipers have to know about emotions. They were after the shooter who killed the kid, and he was somewhere in that neighborhood. Even their new defense perimeter was oriented toward the original hide, the place of the perceived threat, and not toward his new location behind them. He had a plain view of the medical personnel working frantically with the 3 victims, who were laid side by side, trying somehow to keep them alive long enough to get them back to the aid station at Cob Bahariya. Juba was not depending on luck now, but on expected responses. Suppress the threat and evac the wounded. The troops were in the village, and no more shots had been fired, so a medevac chopper was coming in. He heard it before he saw it. Then the helicopter zoomed in low toward the battle site, flared to a stop in the air, and settled to the ground, the rotor wash throwing up a blizzard of dirt. Red crosses were painted in large white squares on the green chopper. Mercy flight. Juba aimed. 2 soldiers picked up a stretcher that carried one of his earlier victims. A medic leaped from the helicopter to give them a hand, and Juba shot him in the stomach to tear out the liver and a kidney. 1. The Bushmaster gunner atop one of the Bradleys was facing toward the village, exposing his back. Juba put the scope on him and fired a bullet that hit center mass. The soldier threw his hands up on impact and fell straight down into the vehicle. 2. The medevac pilot had realized they were under attack and started winding up his bird for an emergency takeoff, but Juba had a clear view through the side window. Tight headshot. The pilot turned his head, and Juba, using the dark sunglasses as his aiming point, once again gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet crashed through the pilot's helmet and destroyed his head. Immediately, the helicopter began to power down while the stunned co-pilot took command. 3. Juba ducked away behind the wall, carried his rifle back to the car, and quickly vanished into the streets again. I am here, Sheikh. Come and get me. Captain Newman had the Trident team in a tight security perimeter while Kyle Swanson and Sybil Summers probed through the sniper hide behind the mud wall like crime scene specialists on a TV show. As soon as the attack was reported to the base, orders rocketed back to hold in place, and an uneasy silence engulfed everything up to a mile away on every side. Extra troops were dispatched to bolster the available firepower, and the Trident team hustled in aboard a helicopter. The mudwall sniper's hide was the closest to the landing zone, so they went there first. A trooper had marked the spot with a yellow cloth tied to a stick, and the slash of bright color was stark against the bland brown surroundings. Kyle went in from one side, Sybil from the other end, looking for booby traps, but they found nothing. Some bushes had been crushed where the sniper had lain on them, and there was a crease in the wall on which he had braced the weapon. 3 hefty .50 caliber brass cartridges were scattered off to the right of the position, flipped out by the weapon during the reloads. Excellent field of fire, Sybil said, looking over the wall to the bloody crossroads, still the center of activity. Particularly if you have the enemy looking the other way, said Kyle, kneeling in the dirt to study the placement of the attacker's body. He would have had a solid base and fired with an economy of movement. Swanson reached out and touched a dirty piece of cloth that was still in front of where the rifle muzzle had been. Wet, spread there to tamp down the dust, which otherwise would have been thrown up when the weapon fired and given away the position. A thorough pro, taking care of the little things. Boot prints led away from the wall, toes deeper than heels, indicating he was moving fast but not running. Those prints vanished at the small road almost hidden by the wall. A vehicle was waiting for him. They all walked as a group across the action zone to a destroyed building that had been marked by another yellow flag, and Kyle and Sybil again went into the sniper's hide. The canvas curtain had been torn down, and 3 more .50 caliber brass cartridges blinked in the light. Sybil turned them over in her fingers. "Same as the others," she said. "One punched clean through the armored vest. My guess is it's an M8 armor-piercing incendiary. He was going for a big wallop." Swanson agreed. A velocity of 3,050 feet per second and a range of 6,470 yards. It was overkill to use such a weapon from only 700 meters. Was the shooter trying to prove a point? There was a makeshift rest for a rifle in the middle of the room, well back from the opening in the far wall. He went closer to the odd window and looked at the sparse vegetation that had been broken and singed by the muzzle blast. Rick Newman came into the basement hide. "What do you think, Shake? Was it Juba?" "No doubt," Kyle replied. "He left his shell casings behind, which he does as sort of a signature. Then this double ambush was the work of a single professional, because not even 2 average shooters would be able to pull it off with perfect coordination. 3 shots maximum, then move. That's standard doctrine." Kyle crouched behind the table and aimed along the viewing line that the sniper had. He could almost reach out and touch the men at the crossroads. Finally, he waited to attack the first responders who came in to help. He did the same thing in San Francisco because it's such an immense shock to everyone else. For a while, every soldier who comes around here is going to be thinking about snipers, and that will inhibit their freedom of movement. "Well, we gotta go. I just had a call from Colonel Withrow. He wants to meet us back at the base pronto," said Newman. The 3 of them walked out into the light, and the entire team went back across the field to a waiting helicopter. "What are you going to tell the colonel?" asked Sybil. "He's not going to like sitting around and having this kind of attack on his men without fighting back." "But that's exactly what we have to get him to do, Sybil. Withrow is no fool, and he realizes that catching this terrorist is the most important mission on his list right now. This mess today was bad shit. But it proves that Juba is right here in this area and is not hiding somewhere in the urban maze. We are getting closer, and the funnel is narrowing. First, we tracked him across the United States to Canada, then to Syria, and then into Tikrit, which meant we did not have to search the rest of Iraq. Now he is here for sure. The bottom line is that it is still a fight between the 2 of us. I called, and he has answered. Now, we just have to make a date." Army Colonel Neil Withrow, commander of Task Force Hammer, was standing with his executive officer before a large plastic-covered grid map of the town of Hargot. Black and red marking pens had slashed and stabbed to mark positions and events. 2 days ago, this area was quiet. Real progress had been made both politically and militarily. He turned to face Kyle, and the flinty blue eyes bore into the sniper. "Now it looks like World War III outside my front gate again." The colonel ran a hand flat across his crew-cut hair, then crossed his arms. "We're going to have to go in there and settle things down sooner rather than later if we want to keep a lid on. How much longer do you people think you will need?" Kyle saw the dilemma facing the colonel. The job of catching Juba was undoing a lot of good work. "Sir, I have to ask you to hold back for 2 more days. Very well. We will keep the troops on a short leash for another 2 days. Meanwhile, what can we do to help? Kyle moved to the map, picked up the red marker and drew a great circle around Hargot. Close it all off. Roadblocks on all major highways, secondary roads, and cow paths. And put roving patrols in the open fields. Nobody in or out for the next day. No passes honored for any reason. Iraqi police and troops will work only within the task force perimeter. Juba is somewhere in that circle, and I want to keep him there. Withrow said, You got it. For 48 hours, and then we have to reevaluate the battlefield. But our hand may be forced if the violence continues to increase. We may have to start kicking in doors. Yes, sir. Agreed. We will keep each other informed. Hargot. The commander of the insurgents smelled opportunity. A few minor attacks during the day had drawn some American blood, but they had not responded in force as usual. The presence of Juba made a difference. Juba, however, just wanted to kill the Swanson Marine, while the commander had a much wider agenda. The big force stationed at the camp 3 kilometers southeast of Tikrit had enforced the uneasy peace, allowing the time and space needed for the political process to move forward. The residents of the villages and towns in the entire area were feeling safe beneath the umbrella of tanks and helicopters and soldiers. They were imagining what peace might be like, and for the commander, that was the most dangerous thing of all. Are those houses ready? He asked the man in charge of helping plan attacks. Almost. The people have been removed, and we have begun the storage. How long? Transporting and placing the gasoline, the explosive plastics, the propane tanks, and artillery shells require caution and skill. We should be finished in a few hours, said the aide. Let me know as soon as you are done. We don't have much time. This would be a fine operation and should not interfere at all with Juba's own personal vendetta. The commander had a war to fight, and he would ask a favor of Juba tonight. It was a fine day outside, the temperature holding around 100 degrees, but dropping as evening approached. He wondered where Juba was. Juba had carefully cleaned the Steyr Mannlicher rifle during the long afternoon hours, caught a power nap during the hottest part of the day, and then went back on the prowl. It was cooling off, and he was ready to work again, far across town from where he had been that morning. Hargot was not a large city, but big enough to draw in potential customers from the surrounding area, and many of the buildings remained in surprisingly good condition. He drove down the broad main avenue, an unremarkable presence in the late afternoon crowd of pedestrians, cars, and trucks. There was a tension in the air, and people in the shops were talking about the growing violence. There was some confidence, too, that the Americans and the police would bring things back under control. The symbol of that confidence stood at the end of the wide boulevard, the blocky new police station that had been built with a $3.4 million grant from the United States government. The location obviously had been chosen carefully to show that the Iraqi police force had come of age as a trained unit and was present, ready to help. It was a point of pride for the emerging new government, and Juba considered it a worthy target. He could crush that rising spirit of safety. A 3-story building was on a corner about 1,000 meters away, a place of shops and small offices. He parked around back and jogged up the steps and into the building. The doors were unlocked because the merchants were begging for work and did not want locks to keep customers out. The door to the sewing shop on the top floor was not only unlocked, but slightly open, too, to create a cross-draft through the stuffy rooms. A middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face was at a sewing machine, a round cushion full of needles and pins pushed high on her arm. Juba smiled in greeting, closed the door, turned, and shot her twice in the head with a silenced pistol. He spun the closed sign around, locked the door, dumped the body out of sight, and arranged multicolored bolts of cloth in a crude rifle rest away from the open window. He retrieved the Steyr from his car, settled into the back of the room, and checked the scope. A clear view of the police station. Several American Humvees were parked out front, indicating that there were some discussions going on, probably about him. He studied the building at the end of the street and sketched a range card while he waited. After an hour, he drank some water, then returned his eye to the scope, watching people go in and out of the ornate main entrance of the station. Some American soldiers, probably the drivers, were talking with some Iraqi policemen. Laughing. Cordial. Friends. A stir rustled the small crowd. The soldiers shook hands with the cops and climbed behind the steering wheels of the Humvees. 2 men were at the door, then at the top of the steps. Juba focused on the Iraqi officer dressed in dark blue trousers and a light blue shirt with rank epaulets on his shoulders. He was squaring away a blue beret on his head. A final check of the range card, eye back to the scope, a squeeze of the trigger, and the explosion of the shot filled the small room as the big gun kicked back against his shoulder. Without waiting to see the fate of the policeman, Juba worked the bolt smoothly to rack in a second round and shifted his aim to the U.S. Army officer. He was wearing a vest, but that would not matter, and Juba brought the scope to center mass and fired. 2 targets down. The third round was fed into the chamber, and he looked for one more victim. The bodyguard with the sunglasses? The young sentry in the guard post? One of the Americans rushing out of the building with their weapons ready, searching for the sniper? He paused a few seconds to let the scene develop, like the image on a photograph in a dark room. One American was pulling the fallen officer back inside, his weapon dangling uselessly as he hauled with a hand on each of the man's wrists. A medic? Juba shot him in the heart. This time, he left the rifle in the room as he walked away. The military and the police would be looking for anyone carrying anything suspicious, and Juba had access to other rifles to use in the future. He disappeared into the crowd that was running away, scurrying for their homes. Combat Operations Base, Spiker. In his office at the sprawling camp, Colonel Neil Withrow was in a tense and private meeting with his XO and his top intelligence officer. The blinds were twisted to let in light but keep out the heat, and an air conditioner churned hard to keep the air clean and the temperature in the 80s, which was 20 degrees or more lower than outside. The machine was overmatched. A new map of Hargat was spread on the colonel's desk, and the intelligence officer, a major, used a big magnifying glass on a sliding mount to make the images jump out. "We've been looking for these places a long time, and finally it has all come together," said the major. 2 square dwellings were colored in bright red, about a half-mile apart on the scaled map. Each one is a safe house where the new foreign fighters and Al-Qaeda types are gathered before being sent down into Baghdad. The fighters are usually the young suicide bomber fanatics. Al-Qaeda sends in better trained men to help coordinate and run the show down there. The XO, a lieutenant colonel, added, "Your sources say that both houses are full right now?" "Sources as in plural, and not just some joker off the street with a grudge against his neighbor and looking for a quick cash payout?" The colonel stared at the map, his mind running through the options. "A good source that we have used before, and a separate backup. Both are locals." The intel officer had vetted the information carefully before presenting it. The last thing he needed was some turncoat informant giving false information at this point. The backup source not only confirmed the information, but added a sense of urgency. It was authentic, and the aerial recon photos showed men moving in and out of the houses. "Colonel, we estimate maybe 25 fighters are in each house. They filter them out a few at a time as more come in. As we have suspected, Hargat is a major stop on the insurgents' underground railroad to get fresh fighters and arms into Baghdad." Withrow remained cautious. The Juba mission was still paramount, but this was a golden opportunity. His overall mission would continue long after the Juba situation was gone, and bringing down these two houses and bagging 50 bad guys would chop a major insurgent resupply line. Still, it might compromise the other thing. Okay. He made a decision. Now that we have the informant's material, I want some American eyes on it for confirmation. Send 2 scout sniper teams out to recon on both target buildings and report back. Why not use those special ops types who are after Juba? They look pretty competent. This doesn't have anything to do with Juba. If he happens to be in one of those houses, then we take him too. Task Force Trident doesn't need to know everything we do. Yes, sir. Hargat. An M40A1 rifle, the exquisite weapon of U.S. Marine snipers, lay on an unzipped gun bag on a table in the commander's kitchen. Juba picked it up gently and made sure the safety on the right side of the receiver was fully to the rear before handling it further. Satisfied, he observed that a lightweight oil covered the surfaces instead of normal lubricating grease and brake-free, which tended to hold grit in desert climates. Then he disassembled it on a clean cloth. He depressed the bolt stop in front of the trigger and pulled the bolt straight back to remove it and check the inner surfaces. Clean as a whistle. We took it from a Marine sniper who died in a roadside ambush, and we have not disturbed it, said the commander. A gift for you. At first glance, it seemed the weapon had been well cared for and protected. It was almost as if a Marine armorer had handed him the 7.62mm rifle. Fresh ammunition was plentiful, with each round to be loaded individually. The rifle could hold up to 5 bullets, but in action, the sniper would put 1 in the chamber, leave 3 in the magazine, and then, after 3 shots, stop and reload. Never let it run dry. A 10-power Unertal scope crowned the package, and its lens was still pristine, although it had been kept in the bag. The weapon seemed to be asking to be set free of the confining gun case and allowed to kill. It had to have put 5 rounds within a 3-inch shot group at a distance of 300 yards just to get out of the armorer's shed. Up to 1,000 yards, the M40A1 was considered by many to be the best sniper rifle in the world, and this one was aching to do its job of killing people. Juba approved. Now I have a task for you and this beautiful new rifle, said the commander. We are finishing a massive trap for the Americans, 2 entire houses that are filled with explosives that will be triggered by remote control. Earlier we led a couple of men whom we know to be informants for the Crusaders to believe that the houses are secret rest stops and rendezvous points for jihadist fighters headed toward Baghdad. Those dogs went running to their masters with the news. Juba looked puzzled. You want me to kill a couple of informants? You can do that with your own men. I do not want to risk exposure for such minor targets. The commander chucked. Oh, no. No, indeed, my friend. If the Americans operate with their usual thoroughness, they will want to confirm what was said on their own before committing to an attack. We have watched this before. Air reconnaissance will not work, so they most likely will send in scouts to validate the information. These men are invisible and move like ghosts. Scout sniper teams, said Juba. A spotter and a shooter working together, probably 1 team for each suspect house. Probably tonight. Yes, I want you to find them all. Kill them all. Use this weapon. The commander put his hand on the M40A1 and gave it a friendly pat. Juba winced. Shit. Now I have to clean it again. May I suggest an alternative, Commander? It is an old custom in your part of the world to leave one victim alive to carry tales of horror back to his army. Suppose I kill just 3, and then you have women desecrate the bodies with long knives. We make the 4th man watch, and then throw him out on the road so he can be found by the Americans. They will be absolutely enraged. If your goal is to lure them in to attack those houses, You can bet they will be coming hard. But I will not take part in that fight." The commander looked hard at Juba. Brilliant and bloody-minded, extremely proficient, and totally mad. He clapped his hands with enthusiasm. "Yes, we will do it. Darkness will be on us soon." Combat Operations Base, Spiker. Colonel Withrow was waiting 4 hours later when a Humvee ambulance with the big red crosses painted on the sides rolled up to the hospital. Doctors and nurses were ready to work, but when they loaded the young soldier onto the wheeled gurney to get him into the operating theater, Withrow put out his hand. "Stop," he commanded in a soft voice. The soldier was the spotter for one of the scout sniper teams sent into the town, the only survivor, and although he was covered in purple and yellow bruises, he had lived through the experience. A lump the size of an orange surrounded his closed right eye from where he had been clobbered. The problems were not physical, but mental, and he was in shock. Tears carved paths in the grease paint on his face. He looked up with his one good eye and recognized Withrow. "Sir, they butchered them. We never got near that house. The bastards butchered them, sir." A patrol on the outskirts of Hargat had found him wandering on the road, beaten and dazed, wearing only his pants and boots. The colonel saw the circle welts of cigarette burns on his chest, rope burns around the biceps and wrists, trigger finger broken. "Try to tell me what happened, son." "It's that fucking Juba, sir. We never saw him coming. He's crazy good." "Easy. Details, please." The colonel looked at a doctor standing there with a syringe of painkiller and shook his head. Not yet. This was too important, and the boy wanted to talk. The soldier also shook his head at the doctor. He had to report. Had to. "Jenkins and I were doing our thing, Colonel, and everything went fine from the drop-off from the tank until we were about 30 minutes into the village. We found a drainage ditch and were crawling up the block with no lights on anywhere. Really, really dark. Then Jink ducked under a little bridge, had to hold his breath in that crappy water. And when he popped up the other side, there was a single shot and Jink took it in the head. I managed to snake down under the bridge to pull the body back, but somebody came up and cold-cocked me. Knocked me out cold." The colonel closed his eyes and patted the scout on the shoulder. "Fucking Juba." "Then what?" "I came to in the street. Oh, Jesus, sir, it was awful." "Come on. I need to know." 3 bodies were piled up, and somebody flashed a light so I could identify the faces. Jenk, Tony White, and Ian Grable. And they all were obviously dead. I saw a lot of shadows milling around them, as if waiting for something. That's when I actually saw Juba. He told me in British English that everyone had been waiting for me to wake up. They had shoved a gag in my mouth so I couldn't scream, and Juba went behind me and held my head so that I had to watch what happened next. Old women, sir, and young girls and mothers, just women. They fell on those bodies like a pack of wolves, stripped them naked, and then went to work with big, sharp knives, cutting and cutting. The colonel motioned to the doctor, and the needle punched into the soldier's arm. As the sedative took hold and the eyelids fluttered, Withrow took the boy's hand. "Bullshit, trooper. None of this was your fault." The patient was rolled away, and Withrow stepped back and stood silently for a moment before turning around. The XO was there, as were Kyle Swanson and Sybil Summers. "We're going to get those bodies," said the colonel. "Bastards wanted my attention, and now they have it. Nobody does this to my people." Swanson had listened to the young soldier talk. He also had reached his limit. The colonel had made his decision and was not going to change it. The escalating violence in Hargat had nullified the 48-hour deal he had made with Kyle Swanson. Withrow had to plug his bleeding sore before Hargat, and perhaps Tikrit, fell back into their old bad ways, and the locals lost confidence that the Americans would respond. Another Fallujah was looming out there. "We can't wait any longer, people," he told the small group in his office. "There will be substantial collateral damage, sir," reminded the XO. Colonel Withrow's face was an angry shade of red, remembering what the women had done in cutting up the snipers. "Right now, I don't give a shit. As far as I'm concerned, anyone still in the area will be considered to be enemy combatants. Those suspect houses are seeping hatred like spreading cancers, and I want them dead." Kyle Swanson stared at the latest map pinned to the wall of the office and let his thoughts jump ahead to the action planned around the two houses that were circled in red. 4 massive M1A2 Abrams tanks would lead the charge through the streets just before dawn and advance to within 100 yards of each corner of a house, blasting away with their 120mm smoothbore cannons. A dozen Bradley fighting vehicles with Bushmaster chain guns buzzing would then swarm forward and disgorge 3 platoons of infantrymen, or dismounts in cavalry talk. Support vehicles would zoom into the area on the ground while the Apaches roamed overhead. Brute force. "Mr. Swanson, you disagree?" The colonel was almost daring Kyle to challenge him. "No, sir. It's your show. If you get him, we will go in afterward and try to find his information. He doesn't have to be alive for that." Kyle disagreed a lot, but there was no use butting heads on this one. The sniper deaths and torture had set off a firestorm of reaction. It could not wait any longer. "Very well. You and your people can go along with us in support capacity." Withrow turned to his XO and intelligence staff and planners. "We launch at 0500 hours. Remember, no man left." Sybil and Kyle spoke with the rest of the team while saddling up to go into Hargat and finish the recon job and see what else they might turn up. The rest of the team would cover for their absence in case the Army started asking questions. Then Captain Rick Newman would join one of the strike packages for the pre-dawn raid, and Travis Hughes would ride along with the second one. A blacked-out Humvee driven by Newman pulled up to the camp's front gate 15 minutes later, with Hughes in the shotgun seat with the radios. Crouched unseen in the back were Kyle and Sybil, dressed in local clothing, and Rawls and Tip, whose faces were covered with grease paint and who wore black combat clothing beneath their web gear. "It's dangerous out there in the dark, Captain," warned the corporal who checked them through the gate. "You guys be careful." "Thanks, Corporal. We are just going to do a quick recon of the main road up to the intersection. See what we can see. Be back in about 15 minutes. From the depths of the sprawling camp behind them, everyone could hear the rumble of the big tracked vehicles moving about and getting arranged for the morning's attack. Fuel and ammo were loading. Newman kept a steady speed up to the intersection, where he made a 3-point turn and drove right back the way he had come down the road, at the same speed. During the turn, the 4 people in the rear tumbled out of the doors and lay still. Joe Tip and Darren Rawls belly-crawled up to the mud wall that had shielded Juba the previous day and swung into an observation position, ready to go in and support Swanson and Summers if necessary. Kyle and Sybil went into the jagged window of Juba's first hide and waited to see if anyone had reacted to the passing of the Humvee. There was no clatter of running men, no shooting, no bright lights, but the air was thick with tension and there was a steady undercurrent of quiet noise. As their senses adjusted to the night, they could make out the sounds of people moving and some low talking. They flipped down the night vision goggles and slid out the front entrance and into the shadows at the edge of the town. Suddenly, it seemed as if some giant had kicked over an anthill and streams of green ants were moving everywhere. Both recognized the familiar pre-battle scene. Everyone in the area knew the Americans would be coming in with deadly force soon, and refugees were getting out of the way. Men, women, and children were shuffling along, carrying a few belongings, looking to get into the perceived safety of Tikrit before the American tsunami arrived. It made the job of Kyle and Sybil a bit easier, for with so much movement no one would notice just a little bit more. Things were being kicked, and people were bumping into objects and each other, talking in low tones but never stopping in their flight. Making a little noise was not a problem for the two snipers, and they removed the goggles, tucked their weapons and gear beneath their flowing clothing, and stepped into the tail end of the sporadic march, allowing the surge of frightened refugees to carry them straight into the middle of town. Sybil wore a scarf over her head. Rounding a corner in the thickest part of the village, the line of refugees bent to the right as it approached a couple of armed guards standing in the street and waving the villagers to the side. Kyle and Sybil did not break stride or look at the men, but when they were about 20 yards beyond the guards, they swerved into a tight alley and pulled out silenced pistols. They had reached the first suspect house and anticipated that it would be bulging with insurgents. But it wasn't. Sticking with the shadows, they split up and circled the structure and still saw only the two guards out front. Sybil pointed to her eyes and then the building. "Look inside." Swanson went off in a low trot to the rear wall, and she covered him. He crouched and put his night goggles back on and let his eyes adjust to the strange glow before standing up, pressing his back against the wall and slowly peering around the edge of the open window. He inhaled deeply, then waved to Sybil, who ran to join him. "Place is empty. But you get that smell?" he whispered. She took a breath. "Gasoline fumes. Chemicals." Kyle levered himself into the window and balanced on the sill but did not drop inside. There was a nightmare collection of explosives stacked around the walls, ready to blow. Cans of gasoline, boxes of ammunition and grenades, bricks of C4, and a collection of artillery shells were all ready to obey the spark that would explode it all. Looking at the door, he could see no thin wires stretched taut, awaiting the boot of an American soldier coming in. No wires around the windowsill. The bodies of the 3 Americans were stacked in the middle of the ground floor. He dropped back outside. "No insurgent troops in there, but a hell of a lot of explosives, and it doesn't seem to be booby-trapped," he told Sybil. "Looks like they want to get a bunch of Americans in the middle of the place before setting it off. Let's go check the other one." This time it took about a half hour to make their way to the target building because the line of refugees was thinning out and it was dangerous to continue to use the streets. The best way to go house to house was out one window and into the window of the home next door. The building standing empty, progress was clumsy and tiring but uneventful, and they got there unseen by any rooftop observers. 2 guards were at the front of the second house too, and another circled the building at random. Swanson and Summers squeezed into a shadowed alcove, and when the sentry disappeared around the corner, Kyle ran to the building and looked inside. He did not expect to find anyone looking back, and he was back with her in 15 seconds. "Same thing," he said. "Damn big bomb. Let's back off and call it in." They were both sweating by the time they found a safe zone about halfway between the 2 houses. It was 4 o'clock when Sybil got on the Trident secure radio link back to the observation post, where Joe Tip relayed the message back to Camp Spiker. Captain Newman was standing beside a Bradley, drinking lukewarm coffee, when his earpiece buzzed. He listened intently, dumped the coffee, and jogged up to the command track, throwing a quick salute to Colonel Withrow. "Colonel, Captain Summers and Swanson just reported in, sir. They are inside Hargot and report that both of the suspect buildings are stacked to the rafters with explosives. It's a trap, sir, to draw us in and blow up the buildings right in our faces. The bodies of the 3 snipers are in the first house, probably booby-trapped." "Your people are in the town?" The colonel looked at Newman in surprise. "You let them go in without telling me first?" "We had a tip about Juba, sir. They just decided to finish the recon on the houses along the way when they saw an opportunity. Lots of refugees are moving out and covered their approach." Newman and Withrow both knew that was a lie, but it was a discreet way out of the problem. "Swanson recommends strongly that you hold off on entering the town for a little while longer, but make a big feint at first light, growling about on the outskirts to draw the attention of any fighters who are still there. That'll help him and Summers continue snooping." The colonel looked at his XO and a smile creased his leathery face. "Well, I'll be damned. Okay, we'll do it." "Here they come," said the commander. "They are so predictable." The ground vibrated as the mighty armored armada waddled down the roads approaching the village, throwing up clouds of sand in its wake. The monstrous Abrams tanks fanned out from single file into one long row and took their time parking wheel to wheel, and the Bradley fighting vehicles maneuvered behind them in V formations. Overhead, Apache gunships swung around to the west of town, darting close, then withdrawing to a safer and higher distance. Behind the armor came marching columns of infantrymen who wheeled about and spread out, almost in parade formation. A task force was on the move. "Is this what you wanted?" Juba asked. "You think you can stop all that?" "I do not intend to stop it, my friend. Let them come in. I want them to try to retrieve those bodies. We have a few fighters planted around to deliver just enough fire to channel the Americans toward the two houses. When their soldiers fight their way inside, the houses detonate on them. It shall be a great victory, praise Allah." Juba's more practiced military eyes saw what the commander did not. All of that armor out there snarling at the gates was not actually doing anything but making a lot of noise. The Abrams normally operated in violent but precise choreography, and their crews were extraordinarily well trained with the machines. Now they were having difficulty parking the damned things? Not bloody likely. And all that marching, like some old army forming up in a straight line for an attack? The hair on his neck prickled as if touched by a cold hand. This was, somehow, Swanson at work. "Bingo," said Kyle. "I got the spotter. On the roof of that building 5 doors down on the diagonal street to our left." Sybil checked the rooftop through the scope on her rifle and caught the sunlight flickering off the lenses of a set of binos. "Uh-huh. He's got a good view of both places from there and is safe, back out of the attack zone. Has to be the trigger man." "Yeah. Let's go get him." They squirmed out of their hide in the back of an abandoned house, checked the outside, and went into a cautious lope against the walls. The place had the look of a movie set, lots of empty buildings but no activity. Still, they took their time and proceeded with great caution. Stop, observe, assess, move. The building was a 3-story affair of concrete blocks, with the 3rd story added much later to the original structure. It leaned slightly to the right, and mortar had oozed out between the bricks before drying. A shop was on the 1st floor, and residences probably were above it. They stopped for almost 10 minutes and waited in silence, watching for movement inside. "There has to be a guard in there," whispered Kyle. "Just can't see him." Sybil handed him her rifle and got her local clothes back in order with the scarf over her hair and a veil pulled across the lower part of her face. "I got it." She stood and walked along the side of the building, stepping boldly through the front door. The guard was seated in a straight chair, leaning against the wall of the shop with his AK-47 balanced on his lap. He looked up at her silhouette in the doorway and barked, "Woman, what are you?" Sybil whipped the pistol up from her side and shot him twice in the face, and Kyle came ducking inside at the soft coughs of the silencer. They rotated through the cluttered store, finding no one else, and Swanson pointed to the stairs. Sybil took a moment to step out of the cumbersome gown and scarf and followed Kyle up. A closed door was at the head of the short staircase, and Swanson eased it open. He went to the right and Sybil went left. Nothing. They moved on. The 3rd floor was empty, and when they crawled up to the roof, they saw the trigger man standing 9 feet away, exposed in the morning sunshine, binoculars to his eyes, watching the sideshow being put on by the rumbling beasts of Task Force Steel. Kyle Swanson kicked him behind the knees and jerked back on his head at the same time, forcing a fall. As soon as the surprised man was on the deck and out of sight from the street, Kyle shot him in the eye and dragged the dead man inside. Sybil jumped over the corpse, swept up 2 cell phones that lay side by side on the top of the wall, and also hurried back through the door. Inside, she examined them as gently as if they were diamonds. Normally, a cell phone used as a trigger would be pre-dialed to a number and the operator only had to press the send button to complete the circuit. "Whoa, girl," she said to herself. "Easy does it." "Look at this, Kyle," she said, pointing to the 1 and 2 marks scrawled in black grease paint on the faces of the phones. "The Arabic symbols for 1 and 2. Gotta be the houses." "Good to go," Swanson said. "I checked this guy out and he's nobody. Probably a mid-level type who could be trusted with just enough responsibility to carry out this job, but I doubt if he had anything to do with the planning." "So how do we get higher up the food chain?" she asked. Kyle grinned. "Let's blow some shit up, see who comes calling." "Oorah," said Sybil, picking up the number 2 phone. She pushed down on the send button. The entire town seemed to jump on its foundations as a bright and blinding flash of light ignited like the wink of a miniature sun and was followed by a deafening, crashing roar. The 3 outside guards were swallowed in a hell of fireballs that cometed into the sky and rolled out into the street, while debris scythed through the air, chopping at everything in its path. Then came the rolling concussion, giant fists slamming across the landscape and splintering windows. Swanson and Summers were burrowed in the corner against the interior wall when the concussion rolled through with freight train power. Rafters sagged and plaster cracked. Toys and dishes and furniture tumbled around, and they breathed through open mouths to equalize the pressure pounding at their ears. A flying lamp cracked Sybil on the head hard enough to make her see stars, and Kyle was punched in the gut by a table leg. When the initial explosion was done, a secondary series of smaller detonations began cooking off with loud booms, and when Kyle and Sybil finally crawled outside on the roof, they saw that the target building was utterly gone, leaving behind a blackened hole in the ground from which smoke rose in filthy columns. Destruction ringed it. Dozens of U.S. troops might have been killed in a raid on the place. 3 blocks away, the commander of the insurgents was knocked flat by the explosion and jumped back to his feet with a shout of exasperation and fury. "He set it off too early! That stupid, ignorant son of a whore! The Americans are not even in the streets yet, and now they have been warned! I am going over there and kill him myself!" Juba laughed. "You're a fool. If you go out there, the only one who'll die is you. Your crude ambush attempt is over." The commander spun around in anger. "Don't call me a fool. You cannot accept the hospitality of my home and then dare to insult me. Do not forget that it is you, Juba, who is under my protection, not the other way around." The bearded man vaulted down the stairs, grabbed an AK-47, and sprinted toward the triggerman's building, trailed by a bodyguard. Juba raised his eyes and looked beyond the edge of the village at the armored vehicles bumping about over a couple of miles of ground. Nothing but a feint. Shake, he thought. Getting closer. "Couple of guys running this way, and they don't look too happy," said Sybil, peering around the edge of the door. "Right." Swanson dug a finger into each phone and levered out the batteries and then smashed the instruments with hard stomps of his boots. "Let them come in, and we grab them." The insurgent commander was the first through the door, and he was allowed to rush into the center of the room. But when the bodyguard crossed the threshold, Sybil clocked him hard in the mouth with the butt of her M4. His head snapped back, his feet flew out from beneath him, and he collapsed. At the same time, Swanson launched onto the commander's back and rode him to the floor, rolled him over, and popped him hard on an ear to daze him. By the time the man collected his senses, a strip of duct tape was across his mouth, plastic flexicuffs ensnared his wrists behind his back, and more duct tape had been wound around his ankles. Between the colors and shapes dancing in his eyes, He saw that the bodyguard was sprawled unconscious, also being wrapped like a mummy in black duct tape. "You speak English?" Kyle asked, peeling back the tape across the mouth just enough to let the man speak. "Who are you?" The words came out in a garble, as if he were talking around a cigar. Kyle slapped him hard. "I ask the questions." The commander shook his head. He understood the seriousness of the situation. His attempt to trap the Americans had failed. The town had been penetrated, the remaining explosives would be neutralized, and he had been captured. The plan to bleed the Americans badly and write the name of this village in the annals of resistance had failed. Without his leadership, his fighters would fade to other locations, and the village would return to peace. "I will tell you nothing," the commander grumbled. "Nothing." "Then you are of no value to me." Kyle stood, took out his pistol, and fired a shot that ripped away part of the man's ear. The commander jerked at the pain and the impact. "Last chance," Swanson said. Sybil spoke. "Kyle, hold on. No use wasting more time on him. He may have some intel, but the interrogators will wring it out of him. Let's just leave them tied up here while we go find Juba." The commander looked strangely at them and shook his head vigorously, grunting for attention. Kyle lifted the tape again. "Now you suddenly got something to tell me?" The man bounced his head in understanding. "The woman just called you by the name of Kyle. Are you the Swanson Marine?" "Maybe." Kyle ripped the gag all the way off with a swift pull that yanked out patches of beard. "If you are, then I can tell you exactly the location of your enemy, my friend Juba. He wants you to find him, Swanson Marine," said the commander, a slit of a smile on his bloody face. Here was a chance to repay Juba for calling him a fool. Maybe both of them would die. "He is waiting just down that street." Juba was in a mouse hole. He chipped out several cinder blocks up high as decoy hides, and stacked another dummy emplacement on the roof behind a barricade of loose wood. A sheltered animal pen stood to one side of the house. Swanson would have to be wary of all of them and might make a mistake while doing the recon. Snipers always scan a target house from top to bottom, and the higher the defender's position, the more it stands out and the more likely it is to draw attention. The mouse hole was only on the fourth row of cinder blocks up from the foundation of the house, below eye level. Juba would be watching for a slight movement of a rifle and a scope, as Swanson ranged over the possible hides higher in the building, an advantage of a few microseconds. An added bonus was the spider hole. Almost every house in Iraq had a small pit in which a family could seek shelter if and when bullets started flying outside. Juba's position was right beside the hole that had been constructed below the commander's home, which normally was kept covered by a small door and a rug. Once in the pit, there was a narrow tunnel some 20 feet long that led away to a dry well next door as an emergency escape route. Juba had rolled away the rug and removed the wooden hatch to leave the hole uncovered. He placed the computer in the backpack and laid it on the far side of the hole. Once again, he had downloaded the important information on the memory stick as a backup, and the small device was in his breast pocket. It was going to be a one-shot battle, and whoever fired first probably would win. But that shot had to score. Otherwise, the advantage, however minuscule, switched to the other sniper. Juba would be patient, take the critical shot, and then grab the backpack, roll into the spider hole, and leave. Shoot and scoot, the American snipers called it. He racked a round into the chamber of the M40A1 and settled behind his scope to wait. They wrapped both of the captured men tightly in rings of duct tape. A hand-drawn map of the area had been pulled from the commander's pocket, and Sybil and Kyle spread it on the floor, compared it with their own maps, and worked out the grid coordinates of the house where Juba was said to wait. "I don't like this high-noon, mano-a-mano bullshit," Sybil said. "The guy is too good." "Hey, I never said that I won a quick-draw contest. He's the one fixated on taking my scalp to show he's the baddest sniper around. That ego is forcing him to stay put instead of hauling ass. Kyle sat on the floor with his legs crossed and his M40A1 resting in the crook of his right arm. I just want to kill the bastard any way we can. Sybil, down on one knee, brushed some hair back from her eyes. She was sweating, and it was still morning. You're not going to play fair? Nope. Never happened. As much as I definitely want to personally blow him away, we have a lot of other gadgets in our toolbox. When he explained his plan, Sybil relayed the orders back to the task force. The big armored force that had been moving awkwardly suddenly fell into exact positions and nosed casually into the village streets, heading in to secure the area, disarm the remaining house lined with explosives, and retrieve the bodies of its dead soldiers. Sporadic small arms fire wanged off the thick armor plate and was answered with booming cannons and machine guns. 50,000 feet overhead, a strange-looking toothpick of an aircraft received new commands from its controller on the ground at Balad Air Base and tipped over to descend to a lower altitude. The MQ-9 Reaper Hunter-Killer unmanned aerial vehicle had been on station for 9 hours and had plenty of fuel left. It wore a pair of GBU-12 Paveway 2 laser-guided 600-pound smart bombs beneath its wings. Let's do it, Kyle said. You go high and paint the building, and I stay down on the dirt to draw his attention. Sybil gave him a long look. Take it easy out there, partner. And remember, we have exactly 15 minutes, not a second more. Do not go in that building. Then she rolled through a side window and was gone. Kyle gave her a minute's head start and then went out the back door, hooked a left, and ran across the road and into a doorway. The rumble of the approaching tanks and Bradley shook the stones on the surrounding streets, and Kyle used that to mask the noise of breaking windows and jumping to the adjoining house. Juba's hideout was no more than 1,000 yards away, an easy shot for either of them. As planned, a Bradley fighting vehicle suddenly came around a corner on the far side of the building, scraped alongside it in passing, and then screamed down the street at high speed, crunching over an automobile parked in its way. Kyle ran to another building on the right-hand side of the street and dove through the door. Good diversion. Juba had to feel the hard whack of the armored vehicle against the side of his house. Surprise the enemy. Force him to conform to your plan. As soon as the Bradley passed, Sybil lobbed a smoke grenade down from the roof of a nearby building, and it bounced once in the street before igniting. Kyle let the gray blossoms smolder and spread, then sprinted back across and climbed a low wall. He was about 800 yards away now. Close enough. He went inside the building and spent time clearing both floors and checking his watch. He had less than 10 minutes left. He pushed an eating table close to the rear wall opposite the window facing up the street and began stacking up a pile of pillows, then fronting it with overturned furniture to break up any regular lines. The sun was on the back side of the building, at an angle that did neither sniper any good, other than keeping them obscured in darkness. Kyle pulled up a solid wood chair behind the table, sat down and found a comfortable and firm rest for his sniper rifle, with the muzzle poking through the latticework of debris. He pulled the weapon back, checked the load, and pushed it forward again. His eye went to the scope. Sybil's progress had been easier. After throwing the smoke grenade, she took a roundabout route over rooftops and through houses, then angled back to the target zone. An Apache gunship hovered a few blocks away, securing her flanks and back. No one shot at her. She went prone when she reached a rooftop on the left side of Juba's location, cleared it for safety, and clicked her radio as the helicopter swung into a new protected position. Good to go, she said. A double click meant that Kyle had heard her message and was also in position. Putting her rifle to her left side and laying her pistol within easy reach on the right, Sybil removed a small monocular from a rubberized carrying case. Since she had been working as Kyle's spotter, she had packed along the laser rangefinder, which now had another use. She edged her eyes above the top of the small revetment running along the edge of the roof and had a clear view of the cream-colored target house. Bringing up the monocular, she focused and pushed the switch to activate an invisible laser beam, which bounced off the sturdy target house and came back to the electronics packet with an exact reading. She secured it into a firm position. "Target is painted," she reported, and at Balad Air Base, the controller linked the information to the circling Reaper UAV, which then descended another 10,000 feet. From that point on, Sybil's laser was married to the Reaper's guidance system. Where the point of the laser rested, the bombs would hit. "Confirming that target is lit and weapon is armed," came the voice from Balad. 3 minutes. Juba let his breathing slow and felt his heart beating normally in his chest, not thumping with excitement. This was his house. This was his safe zone. And he was Juba. He was the sword of the prophet, and he intended to become an even sharper sword by brewing the terrible poison gas. He let the scope run down the street to where the American troops and vehicles surrounded the other house of explosives. They had gone in and nothing had happened, so the trap had not been sprung. Both the triggerman and the commander were probably dead by now, but that was beside the point. Kyle Swanson might be somewhere in that milling crowd of American soldiers, and while Juba could have shot several of them with ease, the only person he wanted in his crosshairs was his old nemesis, Shake. Since Swanson always liked to be in on the action, maybe he was down there checking out the strange bomb. Juba's trigger finger tightened momentarily when a figure in black walked across the scope. But it wasn't Swanson. He eased off and kept searching, facing the target zone, in his hide, waiting like a patient spider. No, Swanson would not be down there. He was stalking, coming closer. The unexpected noisy passing of the Bradley and then the smoke grenade was enough confirmation. Up in one of those many windows facing him on a street filled with buildings and homes. Low on the ground beneath a bunch of junk, a doorway, a shadow. He moved the scope slowly across the most likely danger zones. Swanson studied the various openings in the Juba building. The shitbird knew his business and could be in any one of those places except on the roof, where the helicopter would have taken him out. Slow and steady scan, top to bottom, left to right. He couldn't fire without a target because the first shot would give away his position and draw a return bullet in instant retaliation. The radio spoke to him again. 1 minute. Out of time. He could put down the rifle and let the bomb take care of it. But hell. He did have some pride invested in this hunt to the death. He cursed himself for even thinking about something that ridiculous. Who is the better sniper? Horse shit. Nobody cares. Whoever walks away is better. Keep the scope moving. Nothing. Nothing. Juba thought about saying a prayer. No. Stay focused. The buttstock of the rifle was cool against his right cheek. Plenty of time to pray later. Where would I be hiding if I was Shake? That window looked a bit curious. The others had ordinary lines in the rooms behind them. The windows in this one seemed jagged and jumbled, as if a storm had passed through. A hide? The impersonal voice in Kyle's headset said, "Weapon free, weapon released." The big GBU-12 fell away, and the Reaper jumped higher at the sudden subtraction of weight, and then curled back onto its course. There was no pilot getting tired, and the controllers at the base would simply swap off to a fresh shift as soon as the job was done, and the UAV would perform some other job, somewhere else. The bomb was in free fall, with big fins on the rear providing lift and the 4 smaller fins on the front allowing the guidance unit to steer it. The internal guidance system locked on to the laser beam that Sybil had affixed to the side of the house, and transitioned the control services from simple ballistics into a precise line-of-sight flight path. The bomb twisted into a smooth spiral motion, gaining speed as it plummeted nose down toward the target. Kyle took up the slack on the trigger and held it so as not to require that extra fraction of a second if he found the target. Then he saw dark against darker in the small hole left by a missing cinder block almost at ground level. There! A movement. A rifle muzzle was on him. Their rifles fired at almost the same moment, but Kyle had been a hair faster. His 7.62 millimeter bullet went through the mouse hole opening and struck Juba in the left cheek, just as the terrorist pulled the trigger of his own weapon. Kyle's round bored in straight along the jawline, taking out a line of teeth and a chunk of the left side of Juba's face before shattering the jawbone and exiting. The return shot had been deflected at the moment of firing, and Juba's bullet crashed into the wall just above Kyle's head. In the mouse hole, Juba rolled away from the jarring pain, feeling as if his head had been torn off. Kill shot, he thought. He toppled into the spider hole, fighting to remain conscious to pull the wooden door into position. When it fell into place, he lay back with his hands holding his destroyed face and agony racking his body as blood rushed through his open wound. He could see the light of the tunnel beckoning and began to crawl. The heavy, speeding bomb smashed through the roof and penetrated the ceilings before the warhead detonated in the kitchen. Everything in the immediate vicinity was vaporized in a gigantic explosion, and the concussion blew the walls apart. Support beams and interior walls were torn to pieces, and the house collapsed into rubble, with thick layers of wood and dirt and junk piling up over the spider hole, sealing it shut and totally obscuring it from view. At the bottom lay a shredded computer. Juba, bleeding heavily, was thrown against the walls of the narrow tunnel like a doll by the explosion. His head, already savaged, now felt like it was being kicked from his body, and his eardrums ruptured and began to bleed. His mouth and eyes filled with dirt, and when he cleared his vision, he saw that the frail walls of the tunnel were giving way and the light was disappearing. He put a hand to his breast and felt the slight bump of the memory stick secure in the pocket as the world collapsed about him. Down the street, Kyle had been rocked from his chair by the explosion, but quickly got up and went to the window. Fire had broken out in the wreckage of the house, and flames licked out of the mouse hole as a curtain of smoke climbed out of the rubble. He was satisfied. If he had not killed Juba, then the bomb had obliterated him. And with Juba gone, so was the formula and the overwhelming threat of the poison gas. Probably. He had to believe that. Kyle put down his rifle and took a deep breath, staring at the scene of destruction. "Burn in hell, motherfucker," he said. Epilogue. Aboard the Vagabond. The white yacht was alone on this deep swath of the Atlantic Ocean, churning a lazy wake in the late afternoon. Kyle rested his elbows on the rail and watched with awe as a huge whale broke the surface of the sea, launched a third of its black bulk into the open air, and fell back with an immense force that threw curtains of water high into the air. Then it was gone, burrowing into the depths of the ocean, and the disturbed water on top settled back into a normal rhythm. An instant of action followed by a disappearance. My kind of whale, he thought, and raised his beer in salute to the beast. A 2-week holiday was just starting, and he felt good. "What are you doing?" Delara Tabrizi joined him at the rail, and the sea breeze stirred her dark hair. The multilingual schoolteacher from Karamshar, Iran, was now the beautiful personal secretary of Lady Patricia Cornwell, well on her way to becoming a British citizen. The government was appreciative and discreet about her help on tracking the device that had struck London. "Did you see that whale leap up a second ago?" Yes, you see them frequently out here, far from the shipping lanes. Her voice was quiet, her British accent thicker. Amazing creatures. How can anyone put something like that into a tourist attraction? Kyle looked over at her. The brown eyes were devoid of worry. The lines of stress from the mission and her brushes with death were gone. And she wore slacks and a casual white blouse with minimal makeup. She didn't need makeup, he decided. So you're okay. I'm fine, she replied, and her voice was firm with decision. I think about my family, my former students and my country. It's like that part of me is dead, and a new Dallara is being created. Swanson laughed. I know the feeling. Dallara blushed and also laughed, a hand shading her brown eyes. Oh, I forgot that Kyle Swanson is dead too. You do know the feeling. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Lady Pat and Sir Jeff told me the story, Kyle. They swore me to secrecy, but since you are such a frequent visitor, and such an important part of their own lives, they felt that I should know your background. I'm very sorry about Cherrytown. She sounds like a wonderful woman. That she was. That she was. Such a long time ago, he thought to himself. Long time. One deck above them, Pat and Jeff were watching, drinks in hand. Couple of strong kids, healing, Jeff said. Sir Geoffrey Cornwell, you are a blind old bat, his wife said. She put a hand on his shoulder and leaned against him. Even you should be able to see the sparks flying between those two. What? Patricia, they're not even standing very close together. Just having a friendly conversation. She smiled. Of course, dear. Right as always. Bali, Indonesia. The dreams were a vivid new form of existence, sustained by strong opiates and undulating waves of soothing incense. Shiva the Destroyer pursued, his 4 arms and the 3rd eye and the hair of snakes. Then Shiva would dissolve into the golden-feathered Garuda with the bulging eyes and hooked beak, bringing some calm of the all-knowing Vishnu. A flash of pain, then more and stronger opiates and more horrible dreams. The pattern went on for a very long time as the mystery patient bordered on constant hallucination. The doctors at the special clinic wondered how he was still alive, shrugged, and went about their work. Then one day, the weeks of massive facial and dental reconstruction were finally over, and the patient, his left eye blinded forever, was allowed to awaken. Only a week later he was out of bed walking the clean wooden floors of the clinic, helped by nurses, as bright sunlight played through long slatted windows. Physical therapists guided the recovery, but the patient seemed to suck up pain and constantly pushed the boundaries of exhaustion, several times passing out from doing too much. Within a month he was walking on the nearby beach, alone, hobbling because of the broken leg, but determined to stride out strongly, and day by day he got stronger. At night, he fell asleep to the noisy mumbles and chirps of jungle creatures and insects. He fed a curious gecko wall lizard, and it became his friend. After a few months, he was moved from the clinic to a villa that overlooked a plain of rice paddies and forests that stepped down to the sea, and the medical specialists came to visit. Servants tended him and were amazed at his regimen of sit-ups, push-ups, crunches, running, martial arts exercises, and practice with knives and guns. He ate a perfect diet. 2 men who were not doctors came to the villa one day, wearing thin and decorated short-sleeved shirts over dark trousers. They did not remark on the partial paralysis around the mouth and jaw, or on the lattice work of facial scars, or on the black patch over the left eye. "We have a job," one said. "Excellent," said Juba, who was tired of paradise. I'm ready.
We hope you've enjoyed Deadshot, a Macmillan audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program was produced by Laura Wilson. Text copyright 2009 by Jack Coughlin and Donald A. Davis. Production copyright 2009 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Macmillan Audio presents Clean Kill by Gunnery Sgt. Jack Coughlin, USMC retired, with Donald A. Davis. Read for you by Luke Daniels. Chapter 1. Pakistan. For only a moment, less time than needed to take a breath, Gunnery Sergeant Kyle Swanson lifted his eyes from the dark path uncoiling before him and looked above the surrounding snow-covered peaks. The crescent moon rode in the cold night sky, with a shadowed edge so clean that the Marine sniper could make out the pimpled edges of individual craters with his naked eye. An early astronaut once described the lunar emptiness as magnificent desolation, and Swanson thought the same description was a good fit for the sheer and ragged mountains of western Pakistan. Up, down, or sideways, no matter where you looked, there was nothing in these bad lands but more nothing. His eyes went back to the narrow trail, and he used his left hand to brush the stone face of the mountain, feeling for outcroppings of rock or tufts of weeds that could provide handholds, while he kept his boots at least 6 inches from the edge of the trace. Beyond that was only a sheer drop of perhaps 1,000 feet into a black chasm. "I vote that next time we just dump a bunch of cruise missiles on this place," said Staff Sergeant Joe Tipp, who was climbing right behind him. "My legs are on fire. A couple of cruise missiles would have saved us from humping these damn mountains." The 6 Marines from Task Force Trident had been on the move for 3 consecutive nights, following a surly Afghan guide along impossible trails, up into the high elevations where the air was thin, then down into boulder-studded valleys, then up again. Before the dawns, they would take hide spots, set a guard rotation, and fall asleep exhausted, with every muscle sore and their weapons at hand. The only way through the spin-gars was to put one boot in front of another. "A cruise missile wouldn't deliver the proper message, Joe. We don't want to just whip their asses. They have to know they've been beaten. This has to be up close and personal," Swanson said over his shoulder as he forced his protesting legs to make one more step, then another. 2 short grenade launchers rode atop his heavy pack, while an AK-47 assault rifle was hooked on the chest harness, and encased in a special bag over his shoulder was a Russian-made SV-98 sniper rifle. Balancing the 70-pound load was as important as the footwork. "You really get off on sending this kind of message, don't you?" Swanson snorted. "Bet your ass. Now shut up and climb." This was their 4th black raid on hidden training camps across the border in the past 3 months. The official version of the mission stated that it was just a snoop-and-poop job by scouts from the U.S. Marine Special Operations Command, MARSOC, and the men would stay clearly inside of Afghanistan and under no circumstances venture into Pakistan. American and other NATO troops made such sweeps every day, probably for the elusive Taliban and Al-Qaeda terrorists. They had ridden out from a forward operating base in 3 closed Humvees, went through a couple of small villages of mud huts so they would be seen by curious eyes, and reported up the terrorist grapevine as heading north. Once in the wilderness, darkness fell, and things changed. The Humvees turned east at a dim intersection known as the Camel Crossroads, and drove without lights for an hour over a rotten road, following deep ruts up the incline toward the mountain passes. They stopped. 8 Marines and the guide dismounted, and the vehicles returned to the crossroads and continued north to another forward operating base, again intentionally attracting the notice of enemy spies, who concluded it was a routine resupply run, not worth worrying about. By the end of the first night, the commandos were deep in the mountains, at an isolated and abandoned observation position that overlooked some of the most forbidding terrain on the planet. They rested all day, and things changed again that night. 2 Marines were left behind to set up a communications station that would transmit periodic false mission reports back to headquarters. The rest stepped out, wearing old clothes purchased in Afghan bazaars, carrying a variety of weapons that were not made in America and without any identification. Then they fell off the map. Soon, not even the radio team knew where they were. No colored pins on maps at any base showed their position, or their target. No unmanned predators circled overhead for surveillance. And if things went bad, no fighter bombers would be zooming in for air support, and there would be no rescue helicopter. There was absolutely no indication that any Americans were in the Paki backyard, which meant that there could be no leaks to the various tribal warlords of questionable loyalties. Kyle climbed on, in the company of fighting men that he knew and trusted, all of them fully aware that there would be no after-action reports, no medals for bravery, no mentions in the media, no memoirs later in life when they were all grandfathers and retired. Whatever happened out here, stayed here. The only unknown was the Afghan guide, who was only about as trustworthy as any of the locals. He had worked for the agency for 5 years and was given a plastic-wrapped brick of $100 bills in payment to take them into the Forbidden Zone. He would not be a problem. Either he did as he was told, or he would be killed and left in the mountains. Such was Kyle Swanson's unforgiving world. Climbing the rugged terrain with him now were 5 experienced commandos, none below the rank of sergeant or with less than 7 years in the Corps. Joe Tipp was right behind him, occasionally bitching about life in general. Next was Staff Sergeant Darren Rawls, a tall African-American who was a natural athlete and hardly felt the muscle pain shared by the others on the mountain. Captain Rick Newman was in the middle of the line, technically in command of the operation, but with the primary task of doing officer stuff, like talking to other officers when required. So Swanson could do his job. The 5th was red-haired Staff Sergeant Travis Stone, a grinning little killer rat. Trailing and covering the rear was the wiry and always silent Sergeant Elliot Brenner. Just before the mission's 4th daybreak, as the Serpentine Trail descended toward a broad plateau, the guide suddenly stopped, then scurried back to Swanson. The patrol froze, instantly alert as the possibility of action replaced the drudge of climbing.
"What is it?"
Kyle asked. The Afghan pointed toward a long and rocky ridge and said in fractured English,
"Al-Qaeda, mister. Taliban. Just there."
Swanson shed his pack and crawled forward on elbows and knees to a cluster of big rocks that allowed him to peer downward without exposing his head on the horizon. At the foot of the steep mountainside was a valley floor about 5 miles distant, where a crude camp of tents and small structures had been built. Captain Newman crawled up and flopped beside Kyle and scanned the valley with his binos.
"Bingo. We're here."
"Yep," Swanson confirmed.
"Let's get settled."
The Trident spread out and found individual hides for the day, caught some sleep, and spent their waking hours counting enemy noses and charting range cards to the various huts and landmarks. They did not speak, just watched the base camp in which the terrorists believed they were invulnerable. The 6 silent men were deep in the forbidding mountains, where their enemy had been protected by a truce between the local warlords and the Pakistani army. Left alone for so long, they felt free to do as they wished. In the late afternoon, 3 civilians were brought out from one of the huts, their hands tied and their eyes covered with black strips of cloth, stumbling as guards shoved them forward. A fighter who looked like a member of the training cadre called out to the terrorist trainees and pulled a knife from his belt. obviously giving a demonstration. He crouched at the knees and thrust quickly forward and back with the blade to show what he wanted done. A dozen of his eager students formed a circle, and one of the prisoners was pushed into the middle. The instructor then shouted out the names of individuals, and the summoned trainee would step into the circle and repeat the lunge attack, but making sure to only slice lightly into the terrified prisoner. The man had to live long enough for everyone to get a turn. When the first trainee finished, then another name was called, then the next, and the crying prisoner's garments turned crimson with blood until he finally collapsed. After a final bit of instruction from the senior fighter, one of his younger acolytes bent down and cut the victim's throat. Another circle was formed with other trainees, and the ones who had already finished the knife exercise became spectators, cheering and catcalling to the others, while the second bound civilian was slashed. The exercise ended when the third prisoner had been slain. The instructor gathered his men for a verbal review of their work, then dismissed them. The 3 bodies were hauled away for burial. Swanson swallowed his rage. Emotion could not be allowed to enter his thoughts, and the slaughter of those 3 prisoners made him focus even more. Still, he waited, chewing nuts and dates and thinking, until finally the sky darkened. Almost time. The moon had reached the crescent shape 3 nights ago, and now shone like a sign to mark the start of the 9th month of the Muslim lunar calendar, the holy month of Ramadan, 30 days of fasting. In the valley, the 40 terrorists and their half-dozen instructors settled down to break their day-long fast and enjoy the first food, water, and sweet chai they'd been allowed to consume since before dawn. Their voices swam up the mountainside, the giddiness of a small celebration. Afterward, they would offer the last of the 5 daily prayers, the Isha. Swanson drank some water, wiped his hands, and passed the word to prepare to move out. He called for the guide, and when he approached, Kyle kicked the man's legs from beneath him and dropped him to the ground. Joe Tip was there to wrap duct tape around the ankles and put plastic flex ties on the wrists. Another strip of tape went over the mouth.
"You've done well so far to get us here, my friend. And we do this not to harm you, but just ensure your silence," Kyle told the guide. "We cannot afford to trust you. Stay still and quiet, and you'll be fine. I promise that we'll pick you up on our way out. Attempt to warn those bastards down there, and you will wish you were dead long before you actually are."
The guide stared into the set of gray-green eyes and the cold face, and nodded. He understood. The 6 Trident Marines picked their way downhill, carefully planting their boots to prevent stumbling or sliding on rocks. There was no hurry. It was dark, and the terrorists in the camp were still milling around, finishing their food and drink. This was exactly when Kyle had wanted to strike. He felt no alarm at all about violating any sacred religious rites, because the men in that camp were killers, through and through. This had nothing to do with religion, and everything to do with tactical advantage, for Swanson considered the fasting and prayer times of his enemy to present extraordinary opportunities. Small openings during which their guard was down, their alertness dim, and their vulnerability extreme. He knew those terrorists would do the same to him if given the chance, and believed that it was savages just like them who had flown passenger jets filled with innocent Americans into the Twin Towers. Beneath a broad thumb of boulders about 500 meters from the camp, the Trident stopped so Kyle and Captain Newman could study the area one last time. Things remained normal, and security was loose. "One close sentry straight ahead, and another on that ridge about 500 yards away," said Newman. Swanson broke out his sniper rifle and peered through the PKS-07 7-power scope to satisfy himself that the moon was providing enough light for him to see clearly. He whispered to Newman, "Take out the close sentry, and I'll drop the other one at the same time. Joe Tip, you spot for me." Newman passed the word to Darren Rawls, who slithered off into the darkness, his long arms and legs propelling him forward at an astonishing pace and in total silence, with only his strong fingers and toes of his boots touching the ground. The sentry lazily walked his position, his senses dulled by the cool night temperature and the big meal of lamb and rice he had just devoured. A dot of flame flashed from a match as he lit an opium-laced cigarette until golden ashes glowed at the tip. The fasting period also meant no smoking during the day, so he hungrily inhaled, held it in his lungs, and stared up at the moon as the drug's pleasantness spread through his body. In an instant, a shadow rose behind him, a big hand cupped over his mouth and yanked the head back, and then the heavy blade of a sharp K-bar, an old-school combat knife, ripped through the exposed neck, sliced the jugular vein, and dug for the brain. Darren Rawls eased the man to the rocky ground and knelt on him as he bled out. He clicked his radio transmitter once, breaking squelch to confirm his task was done. Joe Tip and Kyle Swanson had calculated the distance, elevation, and windage numbers for their target. Upon hearing the click in their earpieces, Tip whispered, "Fire." Swanson applied a smooth 4 pounds of pressure to the trigger, and the SV-98 coughed once, the flash suppressor eating up the sound of the gunshot. An instant later, a 7.62mm bullet slapped into the broad back of the distant guard and tore out his heart and chest, dropping him without a sound. Swanson put the sniper rifle aside and turned to Newman.
"You find their commo shed?" Yeah. It's that center building. Looks like the overall headquarters. They really grouped all of those tents and buildings close together. Hooray for sloppy work." "Shit, why not? They aren't worried about any airstrikes on sovereign Pakistani soil, and the Paks sure as hell aren't coming after 'em. We're here to show they aren't safe no matter where they sleep."
Tip unstrapped a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. "I still think cruise missiles would be a good idea."
"Let's go."
Swanson growled and led the way down the trail, unlimbering one of his own RPG-7s. The old weapons were notoriously inaccurate and had a short range, but had been modified and updated, and in the hands of trained commandos firing downslope, they were effective and deadly. With both sentries out of the way, the group closed on the camp until they were less than a football field away. Then, at Kyle's signal, moved into a line side by side, about 10 yards apart. They were in position within seconds, invisible in the darkness against the mountain backdrop, all with RPGs ready to fire. The terrorists were grouped together outside in the open area of the camp, kneeling in 5 lines on their prayer rugs and facing Mecca. Swanson took a final range measurement, just a flicker of an invisible radar beam, and spoke into the small microphone on his headset.
"Set your detonators at 100 meters. On my count of 3, send the first volley into the crowd, and then hit your assigned buildings with the second shot, again on my count. We want both salvos to arrive as a package. After that, we move into the camp and fire at will. There will be no survivors."
Captain Newman had assigned each commando a specific segment of the crowd of worshippers, so as to maximize the damage rather than having all of the rockets bursting in one place. The terrorists were no longer men, as far as any of the Marines were concerned, just targets. Kyle aimed at the center of the cluster and counted it off.
3, 2, 1.
The 6 RPGs spoke with a loud, rippling bark, and the rockets leaped from their shoulder-mounted tubes, whining instantly toward the gathered men below. The few who looked up saw 6 rocket trails etching smoke in the night sky, and then the missiles exploded in a hellish roar. The odd-numbered rockets carried high-explosive warheads that ripped through unprotected skin and internal organs, while the even-numbered ones were thermobarics, which erupted just above the crowd to spew a fine mist of under-oxidized fuel that detonated in airbursts, which sucked the air out of lungs and created massive fireballs that consumed bodies. As the explosions ricocheted up the mountains, the Tridents were already firing the second rounds, ripping the other RPGs at the few buildings and blowing the fragile structures apart. Flames from the fuel-air explosion swept around corners and into doorways and windows and potential hiding places, vacuuming life out of every human it touched. Kyle was moving before the roar ceased and relentlessly led the other Tridents in a mad scramble toward the shattered campsite. He estimated about 90% of the 52-man terrorist force was already dead, and was glad that no return fire was coming back toward the Marines. "Split up!" he hollered when they reached the perimeter. The team divided into two-man units and worked rapidly through the burning ruins, firing 3-round bursts at anyone who looked as if he may have somehow survived the initial attacks. There weren't many, and even the wounded drew the momentary but deadly attention of the raiders. It was not work for the weak of heart, but mercy had no place in the mountains of Pakistan on a night like this. At the far edge of the camp, Kyle yelled, "Back!" They all turned and worked their way through the charnel houses to their starting point. Fewer shots were needed this time. The fire was chewing everything in the camp, and an ammunition dump erupted like a small volcano, but the surrounding high mountains shielded the fire and detonations from the outside world. The Tridents pulled out after leaving behind a few booby traps in case of pursuit. They climbed the trail, picked up the guide, and disappeared like ghosts, back into the unfathomable reaches of the rugged border. Chapter 2. Scotland. The castle was guarded by everything but dragons, knights, and archers with longbows. Professional security personnel from 5 nations and counter-terrorism teams roamed the grounds, while police in small boats patrolled the black waters of the forbidding loch. Electronic and thermal detection systems webbed the woodlands, and motion detectors and surveillance cameras probed every corner. Sir Geoffrey Cornwell took a sip of whiskey and looked for holes in the security net as the sun set in a final blaze of bronze sky, sliced by layers of purple clouds. A fine mist was on the light breeze, but he could see across the loch, which meant the weather would be fine for tonight. It was less than a dozen miles from Edinburgh, perched on the dominating knob of a hill that sloped to the water on the east side. Patrol vehicles on the far perimeter road that led around the loch had turned on their headlights, and from the castle wall they looked like slow-moving fireflies. Cornwell owned more than 1,000 acres, from working farmland to a game-thick forest, and the entire place normally would have been leased for the week to some multinational corporation for a conference of managers. Not tonight. He had bought the 15th-century castle a decade ago, when it was little more than a dilapidated ruin, then had it gutted and rebuilt. The single rugged exterior wall on which he now stood was one of the few remaining parts of the original structure, and still bore the scars of English cannonballs. Bathed by light blue floodlights, the broad front wall kept the castle looking medieval, ominous, and strong. The new buildings behind the blue wall contained improvements that had never been dreamed of by the ancient stonemasons, such as electricity, flush toilets, and central heating. Corporate executives on a business retreat required ultimate comfort. Cornwell had retired from the British Special Air Services as a colonel, then became a successful industrialist and a visionary designer of military hardware. He and his wife, Lady Patricia, lived in one private wing of the Scottish estate, and left the rest to be operated as a commercial venture, for he would not allow his money to sit idle. A wide lane of flickering torches led from the gatehouse to the area in which the limousines would arrive, and off to the left the helipad was aglow with the blinking strobe light flashing upward from the center. Security had never been tighter. Still, he felt as though he was holding a brittle piece of history in his palms, and he was worried. The slightest unexpected incident could ruin everything. He took another sip of warm scotch, and the whiskey teased a burn down his throat. He placed his glass on the thick, flat stone of the sawtooth battlement and straightened his tuxedo.
"Would you please stop worrying? Let the professionals do their jobs, Jeff. Your only role tonight is to be the perfect host."
Lady Patricia slid an arm around his waist and kissed his cheek. She wore a navy blue organza gown designed by Karl Lagerfeld, and diamond earrings matched the necklace, the stones glittering in the bright lights and contrasting with her tan skin. Sir Jeff was startled. Then he wrapped a big arm around Pat and hugged her close, gave her a smile.
"You're beautiful tonight,"
he said.
"Yes, I am," she replied happily. "We've had many parties, Jeff, but this is at the top of the list."
Lady Pat looked around. Busy, efficient people were working hard to make the evening work perfectly.
So why are you worried?" "Something Kyle said a few weeks ago," her husband replied. "Oh my God, Jeff. Listen to Kyle Swanson when you need to kill somebody, not when you're seeking social advice."
There was a small laugh behind them, and Sir Jeff looked over. Delara Tabrizi, their 30-year-old personal assistant, a refugee from Iran who was now a British citizen, was standing there with a thick notebook of checklists, a personal radio telephone in her ear, a small computer in her hands, and a big smile on her face. He glared at her without effect. The two women in his life were not afraid of him.
"Lady Pat is right, sir. It would be a vision of hell for Kyle to figure out a seating chart, and where to place that beautiful wife of the Foreign Minister of Israel for maximum effect, or to plan a menu that would be memorable for Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. That, sir, would indeed be funny."
Pat asked,
"See? So what did he tell you that has gotten you so jumpy?"
Delara Tabrizi cocked her head and poked a finger in her ear to push the radio receiver deeper for better reception. She tapped her keyboard, then looked up.
"Excuse me, Sir Jeff, but you wanted a status report?"
He nodded. British Foreign Minister Lord Covington and the Israeli Foreign Minister had been overnight guests, and the others were due momentarily. The private dinner was a prelude to tomorrow's signing of a peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia, a treaty that could be a huge step in bringing peace to the Middle East. Delara replied,
"The American ambassador and the U.S. Secretary of State have entered the grounds. The helicopter of Prince Abdullah is in the air, with an ETA of 8 minutes. The Egyptian Foreign Minister's plane just landed at Edinburgh, and a helo is waiting for him. 20 minutes.
"Very well," he said, and straightened the sleeves of his midnight black tux.
"Ladies, shall we go down and greet the guests?" "Not until you tell me about Kyle."
Lady Pat crossed her arms and stayed put.
"Well, I showed him all around the perimeter and described our security precautions, where guards would be on duty in static positions, and the routes of the roving patrols. The electronics, I told him that if a squirrel shat out there, we would know it." "Jeff, what's your language? Children are present."
"I apologize, Delara," he said. She rolled her eyes.
"Anyway, I told him how all of the international teams were cooperating and how tight this net was going to be, and asked if he thought he could penetrate such a band of security and take out a target." "Obviously he would tell you that he could."
Lady Pat almost snorted.
"Little bastard thinks he's Superman." "Worse, he said it would be easy. So we extended the protective perimeter to 2 miles in every direction. Not only did Kyle say that still would not be enough, but insisted that protecting this place was tactically impossible. Centuries ago it made sense to put a castle on a hill so it could dominate the region. In the 21st century, he says it's a security dinosaur." "And that got you all upset? We are having this wonderful reception to mark an historic event, and you let Kyle Swanson needle you. He was probably saying that just to get under your skin. And he did."
She grinned.
"Delara, dear, please make a note to remind me to box Kyle's ears the next time I see him." "Yes, m'lady."
Pat linked her arm into Sir Jeff's again and got him moving toward the stone stairs that descended from the wall walk into the castle courtyard. The first black limos were arriving.
"Now smile and prepare to welcome all of these important people to our stately manor."
Chapter 3. Scotland. Ibrahim Bilal was first out of the minivan when it pulled off a narrow farm road and into a brush-obscured driveway 3 miles away from the castle. A few scruffy Highland cattle grazed around him, but there was no other sound. He pressed a button on his wristwatch and started the attack countdown and called for the others. "Out! Quickly now! Quickly!" 4 more men dismounted, all wearing insulated, smoky branch camo overalls and strong climbing boots, and with their faces smeared with NATO camouflage paint sticks. They hauled open the rear doors of the small truck, handed around backpacks, and strapped them on. The loads contained only radios, water, some snacks, dry socks and shoes, and a complete change of clothing. Holstered pistols with a single spare clip apiece would be their only personal weapons. Very soon, every ounce would count. The rest of the cargo was pulled out. Then they covered the vehicle with a 10 by 20 foot mottled mesh camouflage net, and branches were used to erase the tire tracks. That done, they helped each other add the new loads, grunting with effort as they distributed several hundred pounds of additional weight among the 5 of them, using the backpacks to take some of the weight and better balance the loads across their shoulders.
"Life isn't easy,"
Bilal joked.
"Go, now."
Moving at the head of the column, he took them through the cows toward a small hill at the far west end of the pasture. A helicopter roared high overhead and passed beyond the crest, with its bright landing lights pushing columns of white through the gloom. Bilal looked at his wristwatch as he walked, right on time.
"I never thought I'd see this day,"
the American Secretary of State Kenneth Waring told Sir Jeff, as the sleek helicopter touched down with barely a wiggle. The engines were shut down, and the blade slowed its spinning.
"It is the inevitable outcome of the extremely difficult work by dedicated men and women of goodwill over many years,"
Cornwell replied. His hands were moist from nervousness.
"Sir Jeff, your work behind the scenes was vital in this final stage of the negotiations. I doubt that we could have done it without your assistance. You know so many influential people, and they all trust you to be an honest broker. Believe me, that sort of reputation is rare today."
Jeff was uncomfortable with compliments. He felt he had just done his duty, keeping all of those hard-headed politicians and diplomats going in private meetings when they all had conflicting agendas. They had been arguing for years, and Jeff had helped nudge them toward a decision.
"The danger comes over the next few months, while the heads of the regional governments try to keep the fanatics under control. Jeff, if anybody can pull this off, it is Prince Abdullah. Either he's successful, or we probably get another century of Middle East misery."
They were not the only ones having doubts. Prince Abdullah, the Saudi ambassador to the United States, looked out from the window of his helicopter and saw the eager faces of his hosts and the big blue wall of the old castle. He knew that when he stepped from this aircraft, he would be changing the world, and in a fleeting moment of fear, wanted to order the pilot to take off again, to rush him back to the airport so he could fly back to Washington and resume his normal and familiar routines. Let this burden fall on other shoulders. The prince was in his early 40s, tall, handsome, and athletic, and had been groomed for this role since he was a boy. Highly intelligent, multilingual, and experienced both as a soldier and a diplomat, he might never be king, for he was not the monarch's eldest son, but the family had molded Abdullah into their version of an enlightened, modern political figure. If forced to evolve into a democracy, he would be the prince who could run for office, although that plan had also fallen into ashes in this turbulent time. His new reputation, historic as it might be, would not win him many voters. The man who made peace with the Jews. Abdullah had reviewed the diplomatic cables and the latest news while on the flight across the Atlantic. There was unrest at home, which had been expected, for to have Saudi Arabia sign an official peace treaty with Israel carried huge risks. The nation where Islam's most holy cities of Mecca and Medina were located was switching sides, a monstrous development in the view of religious fundamentalists who championed a stern theocracy. Blind hatred for Israel was a bedrock belief for millions of Muslims. Violence had blossomed in dozens of places. The royal family in Riyadh saw things differently than the imams and mullahs. Egypt had made a similar agreement with the Jewish state 40 years ago, withstood the ensuing political storms, and prospered. To survive in the tumultuous 21st century, the Saudis also needed to make political adjustments. Controlling 1/5 of the world's known oil reserves was no guarantee of a stable, long-term existence, because the product was only that, a product to be sold. It was a finite resource and would either run dry or, more likely, be overtaken by other energy sources, and the nation could disintegrate right back into the desert sands from which it had come, having been rich and powerful for only a few generations. Hatred of the Jews had outlived its usefulness. National survival was at stake. Abdullah let the helicopter's spinning blades come to a complete stop before a bodyguard opened the side door. To allow the powerful rotor wash to whip his regal robes like laundry on a line was unacceptable. The British Foreign Minister, the American Secretary of State, and Sir Geoffrey Cornwell welcomed him, and they all left the gleaming helipad for a reception area in which Israeli Foreign Minister Nathan Simhan stood waiting. The moment of truth, thought Abdullah. Inshallah. Then Simhan, with a genuine smile, unexpectedly broke protocol and stepped forward to shake hands with the prince, and a private photographer recorded the historic moment. "Mr. Foreign Minister, we shall be great friends," declared the prince. "We all look forward to that," responded Simhan. "I am honored to be signing the letter of intent with you tomorrow." Lady Pat was introduced to the prince as the evening's hostess, and stepped between the two men to lead the group into the huge banquet hall, a corridor of stone and tapestries and ancient weapons that maintained the castle theme. A massive oak table ran almost the entire length of the room. Sir Geoff escorted the wife of the Israeli ambassador, a gorgeous brunette who had once been an actress. Delara Tabrizi took her notebook and her PDA and retreated to her basement office, which was serving double duty as a storage area for spare parts for the event's beefed-up communications center. A bank of color television screens was aligned along the wall, and she could watch things unfold while directing the cooks, waiters, and various staff members. Delara allowed herself a smile of sheer joy. It felt like only yesterday that she had barely escaped from Iran with her life, and she knew this historic moment would not please the mullahs. However, it pleased her greatly. The reception was running smoothly, and everything was on schedule, so she touched up her makeup before heading back upstairs to retrieve Sir Geoff and get him out to the helipad to greet the Egyptian foreign minister, whose helicopter was making its final approach. She noticed a member of the prince's entourage whisper to Sir Geoff, who pointed to a side door, and the man immediately relayed the comment to the prince. Delara suppressed a laugh. All of this hullabaloo, peace treaties, and history coming together, and the main guy had to go to the bathroom. Chapter 4. Scotland. As he trudged up the stony hill, Ibrahim Bilal remembered going on hikes as a child with his father when the family lived in High Wycombe in England. He had become an engineer, but a bored young man with no enthusiasm for life until he found Islam. Along with discovering inner change and comfort, he became aware that a smart and brave young believer could earn a good living as a fighter and a maker of explosives. After his conversion, less than a year ago, he had abandoned the family name for a new identity, then departed from the family itself, for they were infidels and impure. This climb had been rigorous, but not really hard, other than carrying the extra weight. Within 10 minutes, Bilal reached the crest and could see the glow from the big house, a bubble of blue and white light in the gathering darkness. "Now," he commanded to those who followed him, "set it up!" While the men dumped their burdens and packs, Ibrahim examined the perimeter road as a slow-moving vehicle passed by, and a small spotlight illuminated clumps of bushes along both sides. When the car moved on, he removed a laser rangefinder from his pack and measured the distance between the hilltop on which he was crouched and the castle across the water. The digital readout told him they were 3,800 meters away from the big wall, and 600 meters outside of the 2-mile security perimeter. By the time he checked his team, the tripod had been pulled from its container, and the legs were unfolded, fanned out, and locked in place. The men were forcing the stabilizing prongs into the hard ground. Then they heaved the 52-pound launch system into position and locked it atop the tripod. Bilal heard the low hum of another vehicle engine and snapped his attention back to the road, where headlights and another spotlight gleamed, but were pointed down toward the edges of the road and not up the hill. Another patrol, only 2 minutes behind the first one. The lock road was a busy place. The team unhooked the day-night sight package from one of the backpacks and affixed it to the angular device they had already built, plugged in the connections, and activated it. Another narrow cylinder was opened, and a long object was withdrawn and was smoothly slid into the thick tube atop of the weapon. The tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided missile, known worldwide as a TOW, was ready to work. This one had been removed from a U.S. Army Humvee in Iraq the previous year after an ambush, smuggled into England, and stored away to await a suitable target. Ibrahim looked at his stopwatch. More minutes had flown away, and the big hand kept sweeping over the numbers. He was still on time, and he crouched beside the TOW, a loader standing by with another missile, and the others taking overwatch positions to keep track of the patrols. Bilal adjusted the thermal optics sight until the crosshairs rested on the bright, glowing castle wall. He took a deep breath and pressed the firing mechanism. The missile, more than 4 feet in length, tore out of its tube with a deafening, thumping roar and a flash of fire which violently jarred them all, but Ibrahim had expected it, recovered, and brought the crosshairs back onto the target. The roar was replaced by the hissing whisper of a thin wire unreeling behind the TOW that would relay the built-in computer commands to adjust the small fins on the flying missile. Ibrahim Bilal was sweating, counting off the 20 seconds until impact, and holding the thermal sight steady on his target. The loader was readying the second rocket. The team would do both shots in less than a minute, and then be gone. Soldiers on the roving patrols, in vehicles, on foot, and on the lake, heard the distinctive, muffled pop-boom of the TOW launch, and came to a slight halt as their brains began issuing threat signals. 8 seconds had elapsed before any of them spotted the brilliant red streak tearing through the night sky, and 3 seconds more ticked off before the first man could understand what was going on. He hit the transmit button on his throat mic and yelled, "Incoming missile!" An anti-missile team stationed in the woods had no chance. The TOW had come and gone before they realized it was even there, and relentlessly plunged over the top of its slight arc and sped toward the castle. The security apparatus was big, but had miles to cover, which made it comparatively slow. It was hampered in the struggle to adapt to the instant threat because the multiple nations represented in the dining hall used different radio frequencies. In her office, Dilara Tabrizi heard the panicked warning being broadcast in several languages as guards tried to cut through the established procedure and reach their own people. She stood rooted in place, unable to mentally process the information. An attack? Here? The bodyguard stationed near each dignitary also had to mentally process the alert call that was shouted in their earpieces, and a few managed to lurch forward to protect their people, but were out of time. The powerful TOW, pushed by its tight tail of fire, slammed into the castle wall with a 12.4-kilogram warhead that was capable of blowing through the armor of a tank. It obliterated the ancient fortification with an explosion that sent chunks of concrete scything through the air, followed by bolts of flame and waves of debris. From the hill across the loch, Ibrahim Bilal watched a giant fireball rise above his target, but did not remove his eye from the sighting scope. Sweat poured down his face, and he could feel the vibrations through the reusable launcher as the loader fed the second missile into place. Forcing himself to remain steady, Bilal pressed the trigger mechanism again, and the new TOW thundered away. 30 seconds after the first missile strike, the follow-up shot plunged down, and the old stone wall was no longer there to impede its progress. The missile hit the conference building with another spectacular explosion. Chapter 5. The concussion blast of the first missile threw Dilara Tabrizi over her desk and all the way across her office and cracked her head against the cement wall. She crumpled to the floor, stunned, and then the second missile tore the place apart. Walls began to sag and fall. She dreamed she was struggling against a riptide current as she swam back to reality and found herself in a corner beneath the heavy weight of her desk. Her head felt as if it was breaking, Breath came hard into her aching rib cage, and her ears rang. She shook her head. What just happened? One moment she'd been watching the security cameras, getting ready to go back upstairs, and then the world had ended with the thunder of doom, and that was all. A horrendous crash, flying through the air, and bright flashes of red and orange. Oh, and something about a missile? The castle's emergency generators kicked on, and the remaining light fixtures bloomed, dropping pools of dim illumination through the darkness and piercing swirling clouds of settling dust. Her digital wristwatch lit up when she pressed a button. 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. They had entered the Great Hall only 6 minutes ago, so she had been immobile for too long, but she was covered with debris and junk. Although the office was destroyed, the scattered material provided some inanimate reassurance, for it was familiar and she could recognize individual items. The small desk tilted against her had become a protective shield that diverted much of the blast force. The bottom half of the chair was still on its wheels nearby, but the back had been snapped off by a large chunk of falling concrete. She wanted to get up and run, but remembered Kyle's motto for times of danger. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Delara took several breaths, counted her hands and feet, stretching her fingers and toes, and determined that no serious damage had been done. The air was so thick with dust that breathing made her cough, and jabbed sharp pains through her side, where perhaps a rib had been cracked. When she raised a hand to her scalp, there was a patch of wet blood, but no gaping wound. Her legs worked. She could move. Using the desk as a prop, she rose, and then pulled open a drawer in which she kept her jogging gear, found the gray sweatshirt and pressed it against the soggy head cut. The fancy dress shoes were gone, so she rummaged around to find her Nikes. More familiarity, more personal comfort. The dawning realization that she must go find Lady Pat and Sir Jeff. Moving across the room was like navigating a maze, her path hampered by fallen chunks of wood and nails and shards of brick and glass. She worked toward the stone stairs. A large wooden beam leaned at a diagonal across the doorway to the main floor, but the big door was gone. Sliding beneath the beam, Delara found herself in a wonderland of destruction and stumbled into what had once been the grand dining hall. Not another soul was standing, and she rushed into the dark ruins, shouting as loudly as she could. "Pat! Jeff! Where are you?" To her left, several small fires gnawed at the rubble. Moans and cries of pain were coming from various points of the big room, and in moments security men from outside were charging into the area, the beams of their strong flashlights crossing like sabers. Someone shouted orders to put the fire out before it spread. Her hearing was returning. Delara recalled the seating chart. Sir Jeff was to have been at the head of the table, but no one had yet taken their seats for the dinner, so he and Lady Pat were both likely still at the far end of the room. She headed that way. "Pat, Jeff, it's Delara. I'm coming." Her foot slipped and she fell hard onto a body in a tuxedo. It did not have a head. She gagged in horror, and someone grabbed her arm and lifted her up, a uniformed soldier with a flashlight. He saw her head wound and said, "You're bleeding, love. Let's get you outside for some medical treatment." She shook him away, pointed to a doorway on the left. "I'm all right, so tend to the others," she said, her voice surprisingly strong, regaining the tone of certainty that she used to run this massive place. She pointed to a side door. "Go look in there. Prince Abdullah had just gone to the loo when the bomb hit. I'm Sir Geoffrey Cornwell's assistant, and I need a torch." The soldier handed her his own flashlight and ran to the bathroom, calling for others to help. Delara worked her way over to the far wall and probed the shining point of the flashlight across piles of debris. The entire wall along the right edge of the room had collapsed, which brought down most of the ceiling with it. She recognized the dark brown tapestry that had depicted a royal hunting scene and had hung on the far wall. It had been thrown down like a blanket. She lifted an edge and shined the light beneath. The legs of a woman and the bottom of a torn navy blue organza gown were visible. "Pat!" she screamed and turned back to the soldiers. "I need help here! I found somebody!" Several men jumped through the rubble and knelt beside her, then peeled away the heavy tapestry and the debris holding it in place. With their bare hands, they dug deeper into the wreckage. Pat Cornwell was on her side, and Sir Jeff lay diagonally across her midsection, having used the split second of warning before the first explosion to throw them both beneath the edge of the heavy table and between two sturdy chairs. The soldiers rolled him onto his back and finished clearing the heavy load that pinned his wife. A medical officer wiped away the dirt and blood from their faces and felt for vital signs. "Two live ones here," he called. "Bring some stretchers!" Delara used her cotton sweatshirt to gently wipe Sir Jeff's face, her fingers gingerly dislodging clumps of dirt from his mouth and nose. He began to cough, and his eyes flew open, and he managed a panicked whisper, "Pat!" Delara Tabrizi felt a jolt of happiness. He was coming back. She grabbed his hand and placed its palm on the arm of his wife, and let it rest there.
"She's right here beside us, sir. And the doctor says she's still alive, too. Getting beneath the table saved both of you. You're going to be okay."
His eyes fluttered, and he was about to fall unconscious again.
"Delara?"
he asked softly, and she leaned closer, tears in her eyes.
"Delara?"
he repeated, the voice just a bit stronger. He had to say something.
"Yes, sir. I'm right here. Don't worry. I shall stay with you and Lady Pat."
She took his other hand in both of hers. Geoffrey Cornwell shook his head and looked into her eyes, then whispered,
"Delara, get Kyle. I need Kyle."
Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Cybele Summers had been at work for half of her shift, and had not yet come up with a new excuse to get out of her job. She was running out of reasons, and had been turned down by every boss she had, even the guy in the Oval Office. The President of the United States, Mark Tracy, was so tired of listening to her bitch that he had recently snapped that she had better get used to being his military assistant, because she was going to be in the position for a while, so just shut the hell up. It was the most boring job she had ever had. So she sat in an uncomfortable chair at a little desk just outside the Oval Office and stared at the black leather Halliburton suitcase beside her. The hefty Glock pistol dug into her hip, so she shifted it. The White House military office had wanted her to carry a prissy little Beretta because it was easily hidden and therefore not as obvious when she was in public with the president. The Secret Service would take care of any real threats, she was told. Cybele liked the Secret Service agents, but no guard detail was ever perfect, and if she ever had to shoot, she intended to blow a hole in any bastard stupid enough to try to steal the nuclear football. Major Summers of the U.S. Marine Corps was one of 5 military officers, a single representative from each branch of the armed services, who worked in shifts to lug the football around so that it was always available to the commander-in-chief. No one knew much about her beyond that she was beautiful and obviously competent. Her life had been studied in detail during the ultra-top-level Yankee white background investigation before she assumed the new job, but it seemed that everything in her personnel folder was stamped classified, or top secret, or need to know. Top marks at the U.S. Naval Academy, the only woman ever to graduate from Marine Recon, and a bunch of decorations on her uniform that signified valor in combat, although the citations gave no clue as to when, what, where, and why. Summers had a reputation as an up-and-comer, and had come to the White House after being the operations officer of a black ops team, known as Task Force Trident. The only time her personality emerged while she was on duty at the White House was when a senior officer from within the elite spec operations community came to see the president. Those really hard men always took time to say hello to Summers and joke about the fancy loop of braid on her right shoulder, teasing her about becoming a staff weenie and getting a death glare from the dark blue eyes in return. "Can't cut it in the field anymore, eh, Major?" one lieutenant general had quipped.
"Your pants are unzipped again, sir. Another senior moment?"
she replied in her distinctive, quiet voice that was polite but carried a sense of menace, like the purr of a puma feasting happily on an elk. The 3-star automatically looked down at his pants. They both laughed. It was the kind of rude exchange that passed for respect among such warriors. The weight of history and grandeur of the White House had weighed upon her on that first trip through the uniformed Secret Service cordon at the gates, and then on the walk up the long driveway to the main entrance. After that, it became just another job. The suitcase stayed within arm's reach because it contained everything the president needed to launch a nuclear strike, whether it might be a small tactical weapon or the final full-blown tear-the-roof-off attack. Summers was the unanimous choice if somebody had to be on call to help the president launch Armageddon. She would probably just lean over his shoulder, a gentle aura of perfume surrounding her, and casually coach him through the authentication codes, and leaf through the pages in the folder that listed the deserving targets, printed in red. She would not flinch from such an awesome responsibility, and since everybody was probably about to die anyway, she might throw in a few suggestions of her own, and anybody on her personal shit list would be catching a nuke on the head. Cybele got along fine with the other staff members, whose duties also put them in close proximity to the Oval Office, and a couple of agents of the Secret Service protective detail had even asked her out for a date. She always declined, and the agents grumbled about the wasted personal life of such a beautiful woman. She stood 5'6", weighed no more than 125, and since she was currently based in Washington, Cybele's black hair was trimmed at an upscale shop, short but flaring just a bit at the collar. She was frequently called upon by the White House social secretary to escort a single man at an evening event, but those relationships never left the grounds. Cybele was fierce about protecting her personal life. She looked at the football again. It hadn't moved. Still there, with one end of a steel chain attached to the handle, the other end dangling free, a handcuff ready to be snapped onto her wrist. Things had been routine around the Oval Office, with a steady stream of visitors coming and going. Then, a little after 3, the President's Chief of Staff threw open the door of his adjoining office and bolted across the narrow hallway, barking at the 2 Secret Service agents flanking the door.
"Code Red, lock it down!"
yelled Steve Hansen.
"Evacuate him to the shelter!"
The agents spun and followed him through the door, talking into their wrist microphones as they went. The entire atmosphere of the White House changed in an instant, from calm backwater to hurricane in the blink of an eye. Cybele unbuttoned her jacket and pulled out the Glock, knelt beside the football and clicked the steel handcuff onto her left wrist. Then she stood again, with the pistol in her right hand, pointing it toward the floor as her eyes quartered the area. 2 more agents ran up and one dashed straight into the office, while the second assumed post at the main door, holding a small machine gun. He and Cybele exchanged the briefest of glances, and he was startled about how cool she appeared to be in this emergency. The White House was plunging into total lockdown, nobody allowed in or out, the threat unknown, and security accelerating to a maximum. Snipers removed their rifles from their cases on the roof, the anti-aircraft missile system was activated, and uniformed agents scrambled into defensive positions. The big gates were locked. Summers stood there unconsciously humming a little tune, her eyes glittering like polished stones. The pistol did not twitch, although it was held in only one hand. It was almost as if she wanted somebody to attack. There was a flurry of activity inside the Oval Office, since the president had been in the middle of a meeting about the upcoming elections in Iraq. He was whisked out, each arm held by a Secret Service agent. One spoke into his sleeve microphone to alert the agent's command post. "Buckskin is moving." The code name had been assigned to the president by the U.S. Army Signal Corps, because the president was from Tennessee and had constantly used Davy Crockett's symbolism during his campaigns. As the group cleared the doorway, the president looked over at Cybele, gave her a slight grin, and said, "Major Summers, maybe you better come along. Bring our suitcase."
"Yes, sir,"
she said. Cybele holstered her weapon, hefted the 45-pound case, and wrapped both arms around it, as a Secret Service agent pushed her into the fast-moving group, heading to the secure shelter beneath the second basement. Finally, she thought as she trotted down the stairs, toting the country's secret nuclear codes. Something interesting. Chapter 7. The weary Trident team called for a ride home as soon as they were safely back inside Afghanistan, and a Dark Horse MH-47 helicopter from the 160th Special Operations Aerial Regiment soon arrived overhead to extract them from a long and barren plateau. Once aboard, the 2 thundering rotor blades of the sore bird prevented any attempt at conversation, so they loosened their gear and got comfortable for the long haul back to a forward operating base. When they reached a safe altitude, the crew chief flashed a white grease board on, which he had scrawled a one-word question. "Swanson?" Kyle pointed to his own chest, and the crew chief struggled over, stepping around the other guy's boots.
"I'm Swanson!"
he yelled when the crew chief approached.
"What's up?"
"Wait one!" the sergeant called out, handing over a flight helmet containing a radio. Kyle pulled the little microphone arm into a speaking position and adjusted the cushioned earpieces into place. The crew chief flipped a switch, turned a knob, and gave him a thumbs up. "Gunny Swanson!" The pilot's voice was clear, despite the racket, and almost casual in tone. For the SOAR crew, this quick mission was a total milk run, and they were all relaxed. No one had shot at them.
"That's me,"
said Kyle.
"We won't be taking you to the FOB. After your team was on the map again, the brass changed our flight plan. We're to deliver you straight to Bagram."
Swanson exhaled in disappointment. Military regulations were looser at a forward operating base, while the huge Bagram facility meant rules and regulations, even though they would be sticking close to the Special Operations compound.
"Any idea why?"
"Nope. Just that a lot of people been asking about you guys during the past couple of days, and we're getting pretty antsy. Lots of shit happened while you were out of pocket, partner. When your radio didn't respond, a VIP flew and really started kicking ass."
"Batteries got wet. Radio didn't work."
The unseen pilot laughed. "Yeah, that does seem to happen on these recon missions. What about your emergency radio?"
"Radios don't work well up in those mountains."
The pilot laughed again. "Well, you can explain all about it in person to the head cheese in just a little while."
"Who's a VIP?"
He had visions of some Pentagon staff puke running around with papers that had Kyle's name on them. "One of your own Trident people, Major Cybele Summers, her own pretty little rotten self," the SOAR pilot said. "I'd like to tell you more about what's happening, but she ordered me to keep my mouth shut, and I'd rather remarry my second wife again than disobey Major Summers. So, we're just dropping you off and getting gone."
"Roger. Don't blame you a bit. Out."
Kyle peeled off the flight helmet and tossed it back to the crew chief.
"Cybele. She's supposed to be at the White House. What the hell?"
There was a palpable sense of tension when the bird entered the airspace around Bagram. Not a shot had been fired, but pre-battle nerves stretched taut as the Marines picked up on the strange and familiar feeling that something was going on. The Dark Horse helicopter leaned into a circling pattern. Special Ops helicopters were never put on hold during a landing. They always go straight in, touch down in their private habitat, and hurry out of sight. Now the MH-47 was in a stack, for the skies were thick with Allied aircraft. Fighters, bombers, tankers, passenger planes, and other helicopters howled about, both inbound and outbound. During the time that the Trident guys had been out of contact, the world apparently had changed beneath their boots. Finally, the huge helicopter's number was called, and the SOAR pilot took them in, flared and touched the tarmac. The ramp lowered, and the Trident Marines stepped off, grimacing in the bright desert sun. The runway was crowded, the sky busy. In the distance, they could see troops marching. Joe Tipp shaded his eyes for a better look. "Jeez, it's the day after 9/11 all over again." Travis Stone, who had slept on the flight, yawned, stretched.
"Look at all that shit. Makes a man feel kind of small."
"That's because you are small." Tip gave him a friendly shove. Cybele Summers threw open the door of a nearby Humvee and got out, adjusting her narrow sunglasses. She wore a plain dark blue baseball cap, tan BDUs, and desert boots, and looked like just another soldier or Marine, except there were no name strips on her tunic or her butt. She walked to the team and nobody saluted. Task Force Trident was an odd organization. Rank was only acknowledged in public places. Otherwise, it was the equality and respect of first names.
"Hey, guys," she said. No smile. "Glad you're all back okay."
"Just a regular old recon," said Joe Tipp. "Nothing special."
"You can cut the crap, Joe. General Middleton briefed me, and I'm back in the loop as Trident Ops officer again. Anyway, your raid is so, well, yesterday, that it's become about the lowest item on the totem pole."
As the helo powered back up and the rotor downdraft created cycles of sand and wind, she led them all over to the Humvee to wait until the bird lifted away. In the idle interval, Cybele eyed them all, tired but still ready to rock. Each man had been hand-picked, but she would immediately get rid of anyone she did not think was up to a job. Trident was not for sissies. In the early days of the War on Terror, certain powerful people in Washington recognized an opportunity when the various federal security agencies were being shuffled to better deal with the new challenge facing the United States. After a series of private meetings with President Tracy at Camp David, a small organization was created to aggressively carry the fight to the enemy through unorthodox methods, and it was named Task Force Trident. It was a hybrid, not strictly military, although its offices were in the Pentagon, nor was it civilian, although it could draw whatever resources were needed from analysts to hardware from any branch of the government. It did not have a budget. On official organizational flowcharts, Trident was given a little box somewhere under the broad black umbrella of MARSOC, lost in the secret labyrinth of special operations, down among such common things as beans and bullets. On a final Sunday of discussion at Camp David, President Tracy authorized the unit with a presidential finding. Because the potential was great that such a team might be misused for political gain, he implemented strict caveats. Only he would give the orders. By necessity, Steve Hansen, his chief of staff, knew about Trident, as did the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. No one else. The Secretary of State was not in the loop, so that office would have deniability if some Trident mission went sideways. Congressional leaders were not included because their staff members leaked like wet noodles. The idea for the bold new organization had come to President Tracy as he studied the exploits of a relentless warrior named Kyle Swanson, who had overcome incredible odds to brazenly rescue a kidnapped Marine general in Syria. Valuable and very expendable, Swanson would be the point man, a lightly controlled renegade running operations that were far off the books and hunting terrorists in distant pastures. Major General Bradley Middleton, the officer whom Swanson had pulled out of Syria, was put in command of Task Force Trident and answered directly to the President of the United States. If Swanson needed something, he just hollered up the stovepipe, and he would get it. Middleton intentionally kept the task force as small as possible to avoid attention. He brought in the tough, beautiful, and uniquely talented Cybele Summers as operations officer. A recon legend, Master Gunnery Sgt. O.O. Dawkins was drafted to handle general administration. And reaching beyond the Corps, Middleton snared Lieutenant Commander Benton Friedman of the Navy, a technical genius. Friedman was called the Wizard at the Naval Academy, a nickname that his Marine co-workers quickly changed to Lizard. The team would plus up as needed with specialists picked for exact missions. Everyone in Trident knew their real job was to support Kyle Swanson and help him inflict maximum pain and damage on the enemies of the United States. Almost from the moment it was activated, Kyle and Trident had stayed busy with targets who thought they were untouchable, even taking down the demented terrorist named Juba, who detonated high-casualty biochemical bombs in London and San Francisco. There was never any lack of work, and as the sound of the rotors faded at Bagram, there was going to be even more.
"I've got bad news, gang," Summers said. "The Israeli-Saudi peace process has been literally blown all to hell."
She removed her glasses and stared at Kyle.
"Terrorists hit the private reception for the main players 2 nights ago with a couple of tow missiles. 17 dead, including Secretary of State Waring and his wife, and the foreign ministers of Israel and Great Britain. More wounded, including Prince Abdullah."
"Holy shit!" exclaimed Darren Rawls. "Did they get the bastards who did it?" He turned suddenly in time to see Kyle drop his backpack and collapse on it, staring up at Cybele with a look of fright on his face. Rawls had never seen such a change in the man's iron character.
"Yeah, it was a 4-man suicide squad. It gets worse. The attack apparently was the trigger for a coup attempt in Saudi Arabia. Low-grade fighting is going on throughout the country."
Kyle had his face in his hands. The party. He had warned Jeff about the impossible security situation up on that hill.
"Fuck all that! What about Pat and Jeff?"
She took a knee beside him and lowered her voice.
"Both injured but alive. Pat is going to be okay because Jeff managed to throw her under a table and covered her with his own body. He's hurt bad.
The other 5 members of the Trident team looked at each other for a moment, then down at their 2 leaders, and back into the sky full of planes. It all began to make sense. It wasn't just another 9/11. It might be the start of World War III. Rawls asked, "So what are we supposed to do, Cybele? And why aren't you still at the White House?"
I hated the job, so the president and Middleton decided to put me back on temporary duty with Trident. We might balloon up to a full-size platoon of dirty fighters like you people and be ready to do whatever Middleton is assigned.
"So we gonna rotate back to the States?" She handed Rawls a thick manila envelope filled with orders and vouchers.
"No. You guys will be the nuggets around which we all will build a new strike team. You have a few hours to get cleaned up, grab some chow, and sleep before your plane leaves for Kuwait. Someone will meet you on the other end and take you to a special ops camp, where we'll be putting this thing together. I'll follow soon."
Swanson stood, and so did she.
"I'm going to see Pat and Jeff before I go back anywhere else," he said.
It was not a request.
"I know," she said. "Me too."
Chapter 8. Cybele sped the Humvee out of the Special Ops area and along the perimeter road to the complex of big hangars alongside Bagram's 10,000-foot runway. Waiting inside one, out of sight, was a Cessna Citation 10, with its 2 Rolls-Royce jet engines already idling at a soft whistle. The swept-wing aircraft with a high tail wore the markings of Excalibur Enterprises Limited, entirely white but for 2 slim dark blue stripes along the sides and the gold corporate symbol. It was another of Sir Jeff's toys, a luxury mid-size business executive jet being flown today by a pair of pilots from the commando arm of Britain's Royal Air Force. They dumped the Humvee and jogged up the stairs into the lap of luxury, each grabbing a cold beer from the galley before plopping into cream-colored seats across the stand-up aisle. A crew member looked back to check that they were buckled in, and the plane rolled. The protective shade of the hangar gave way to the bright sun, and the aircraft took its place at the end of the taxiway, third in line for takeoff behind an AC-130 Spectre gunship and a giant C-141B Starlifter transport. Moments later, the engines whined louder, the brakes were released, and the Citation 10 slipped away from the ground. Kyle and Cybele drank their beers, but said little, while the plane climbed to 37,000 feet, banked to the west, accelerated to a comfortable pace of Mach .92, about 600 miles per hour, and began chewing up the time zones. Kyle went into the curtained dressing area in the rear of the cabin, got out of his Afghan outfit, did a towel wash in the basin, and changed into fresh clothes that had been placed there for him. Cybele took her turn changing while Kyle opened fresh beers. Both now wore tan slacks, white running shoes and socks, and white polo shirts that were embroidered with the Excalibur gold emblem on the right chest. A casual observer would see just 2 more workers from somewhere within Sir Jeff's multinational corporation. They were a couple of spooks hiding in plain sight. An entertainment center at the front of the cabin doubled as a secure communications console, and Cybele closed the door to the flight cabin and called the Trident headquarters office at the Pentagon. The face of Benton Friedman, his black hair rumpled, appeared on the big flat screen. On his own screen, he could see Summers and Swanson.
"Hello, Kyle! Welcome back," Friedman said.
"Hey, Lizard," Kyle responded.
"Is General Middleton around?"
Cybele asked.
"No, he's been dashing all over Washington, from the White House to Foggy Bottom to the Hill. I'll tell him that you checked in. I assume you're on your way to London and not coming directly back here?"
"You assume right," Kyle said. The Lizard picked up some papers, glanced at them, put them aside, found a tablet, and read the notes.
"I've been in touch with Delara Tabrizi over there, and she's arranging transports so you can drive straight to the clinic. A package will be waiting with everything you need, including FBI creds. Kyle, there's been no change in the conditions of the Cornwells. Sir Jeff is scheduled for surgery tomorrow morning for a head wound, and to pick out chunks of shrapnel that peppered his lower spinal area. Both legs are broken."
"How's Delara?" Kyle asked. It was not a well-kept secret that he and the strikingly beautiful Iranian woman were lovers. She got through the attack with some minor scrapes, and I don't think she's slept since then. She's worn out, but refuses to leave them. Kyle nodded.
I'll make her get some rest. She's the one person we cannot have keeling over from exhaustion. Can you give us a sit-rep on Saudi Arabia?
Not over this clear channel. Just tune in Sky News and the BBC. And as usual, Al Jazeera's getting cameras into places that others cannot. The Saudi government insists that everything's under control. It is obviously getting messy. The lizard stared at the pinhole camera on the edge of his computer screen. Cybele, your former boss is very unhappy with what is happening over there. He let the oblique reference dangle in empty air.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, she said. Tell the general the rest of the team is heading back to the base as planned. We'll contact you again right after we see the Cornwells.
Right. Give them my best. Friedman clicked off the transoceanic call. Kyle bit his lip in thought.
I think the lizard was saying that the president may be planning some sort of military response. He can't stand by and let the Saudi government fall.
Cybele typed on a small computer built into the narrow, polished wood shelf that ran along the fuselage beside her seat, and Googled up Saudi Arabia oil. Too many items to read, so she turned it off.
Losing that country would be 10 times worse than losing Iraq. It would unhinge the entire global economy.
Swanson yawned, stretched his legs.
And the Ruskies aren't gonna politely stand aside if we make a grab for the oil patch. And everybody in the Middle East already hates the Russians. The Chinese will be watching, and every country in NATO. Toss in the Indians for good measure, which also would mean Pakistan. So who's the enemy?
Cybele kicked off her shoes and tucked her feet beneath her.
Everybody,
Kyle said. He closed his eyes, turned off his mind, and went to sleep. Chapter 9. Moscow. A low, steely gray Ferrari F430 Spider, with the top down, crossed the cobblestones of Red Square and dashed through a gate in the tall brick wall of the Kremlin. In a metropolis where ransom kidnappings of rich men were commonplace, this driver moved freely. His safety was born from the union of respect and fear, and security forces, and Russian President Andrei Vasilievich Ivanov was untouchable. As the best criminal dynasties always do, his family had a history of adapting to the times, no matter whether a ruthless Stalin or a reformer like Gorbachev ran the state. With the collapse of communism 30 years earlier, they became the cutting edge of the violent and bloody mafia, then anticipated the oncoming typhoon of capitalism and embraced it. His father took that same sense of unrelenting toughness into the emerging private oil business. One uncle became a media magnate, and another was a venture capitalist who helped start fledgling businesses, only to later take them over. It was a powerful combination. Young Andrei was sent into politics with a purpose, plenty of money, the backing of important allies, and an overreaching hubris. Assuming the role of a populist, he was generous and kind, and was adored by common Russians. Bad things happened to anyone who challenged him. He was not a foolish man, however, and although he drove alone, a large SUV, brimming with bodyguards and automatic weapons, trailed sluggishly at a respectful distance in the Spider's wake. Andrei packed a holstered Makarov pistol, and a submachine gun was beneath the seat of his car. 44 years old, single, muscular, and healthy, he seemed to possess limitless energy and could work for hours on end. He had been at it until after midnight, and now it was just after lunchtime. The clocks seemed to always cheat him. As if fate had written his name in big letters, Ivanov had found the right place at the right time. Only a year earlier, Prime Minister Vladimir Putin had surprised everyone by appointing young Ivanov to be president of the Russian Republic, expecting to have a useful puppet. Then the old man was unexpectedly forced to the sidelines by a mild stroke. Instead of being just a political figurehead, Andrei was thrust into the job of actually running the country, and he responded with vigor and determination. While Putin struggled to regain his ability to walk and still had some problems speaking, Andrei Ivanov set about making him irrelevant. The young leader's personality won over many international critics, who had grown wary of Putin's harsh attempts to recreate a Russia in which little was possible. By racing through the streets in his private automobile and making personal, surprise gestures to help individual citizens, Ivanov cemented his popularity with the masses. The common touch was leavened by his family's belief that Russia needed a new czar, and Andrei had more than a bit of imperial arrogance. He intended to not only make a name for himself, but to make history. Once through the old crimson walls, Ivanov braked to a stop against a curb where two people were waiting, his chief of staff wearing a neat dark suit, and an efficient-looking, beautiful woman in a conservative dress, who was his personal secretary. He switched off the ignition and got out, taking off the black Prada sunglasses that shielded his startlingly light green eyes, and flashing the blazing smile that was so familiar to television viewers. He trotted up the broad granite stairs that had been laid down hundreds of years ago by craftsmen working for Peter the Great. The aides followed. In contrast to their careful choice of wardrobe, Andrei wore a parka of soft black leather, a dark blue turtleneck sweater, black trousers, and hiking boots. "Is the old gentleman in today?" He would have been surprised if Putin had shown up, but it was best never to underestimate the old KGB chief.
"No, sir, not today,"
replied Veronika Petrova. His secretary, known as Nikki, had once been a professional fashion model and was frequently Andrei's escort to evening functions. With both the personal and professional links, she also had become one of his few confidants.
"Well, Nikki, please send him my warmest regards, and ask if we can have lunch or dinner together soon."
He winked at her.
"I want to know if the old fart is dying yet."
"Yes, Mr. President."
She made a note on her pad. All three went through a broad door into his office. Andrei threw his parka onto a sofa and settled into the soft chair behind the big desk. His assistant, Sergei Petrov, placed a leather folder before him.
"The initial operation in Scotland was a success, as you know, sir. Now the unrest is taking shape within Saudi Arabia. This information before you is fresh as of 30 minutes ago." "How did Prince Abdullah survive? I don't understand how he got away unscathed." "Look, he actually was well protected in a bathroom when the attack hit. The prince has been taken to a private clinic, and the SVR already has a follow-up strike underway. We'll get him."
The SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, had succeeded the old KGB and was firmly in Ivanov's pocket. Ivanov flipped through the pages.
"Good then, it's a good start. Now get Dieter Nash on a secure call for me. I want his personal read on how things are going." "Very good. Would you like some lunch?" "Not yet. Any important appointments this afternoon?"
"Nothing immediate, sir. I thought it best that you have today free. Another SVR briefing is scheduled in 2 hours.
Nikki and Petrov left Andrei Vasilievich Ivanov alone in his big office, with a news channel chattering away on a TV set. Andrei poured a tumbler of vodka from the carafe on his desk, took a deep drink, and settled back to watch the news. He smiled and put his boots on the desk. By the time his plan was accomplished, Andrei would have brought Saudi Arabia to heel in a masterful coup accomplished without the use of a single Russian airplane, soldier, or tank. Once that was done, Ivanov could proceed to toppling some other Middle East regimes, with the ultimate goal of wringing the oil out of those places, every last drop, and bringing the riches home to Mother Russia. Chapter 10. The plane smoothed in for a faultless landing at a private air terminal in northern England, and Kyle and Cybele had no trouble spotting their next ride. A young man dressed just like them in a white polo shirt and tan slacks met them at planeside and reluctantly handed Kyle a set of keys.
Ms. DeBreezy insisted on sending her personal car for your use.
Cybele snatched the keyring.
I'm driving. You're too tired. No way, she sent the car for me. You're just a passenger.
He reached for the keys. She playfully dangled them just out of his reach.
Stop whining, Gunnery Sgt. You don't even know how to drive on the wrong side of the road.
The young man did not know these two people, but couldn't blame them for arguing over who was going to drive the Lynx Yellow Saab 9.3 Biopower convertible, a car that looked as if it were grinning.
Ms. DeBreezy has nice taste in motorcars, he said. This has a top speed over 150 miles per hour. I just wish I'd been able to try it over on an Autobahn with no speed limit. Instead, my instructions were to deliver it to you, then go home. Jeff must be paying her pretty good. What was the price tag on this thing?
Kyle asked.
This one, with all of the extras, goes for about £40,000. All right, girlfriend,
Cybele laughed.
That's about $80,000 in real money.
She was already in the comfortable leather driver's compartment. The 5-speed stick shift on her left console would control the 2.8 V6 engine. She arched an eyebrow at the young man.
Now, if we only knew where we were going.
He pointed to the compact flat display screen in the dashboard.
I've programmed the voice control navigation system. A map will show on the touchscreen monitor when the ignition comes on, and Linda will guide you from here to there, every turn of the way as soon as you clear the airport. It'll take a little more than an hour, if you do the speed limit. Linda? That's what Ms. DeBreezy calls the female voice embedded in the avionics of the car. Linda gets quite peeved if you do not mind her.
Cybele turned the key, and the big engine thrummed.
So do I,
she said. She had no intention of doing the speed limit, no matter how peeved the Linda machine might get. Kyle adjusted the passenger seat and belted in, and the young man handed him a plain cardboard box.
I am also to give you this, and here's my business card in case you need anything else, he said, stepping away.
In 5 minutes they were out of the airport, and the soft, polite voice of Linda instructed Cybele to turn left. A colorful map on the screen pinpointed their exact position. Kyle opened the box and found a pair of black leather identification holders with Federal Bureau of Investigation shields and identity cards, and a Glock 17 for Cybele. He took the heavy Colt 45 semi-automatic for himself. After checking out the weapons, he returned them to the box and wedged it between his feet.
Please, do not exceed the speed limit,
Linda reminded in a pleasant tone. The top was down, the day was pleasant, and the wind whipped over their heads. Cybele adjusted her dark glasses and punched the accelerator. Kyle soon tired of watching the countryside. He would see Jeff soon, but what would he say? The man was more of a father to him than his real father, whom Kyle never knew. The fact that Jeff was badly wounded filled Swanson with worry. And what of Pat? She had seen Kyle at all of his many extremes, and somehow kept bringing him back to believing that life was worth living. Now there was Delara, she of the hot car. Kyle had led a raid on an Iranian bioweapons laboratory and saved her life. Then she helped on another raid that brought down an even bigger lab. The former schoolteacher was beautiful and brave, and was branded as an outlaw in her home country. She never wanted to return to the nation that had slaughtered her family, and where she and all women were second-class citizens. He figured that this fast yellow sports car was most likely a gift from Jeff, an in-your-face insult to the religious zealots who controlled Iran. Kyle knew he was falling in love with Delara, but would not admit it. He could hardly wait to hold her again, and knew she felt the same. The idea of the three people he cared for the most having been in jeopardy filled him with a seething rage. Sir Jeff had tried to bring some old enemies together to see if a new peace could be forged, and had been repaid with disaster. Loud rock music brought him out of his reverie.
"I'm trying to drown out Linda's constant bitching," Cybele explained. "Make yourself useful and see what else is on that CD player."
He worked the buttons on the console, the map replaced by the names of available albums of music. When he leaned forward to hunt for the CD controls, he heard a sudden sharp curse by Cybele and was thrown violently against the seatbelt straps. He looked up and saw the checkerboard dark and light green side of a boxy East of England ambulance flash across his spinning vision. It had pulled onto the road right in front of them, and Cybele was doing about 90 miles per hour. She hit the brakes and swerved sharply to the right, cutting the front tires back into a controlled skid. Sliding rubber screamed against the road. Kyle grabbed the dash for support as the belt held him tight against the centrifugal force that threatened to fling him from the open car. Cybele worked the gears, accelerator, and the emergency brake, pulling the Saab through a complete 360-degree turn before it steadied and stalled out.
"Motherfucker!" she said,
exhaling hard, and her hands gripping the wheel so tightly that the knuckles were white.
"He damn near T-boned us. Missed us by inches."
She got the Saab running again and spun the steering wheel.
"I'm gonna catch that fucker and kick his ass."
"Wait," Kyle said, reaching a hand to the steering wheel to stop her. Something had caught his eye.
"Hold on for a minute."
He switched the computer screen back to the voice navigation system.
"Linda, how far are we from the hospital clinic?"
"You are now exactly 10½ kilometers from our destination,"
said the warm voice.
"Have you had an accident? I can notify the proper authorities."
"No, we're fine. Do not do anything."
"Please, slow down,"
Linda said.
"Shut up,"
Cybele responded.
"What's going on, Kyle?" "Up there, straight ahead about a half mile. Check out that jumble of junk off the edge of this side road. Some metal gleaming in the sun. Let's take a look. Something weird is going on."
As they drove forward, Kyle saw the dark blue, square rear end of a minivan disappearing in the distance, speeding away from them, raising a layer of dust. Why? He picked up his Colt 45 and tucked the Glock beneath Cybele's thigh as she coasted to a halt. Kyle stepped from the car, and Cybele moved out to his right and a little to the rear, both of their guns ready. He stepped over a shallow roadside ditch and into the thick bushes, and she followed. The polished rails of an ambulance gurney were reflecting the flare of the sun. A dead woman, small and old and frail, was strapped to the mobile stretcher, with an oxygen mask still on her face. Uniformed ambulance attendants lay on each side of her. All had been shot twice in their heads. Kyle and Cybele hastily checked for vital signs. All of them were dead. Without exchanging a word, they ran back to the Saab. Cybele did a 3-point turn on the narrow road and gunned the big engine. By the time they regained the main road, there was no sign of the green ambulance.
"Get him, Cybele."
10.5 clicks to the clinic, only about 6 miles, and the ambulance had a good head start and was probably hauling ass. Kyle studied the console map, and Linda continued to complain until he turned down the audio voice.
"It's a straight road all the way, and there'll be signs for the hospital. Damn, we can't call this in because we don't even know who to call."
The speedometer needle climbed to 100 miles per hour without any engine strain, then higher as the Saab flashed around a delivery truck and a few cars. Kyle turned the audio back on.
"Distance to destination."
3 kilometers. Please slow down and drive safely."
Insistent, strident. Kyle turned it down again.
"I see him,"
Cybele called, and Kyle picked up the tight, square edges of the ambulance. The driver was unsteady behind the wheel, whereas a real ambulance driver would have been smooth at even a high rate of speed. When the vehicle slowed for the hospital turnoff, the driver for the first time turned on the flashing lights and the shrill beep-burp of the siren. By the time he was coming out of the turn, Cybele was screaming into it, neatly flattening the skid and gaining ground. The brick clinic and its rows of shiny windows loomed on the right.
"See any guards?" "A couple of civilian cops out front, and one is waving the ambulance into that entrance to the underground parking. Get me up beside him, Cybele."
The yellow Saab lunged for the final distance like a big leopard and blew by the startled policeman. Kyle unbuckled the belt and took a knee in the soft seat to gain some height, gripped the edge of the convertible's front windshield with his left hand, and brought up his Colt with his right. Cybele swerved and drew alongside the beefy green ambulance, which had to slow to get beneath the low roof of the parking garage. They went into darkness. Swanson pointed the weapon at the head of the surprised driver, squeezed the trigger, and the big pistol roared in the cavernous basement. 3 bullets pulverized the driver's head, and the ambulance swerved into the Saab, the collision ripping Kyle's hand from its brace on the windscreen and flinging him over Cybele, who stomped the brakes. The vehicle slid along the concrete ramp in a tangle until the ambulance rammed a concrete column and tore free. Swanson was moving as soon as he regained his balance, levering himself up as Cybele pushed him from behind and below, trying to free herself. He leaped from the wreckage, ran to the far side of the ambulance, jerked open the door, and emptied the rest of the Colt's clip into the dead driver, just to make sure. Police guards were running toward them, yelling, their bright yellow-green warning vests almost glowing in the gloom. Cybele held up the badge.
"FBI!" she called. "We're both FBI! Americans! Kyle, drop the gun!"
Swanson tossed the empty weapon over his shoulder, but scrambled into the cab and grabbed the hand of the dead driver to keep it away from a red-button pressure switch attached to a bulky vest of explosives around the waist. He fished out a knife and started hacking at wires. Cybele yanked open the doors in the back. Cylinders of gas and boxes of TNT had been thrown about by the collision and lay scattered at cockeyed angles. One policeman grabbed his radio from his belt, ready to transmit a message, but Cybele screamed for him to stop, that using the radio might set off the weapon. He ran back up the ramp to find a landline telephone as she climbed into the back of the ambulance and began pulling out wires and detonators. For 2 full minutes, Kyle and Cybele worked feverishly to disarm the makeshift suicide bomb.
"Clear back here," she finally called.
"Clear up here," he replied, and backed slowly out of the cab. They stood together, taking deep breaths and looking at the Saab, which had been smashed and torn by the bigger truck.
"Delara is gonna be pissed,"
Kyle said.
"Linda, too,"
Cybele answered.
"Let's get inside. This may not be over,"
he said, and bent down to retrieve his pistol. 9. Chapter 11. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. German financier Dieter Nesch hung up his telephone to end the call from Moscow, shook his head slightly, then shrugged away the call. His client, Andrei Ivanov, was checking in still again. The young man's normally confident voice betrayed a sense of nervousness. Nesch considered it to be just a normal reaction for anyone who backed such schemes, which were very expensive to fund and risky to pursue. Nesch had seen it before, when other men with other dreams suddenly found themselves in an unsteady boat, with their fates in the hands of others. The tendency to micromanage the situation was overwhelming. His pale blue eyes moved to the calming scene beyond the window of his villa beside the Red Sea. Tall and skinny palm trees and broad manicured grounds spread toward the nearby beach, and small pleasure boats and sailing craft danced about in the water. Nesch was not nervous at all, and had counseled Ivanov to remain calm. Everything was going fine. The peace process had been utterly destroyed by the attack in Scotland, and that was only the lighting of the fuse. There was much more to come before Saudi Arabia plunged into the abyss. Dieter Nesch was a most unlikely terrorist, and actually did not view himself that way. It was just another form of business, because somebody had to specialize in handling the money in these situations. He decided to have a bite to eat and summoned his chef to fix a small plate that would tide him over until dinner. Nesch, in his 40s, was only about 5'6", and was slightly overweight because of his love for good food and wine. He was always neat, and always calm. That serene ability to remain unflappable usually worked to his advantage. Novices in the game, like the Russian president, usually bordered on panic. Part of his job was to keep them calm. Trust the plan. Trust the man. Nesh had hired the best of the best to handle this coup. They had worked together on numerous occasions in Europe. For now, he must stand back and allow this mad genius to work. From where Nesh stood, looking out at the Red Sea, things seemed perfect. The storm was coming soon enough. Indonesia. The person whom Dieter had hired to run the show wore only a blue-printed batik sarong that reached from his hips to his ankles as he stood barefoot on an immaculate floor of dark teakwood. He used the remote control to surf television news channels, American, Canadian, British, French, and Arab. Things were simmering nicely. The old castle in Scotland lay in rubble, the historic peace agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel scuttled, and a number of diplomats dead. The first step was complete. Without sitting, he used the remote and replaced the chattering news people with the website of a private Swiss financial institution that served only very wealthy customers. The agreed sum of €1 million had been deposited to his private account. He had never met his benefactor, who had argued for a quick and final strike against the Saudi ruling family, wanting to get it all done in a single day. They were fools. With Dieter Nesh acting as intermediary, he had told them that to achieve permanent changes on such a scale, they had to give up any idea of a temporary upheaval or one day of headlines. Small-scale protests were underway already in several locations. As scheduled, the religious leader Mohammed Abu Abara was emerging as a spokesman, cloaking his fiery words in the mysteries of Islam. The correspondents were getting interviews, and were putting the bearded face and burning eyes before an international audience of viewers. He turned off the television set and decided to take a nap. The wide windows in his bedroom of his mountain mansion were open to the sea, with the heat of the afternoon broken by the shade of large trees, and a nice breeze that stirred through the big house, heralding an evening rain. He dropped the sarong and climbed naked between light sheets of cool cotton. No one on the island knew his background. There was speculation, but no one ever asked about the webs of white scars that were lined starkly on the tanned skin of his face, neck, and left shoulder. He had the use of only his right eye and wore a patch over the other. The mouth was always downturned on that side of his face, as if the muscles were awkwardly locked. The left ear was only a shriveled piece of skin. There were no mirrors in his home, and the locals felt an unusual presence of sorcery about him. For how could anyone who had endured so much exterior damage possibly still possess a spirit that had not been equally crippled? The islands of the Pacific were magnets for such broken men. Throughout the years, soldiers and sailors, writers, adventurers, criminals on the run, businessmen, and others who tired of their old lives, wives, looks, and luck drifted to such havens in Asia and stayed. Many would become bent into comas from spending too many hours leaning on bars and drinking away their dreams. Life could be quite pleasant, but those with get-rich-quick schemes always learn the hard way that the poet Kipling did not lie in warning Occidentals of the fate that befell those who tried to hustle the East. Most of them were merely part of the human flotsam and jetsam on the Pacific trade routes, pushed about by the tides of centuries, until they eventually were washed away. Nevertheless, generations of Gaijin in Tokyo, the Farong in Bangkok, the Kwailo in Beijing, the Tipua among the Maoris, and generations of expats from everywhere had come to Asia to scrub off their homelands and make a new try at life. The Australians said such men had gone troppo. However hard they tried, they would always remain the big-nosed foreigner, a large person who usually had filthy manners, a loud voice, and strange customs, and would be welcomed and tolerated, but never truly accepted, even by a new bride's family. There were rare exceptions, and the disfigured man on the mountain was one of them. He knew all about the negatives of living in Asia, and did not care. After all, he had to live somewhere, and there were not many choices left. Certainly none as pleasant as being in this rambling house that overlooked the ocean on one of Indonesia's more than 13,000 islands. Maybe he had gone troppo himself. Here on the island, the scarred man was known as Hendrik Van Ness, a reclusive Dutch entrepreneur, and seemed to be a rather mild person. He stood just under 6 feet tall, weighed a lean 150 pounds, and his full head of hair had turned completely white, although he was still relatively young. His intelligence, generosity, and quiet kindness had won over the inhabitants of the nearby village. Girls who came occasionally to spend the nights would confide to their friends the next day that the lonely man was a good lover, once they closed their eyes, pretending sexual ecstasy, but in reality avoiding looking at the awful scars. He existed in near seclusion, with the Javanese staff running his house and technicians handling his various enterprises out of an attached office complex. He hired only Muslims, although he had long ago rejected the tenets of any religious faith. The perception of gentleness was inaccurate. He had another name, Juba, and he was once the most wanted terrorist in the world for killing thousands of men, women, and children with biochemical attacks in both London and San Francisco. Juba lay in his comfortable bed, knowing that sleep would not come. It never did without the aid of narcotics or alcohol. The dreams arrived, however, the pages always turning backward to memories of the man who had turned him into a hideous hermit who lurked on this Indonesian mountain. The thoughts flooded back, unbidden and unwanted. As a young man, Juba had been a master sniper in the British Army, decorated for bravery and promoted up the ranks to color sergeant ahead of his peers. He had worked hard and believed no one was better, a belief that came to a bitter end when he met Kyle Swanson, the best scout sniper in the U.S. Marines. Worse, Swanson did it more than once, always one step faster, one thought ahead. What had begun as a once friendly rivalry eventually became fierce combat duels with many lives at stake. After the biochems, Swanson had hunted him down and left him for dead beneath a destroyed house in Iraq. Juba, a legend among Muslim fighters, had been dug out by villagers, barely alive. At that point in the voyage of dreams, Juba could allow himself a smile. He had endured the pain and recreated himself, almost as if he had risen from the dead. Eventually, someday, somewhere, he would repay Kyle Swanson in full. The time would come. He would make certain of that. Meanwhile, the burning desire for revenge had become secondary to his resurrected career. Once he had regained his health, Juba organized a private network with a global reach and fielded teams that would provide specialist services for terrorist groups and nations. London and San Francisco had been his high points. Now he could reach even higher. It was good to be back in the game. He closed his one good eye and breathed deeply, sliding into meditation. There was no hurry. He would take the next step later, maybe even waiting until after a nice dinner, before pushing a button on his computer in Indonesia and making something happen in Riyadh. The email would hurry through a Meet Your True Love website to an address in that troubled country, a warm and flirty message that would raise no curiosity. On the other end was supposedly a woman in Medina, but she did not exist. The true recipient was a soldier who had created the account with a false resume, complete with the comely photograph of a young woman that he had pirated out of PhotoBucket.
Who guards the guards?
Juba had pondered. More specifically,
who guards the guards who guard the king?
Chapter 12. Kyle sprinted for the front entrance of the clinic, with Cybele on his heels. A large police sergeant stood in the doorway, arms outstretched and 3 stripes on each sleeve.
"Here now,"
he bellowed.
"Stop right there! You cannot go inside!"
Swanson raised the FBI credentials. The cop stood his ground, barely glancing at the wallet.
"Sir, I must point out that I don't take orders from you. Would you step back, please?"
Kyle brought the big Colt .45 up and leveled it at the policeman's nose, the smell of burnt cordite still oozing from the barrel.
"Get out of my fucking way,"
he said. The man still was not budging, despite the pistol. Kyle lowered the weapon, a rugby player with muscles that bred confidence, he thought, and used the hard metal barrel of the gun to punch him in the solar plexus, folding the sergeant up like a shopping bag. Another guard moved to help, and Cybele raised her Glock and said,
"No."
The second policeman stopped. Kyle put away his Colt and rolled the guard on his side as the man gasped for breath.
"We don't have time for this, Sergeant. The clinic was just attacked by a suicide bomber. Have your men block every road with their cars and then call for support. Get your SWAT team, Scotland Yard, or the military, and the sooner the better. I don't think this attack is over. More terrorists may be on the way."
The husky sergeant stared blurry-eyed at the two Americans, then grunted that he understood. Kyle nodded in sympathy and helped the man to a sitting position.
"I'm sorry about hitting you. We're going upstairs to Sir Geoffrey Cornwell's room and set up some interior security. Really, friend, please, take this seriously. You absolutely must get some armed security in place. And do not let any unarmed policemen come rushing inside if they hear gunfire. We will handle it."
The second guard protested.
"We have 24 officers protecting this site." "This is a war, officer, not some traffic disagreement on a roundabout. That ambulance went right through your police cordon and almost blew this place to hell. My friend and I are standing here holding weapons, and you can't do a damn thing about it. How much more proof do you need that your security is for shit? Call now and get some help, for God's sake. Get help!"
Swanson and Cybele left them and barged through the heavy glass doors. The sergeant sucked air to fill his lungs, then picked up his radio.
"That seems a bit touchy,"
he observed to the other officer. In the distance, they heard the faraway buzzing drone of an approaching small plane.
"Where are Sir Geoffrey and Lady Pat Cornwell?"
Cybele had stuffed her weapon into her belt and flashed the FBI credentials as she spoke with a courteous lady at the reception desk at the main entrance. She had moved to the front because she didn't want Kyle blowing away some snotty orderly. The middle-aged receptionist wore a starched white uniform, buttoned to the neck, with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun. She was polite, but frosty. She had seen what had happened just beyond the glass door, and rubbed her hands together in worry. Violence was quite unnecessary, in her opinion.
"I cannot reveal any information about our guests, but I've already summoned the clinic administrator. You may speak with him."
Cybele looked as though she'd swallowed a trout. A suicide truck and a possibly imminent terror attack being countered by unarmed cops and a proper stiff-upper-lip Englishwoman at the front desk.
"We can't wait,"
she said, and reached across the desk and snatched several clipboards filled with papers.
"Look, ma'am, we have quite an emergency going on right now, and we need to move in a hurry. Some terrorists may be on the way to murder your guests. If and when your supervisor arrives, tell him to put the staff into rooms with any other patients. Lock the doors and stay put. Help is on the way."
The reception lady protested.
"You are not authorized to see those documents. The police are right outside. I shall have them remove you both from the building."
Whatever. Cybele had chatted long enough. She knew the woman was not really being contrary. She was just in shock, and would be all right in a few minutes. Kyle was waiting at the shiny metal doors of the elevator, and Cybele flipped through the clipboards as she joined him.
"Jeff is on the top floor, at the east end of the building. Pat is right next door."
The portal opened with a quiet hiss, and they stepped inside. The elevator was wide enough to ferry patients on gurneys, and smelled antiseptic, but with a whiff of lavender. She pressed the button, and it lit.
"Why do you think more bad guys are on the way?"
As the elevator lifted, Kyle switched magazines in his Colt.
"I don't know for sure, but that minivan that we saw pulling away from the ambulance obviously contained at least one more man, the driver. Probably more. He might have just been hauling ass away from the area, but the reverse may also be true. These terrorist assholes have evolved in their tactics. Like in Iraq, they're using the old Irish Republican Army trick of staging one attack to draw a crowd and then hitting again.
A follow-up attack.
She continued to check the clipboard.
Possibly. Maybe a second suicide bomb. Maybe they were planning a ground assault once the bomb went off. Better not to take a chance.
The little button lights flashed on the elevator panel when they rose past other floors.
Are there any other high-value targets in this place?
Are you inquiring if there are other important people amongst our guests?
She mimicked the proper reception desk lady.
Yeah, guests who already have had their ship blown away once and are receiving the best medical care money can buy, but nowhere near the best protection.
There is a Saudi prince who happens to be their ambassador to the United States, occupying the suite at the west end of the corridor on the top floor. Must have been at the castle.
Her mind whirred with computations and possibilities. 2 of them against who knows how many terrorists, using who knew what kind of weaponry, with no armed and trained counter-terrorist force around. Not so much as a kid with a pea shooter. Cybele, however, was confident that the odds were not insurmountable. She was pretty damn good at this game, and Kyle was focused and steady. He already had that cold sniper look in his eyes. The curtain had lowered over his emotions, and he was easily the most efficient killing machine she had ever met. He caught her glance and winked. She tossed the clipboards aside and made a quick check on her Glock.
Hell, we'll just kill them all by ourselves.
The elevator stopped, and they stepped out with their pistols sweeping the area, Cybele going right and Kyle heading left. Not a guard beside any door, emphasizing the quietness of a private hospital for the very wealthy. It was a genteel place, more used to providing services to drugged-out entertainers and cosmetic surgery to ladies of a certain age. People on the National Health Service didn't come here. And to the staff, protection meant keeping away nosy photographers. It was not designed to stop terrorists. 2 nurses behind a central counter looked up, startled. One was young and the other middle-aged, both wearing hospital scrubs with pastel flower tops. Cybele put a finger to her lips for them to remain silent.
"I'll get to Jeff and Pat," Kyle said. "You take one of these nurses and bring the prince down into Jeff's room. We can set up a barricade in the hallway."
The older nurse instantly sized up what was happening and had no questions. She marched around the counter and told Cybele she would escort her to the prince's room.
"Kyle!"
A shout came from the east end of the hall. He turned and saw Delara Tabrizi running toward him. With his Colt still in his right hand, Kyle swept her off the floor in a big hug, followed by a kiss that was not much more than a peck. He could not afford to let anything, even happiness, slow him down until they were all safe. Kyle pushed her back gently, bent over, and pulled the .22 caliber pistol from his ankle holster.
"Great to see you, honey, but we have to take care of some business before we can celebrate properly. We just nailed a suicide bomber downstairs, and there may be another assault. Your car got scratched. Hey, here, you know how to shoot, and we may need the extra firepower."
"You have the strangest way of saying hello,"
said Delara, examining the little pistol with the practiced eye of someone used to handling weapons.
"Come on, I'll take you to them. What happened to my car?"
"Sir, mister,"
the young nurse called to him.
"I have a policeman on the line who says it is urgent that he speak with you."
She handed him the telephone.
"Are you the FBI bloke what just punched me in the gut?"
It was the big cop.
"Yeah, what is it?" "One of me lads with binoculars says 3 skydivers have jumped from a little plane about 1 kilometre away, and are using those dark elliptical airfoils that can be steered. All 3 are angling this way, coming in fast and hard toward the roof of the clinic. And, mate, they seem to be strapped up with automatic rifles."
Chapter 13.
"Cybele, 3 more tangos, parachuting in!"
Kyle dropped the telephone receiver, and his voice rang loudly in the spacious hallway.
"We need to get up there."
He looked at the young nurse.
"Where's the service door that leads to the roof?"
She was a pale blonde, whose sky-blue eyes were huge in confusion and fright, frozen, glanced down.
I don't know. Never go up there, do I?
The senior nurse looked at her, rimless glasses low on her nose.
It's the helicopter landing area, Pauline, where we bring in guests with serious conditions. Oh,
said the girl.
I just thought...
The rest of the sentence was lost.
Never mind, dear.
The older nurse had been through more than enough emergencies to keep her going straight through a crisis. She pointed to a small door next to the elevator.
Right behind you there, that green door beside the lift, she said. One flight of stairs up to another green door. It opens outward beneath a sheltered overhang. There's another entrance 2 floors below, going to a lower roof on the adjacent wing. What about the Saudi prince? Cybele asked. Never concern yourself. I'll get the guests together in the room with Sir Geoffrey, said the nurse. You two, up the stairs.
Kyle flashed a smile.
Yes, ma'am. You heard her, Cybele. Let's go.
They slammed through the door and into a wide, brightly lit stairwell with yellow and white stripes painted diagonally along the edges of the steps. The walls were blue with neat white trim, and the antiseptic smell trapped in the windowless shaft was almost overwhelming.
They're going to be armed and might be wired to blow,
Kyle said as they took the stairs 2 at a time.
So we have to kill them before they can land and take control.
Shit,
Cybele exclaimed.
If these guys are good enough to parasail onto a roof, they'll be well trained.
Fucking Alamo time. No retreat from here.
Kyle held up his hand in a fist when he reached the top landing, and Cybele pressed back against the opposite wall.
Probably rig their harnesses so they'll be able to fire while still in the air. As soon as we open the door and step outside, they'll try to lay down some suppressive fire.
Yeah, but they can't work the toggles of their chutes and aim at the same time. Their first job is to get down, and then to use the superior firepower in the attack. Until then, we have an edge.
Ready?
Do it.
Swanson pushed hard on the exterior door, and when it flew open, he followed it around. Cybele came out in a crouch, running the other way. 3 parachutists were coasting in a line of rectangular chutes, with the lowest one just about to touch down and eyeing the target zone rising beneath his feet.
You take number 1! I got the second guy!
Kyle yelled. Cybele ran toward the first man, closing the distance fast so that her pistol would have a chance. Beyond 25 meters, she was toast. The guy was sailing fast and right toward her, helping resolve the distance equation, and did not see her until one of his comrades yelled a warning. By then, Cybele was in a combat stance, with her Glock sighted center mass on the descending parachutist. She followed his drop for a few feet, then blasted almost a full magazine into him before breaking her stance and diving back into the protection of the stairwell as a burst of machine gun fire from the uppermost skydiver stitched the rooftop and the door behind her. Kyle ran at an angle that kept the air-filled dark parachute of the body that Cybele was shooting between himself and the next man in the set of paratroop assassins. Only a thin silk wall of concealment, but better than nothing. Cybele's target collapsed when it touched down, and the canopy lost its air, falling over the body like an instant shroud. Kyle saw that his target had drifted off to the right and was frantically working the toggles of his parachute to control the landing, while simultaneously attempting to bring up an automatic rifle into a firing position. It was almost impossible to do both at the same time. Swanson scrambled behind a small air conditioning unit to get a little bit of cover, as higher up, and some 30 meters back, the final skydiver popped off a long burst of fire that chewed around Kyle, then stopped to control his own parachute, working the 9 elliptical panels of his canopy to alter the final glide path away from unexpected danger below. Swanson now could plainly see his target and sight it in with his Colt. Had the man been just a little farther away, the chances of hitting the falling, moving target with a pistol would have been only a fantasy, shooting on a wing and a prayer. But with the reduced distance, Kyle had him cold. The man wore a black full-face helmet and a black jumpsuit and a chest vest packed with extra magazines. Various grenades hung on his web harness. He was only 10 meters away, looking across his right shoulder toward Kyle and trying to swing his rifle around, but watching the big pistol tracking him, looking to be about the size of a cannon. And then Kyle opened fire. He squeezed the trigger and ignored a return burst of machine gun fire, the ricocheting zing sound of the bullets passing close and chipping concrete in order to match the movement of the skydiver who was descending about 45 degrees to his right. He got a hit in the man's right thigh, then kept the bucking pistol tight on target and let the torso of his man fall through the target picture. The large .45 caliber bullets marched up to the head. the final shot smashing through the helmet. Kyle spun to look for the third skydiver. Not there. The spacious suite in which Sir Geoffrey Cornwell lay immobile on a bed occupied the entire east end of the hall on the top floor of the clinic. It included the patient's room and an adjoining private bathroom. The sterile look of the medical area ended at the doorway, for a comfortable sitting room separated the patient's room from a second bedroom, giving the suite a hybrid look of being both a physician's paradise and an elegant hotel. Everything had been considered during the design process, except that the room might someday be the site of a last stand during a terrorist assault. Jeff was a former colonel in the British SAS, but his normally sharp gray eyes were unfocused due to the light sedation, and he could only see what was happening as if he were watching it underwater. Both legs were in casts, and a thick bandage was wrapped around his head, a rubber tube leading from beneath the covering to drain fluid from the head injury. He had already undergone emergency surgery for internal bleeding caused by tiny fragments of stone. Lady Pat, her own left arm in a sling, and both eyes circled by purple-green bruises, was seated beside the bed, gently stroking her husband's cheek and whispering to keep him calm. Delara Tabrizi stood just inside the open door, keeping the small pistol pointed at the floor. There was no option of moving Jeff to a more secure location, but the nurses pushed the bed out of the direct line of the doorway and were busy adjusting the IVs and monitors. Prince Abdullah, a tall, slender, handsome man, wearing freshly pressed black trousers and a loose blue shirt instead of Arab robes, hobbled down the hallway toward the room, leaning on a cane with one hand and with the other upon the arm of his 15-year-old son, a younger version of himself. He smiled at her.
"Mr. Breezy, fully armed and dangerous,"
he joked when he saw the small pistol.
"Mr. Ambassador, please excuse me for having a weapon in your presence."
She gave a slight bow of her head in respect.
"Nonsense, Delara. That shooting we are hearing up on the roof means that your weapon is most welcome in our current situation."
He looked over the situation, shifted his attitude, and took command.
"Let me have the pistol, Delara. I'm an old soldier. I will stand guard while you and my son and the nurses shift all the furniture you can just outside the doorway here to create an obstacle. Make sure the legs are pointed outward, toward any attacker. Lock the adjoining doors to the sitting room."
The prince looked over at Sir Jeff. Lady Patricia could not smile back, and ever so slightly shook her head in dismay. Abdullah walked over and squeezed Jeff's hand, then went back to the door, checked the pistol, and knew it was really no protection at all against a military-style assault. The only open question was whether the man and woman who had gone charging up the stairwell were really capable of fighting trained terrorists. He shrugged and settled a shoulder against the doorframe.
"Allah's will."
Kyle Swanson hustled to the small parapet that lined the edge of the roof, keeping his head low but still having to duck when a crisp 3-shot burst of fire slashed into the concrete and sent big chips flying. He fired blindly twice over the edge, then carefully looking over it, he saw only a thick and spreading cloud of gray smoke.
"He popped a smoke grenade! Probably going inside, 2 floors down!"
Cybele was rummaging through the equipment on the 2 dead terrorists, tearing off the H&K MP5 submachine guns and pulling spare magazines from the chest pouches. She gave one of the weapons to Kyle as he ran past and followed him back into the stairwell. The intruder was disoriented. The firefight had forced him to land on the roof of the 3rd floor of the clinic, and his target was on the top floor. Under the smoke cloud, he kicked his way through the door of the adjacent building and found himself on the floor of a wide landing that led to the ascending staircase. With the MP5 tight against his shoulder, he moved slowly up the steps. Swanson halted before going beyond the landing on the 5th floor and whispered to Cybele,
"Don't use the MP5 yet. We have to draw him out. So stay with the pistols. Make him think that's all we have."
He cracked 2 rounds from his Colt 45 down the stairwell, the sound amplified by the enclosed area, and the bullets gouged out chunks of the wall and whined away in wild ricochets. The attacker below paused on his step, but did not see anyone, which meant the defenders had no clear line of sight, and the firing was meant only to slow him down. A pistol, not an automatic. Move. He ascended 2 more steps and stopped at the middle landing, where the stairs zigzagged higher. A blue door with a white number 4 painted on it was to his right. He leaned out and fired a short burst through the door to clear it, then another burst upward in retaliation for the few shots that had come down. Keep their heads down. Kyle shifted back into the main corridor on the 5th floor and tucked into the slight recess of the elevator entrance, which provided partial concealment and a minimum of cover along the length of his body. On his call, Cybele dashed out, closing the door behind her, and then rolled over the flat counter of the vacant nurse's station. At the east end of the building, the doorway to Jeff's room looked like a porcupine, with the legs of chairs and small tables pointing outward in a jumble of furniture that had been stacked to block entry. Kyle saw a few heads of people watching and waved for them to get their heads down and take cover. Almost as he signaled, the door to the 5th floor hallway was blown inward by a small amount of C4 that the terrorist had applied to the hinges. A terrific roar jarred the entire floor, and debris needled straight out into the hallway opposite the destroyed door. The man was moving fast, knowing he had to complete his mission before assistance could arrive for the opposition. Kyle had counted on that. He turned away from the blast, then spun back and triggered the Colt twice at the empty portal. The metal door was gone. Cybele added 2 more rounds into the whirling smoke. "I'm dry!" Kyle called in a panicky voice, dropping the .45 and bringing up the H&K submachine gun. "I have a few rounds left," Cybele responded, making her voice also sound shaky. She also laid aside her pistol, charged the MP5, and rested it on the countertop. The terrorist on the landing was listening and deciding his next move. He had counted 2 opponents on the roof, but they were armed only with pistols and almost out of ammunition. If he kept the pressure on with a spray-and-pray assault, he could overwhelm them and then deal with the Saudi prince he had been sent to kill. He pulled a grenade from his belt and removed the pin. The cylindrical device came bouncing out of the doorway, and Kyle yelled, "Flashbang!" He stepped away from his hiding place and gave the explosive device a perfect kick that sent it spinning down the west end of the hall. Then he dove face first back into the elevator alcove, and Cybele ducked her head and covered her eyes. Designed to stun opponents long enough for a soldier or a policeman to breach into a room, the little grenade erupted with a blinding blaze that bathed the corridor with light that seemed brighter than the sun, as a simultaneous cracking peal of thunder made the walls vibrate. The intruder stormed through the door, trigger held back, firing on automatic. His eyes were protected by goggles, but his overall vision was obscured by the curling smoke. He let the MP5 chatter constantly as he ranged it from side to side, and managed to take 3 running strides before Kyle and Cybele both opened up and caught him in a crossfire at point-blank range. The bullets chewed at him mercilessly, jerking the body upright, and then pounding him backward and finally down. When the shooting stopped, Kyle stepped over to the fallen terrorist. There was something strange about the face. He was not a man from the Middle East. White skin, no beard, and light brown hair. The terrorist appeared more Slavic, like someone from one of the Eastern European nations, and had performed as if he had been steeped in professional training. No matter. Swanson pressed the muzzle of the H&K to the man's temple and squeezed off a final shot. The head cracked like a melon. "Clear!" Swanson called. Chapter 14. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
The British!
Prince General Mahmoud Ali Al-Fahd, the commander of the Saudi Royal Guard Regiment, had been raging since the first reports of the terrorist attack on the castle in Scotland.
They refused to believe that something like this could happen. They pledged their honor.
The general's job was to protect the king, which he did with a beefed-up elite force of 3 light infantry battalions and an armored battalion. Putting a similar shield around Prince Abdullah should have been someone else's problem, and was impossible to accomplish from Riyadh, because the prince was the Saudi ambassador to the United States, and spent most of his time in Washington. But His Majesty had declared that Abdullah was too important to be left with just ordinary diplomatic protection, and Al-Fad had been personally instructed that in addition to his regular duties, the general also would coordinate the prince's security and see that no harm befell him. Geography alone forced Al-Fad to delegate others to carry out that royal edict, and that weakness had been its defeat. The general could not be everywhere at once, and if the others failed, it would still be Prince General Mahmud Al-Fad who would be blamed. Vice Sergeant Masud Muhammad Al-Qazaz, the soldier who'd been his valet for 7 years, quietly placed a polished silver tray with hot tea and small cakes on a table beside his general.
"Please have something to eat, sir. You must keep up your strength for the good of the kingdom," the valet said.
"I am not hungry."
The general waved at the tray.
"Take it away."
"Not until you eat, sir."
The valet stubbornly left the tray. He was one of the few men who could talk back to the general, although he did so with a polite and reverent tone.
"Please, sit down so I can pull off your boots."
Al-Fad propped one boot on the sergeant's broad behind and raised the other leg between the knees of his aide. The vice sergeant grasped the heel and gave it a hearty pull. He flipped it to the side. The general changed feet, and the second boot was pulled off. The general gave in to the moment and had a drink of tea and bit into a sweet cake. Delicious. Another bite and another sip before the anger returned. Al-Fad got back up and paced the private suite of rooms that comprised the living space at his private headquarters. He had just returned from another tour of his forces in the field, heightening their alert status due to the incident in Scotland, and the rash of confidential reports about civil unrest that were coming in from around the country. The general felt that the narrow line of light that held back the darkness of chaos was cracking, and smacked a fist into a palm in frustration.
"They assure me that our ambassador would be supremely well protected, and that nothing could possibly happen to him because so many security people were involved at an isolated location."
Al-Fad rubbed his red-rimmed eyes.
"Did they think this was some Lawrence of Arabia film, and a British hero who'd ride in on a white camel to set things straight? We were allowed to have only three of our own security men with him. Outrageous! The Brits were arrogant and insolent and wrong."
Vice Sergeant Al-Qazaz was used to hearing his general grumble while they were alone, when the man could express the intense thoughts he would never utter to a staff officer or outsider.
"Yes, sir, they were. But may I remind my general that the ambassador survived, and that our king is safe, and the guard lines are strong. That is your primary duty, and you have performed it well."
The valet unbuckled the brass round hasp of the pistol belt and laid the holstered weapon on a table, then helped the tired man remove his sweat-stained tunic and also laid it aside to be cleaned. The prince gave him a tired smile. Al-Qazaz was always there, a comfortable shadow and as much of a friend as any common soldier could ever be to a prince of the House of Saud. The hard-working son of a small business owner from an allied tribe had compiled a good military record, and after a thorough background check, won appointment to the Royal Guard. Intelligent, quick, quiet, and competent, he was an ideal aide, hardly ever noticed, but always around, usually carrying whatever was needed before the general had to ask.
"Yes. Prince Abdullah was saved by the hand of the Prophet, and his wounds were not serious. He is now in a private clinic, and the British have promised even more that he is safe."
Al-Fad paused.
"How can this be believed? I have scheduled a plane to take him back to Washington as soon as possible." "They cannot be believed, sir. The plane is the correct response,"
answered his valet, agreeing with anything his general said in order to push him along.
"Your trousers, please, sir, and then into the shower. You look like a camel herder. Smell like one, too."
Prince General Al-Fad had to laugh.
"You dare order me around like I'm a private! I should have you whipped."
He went to a safe embedded in the thick concrete wall, turned the dial, and opened it. The general removed a thin chain from around his neck that contained not only his military dog tags, but also a small key, and placed it in the safe. From his wallet he withdrew a small red plastic card, embossed with black numbers, and also put it inside, atop a small book lanced with the red stripe of top-secret material, then closed and locked the little door. When those two items were not on his person, they were always in the safe. Allah forbid them falling into the wrong hands. He stripped off his remaining clothes and went into the bathroom and entered the enclosure where the valet already had a steaming shower running. The flood of cool water washed away worry as well as dirt. When he stepped out, Alcazaz handed him a warm, huge blue towel.
"I have your family on the telephone, sir,"
he said. The general sat on his bunk and had a brief conversation with his wife and both of their children. All was well at home, Allah be thanked.
"A fresh uniform, if you please, Vice Sergeant."
"Sir, this would be a good time for you to get a few hours of sleep. You must rest if the country is to survive this crisis. A fatigued man makes mental mistakes,"
insisted the mild, polite voice. He handed over a set of pressed pajamas.
"There is no time to sleep, Mustard,"
the general replied, although the soft bed seemed to tug at him. He yawned.
"There is just so much to do."
"I will awaken you if there is a real emergency. The appropriate forces are dealing with this rebellion of dogs in the slums, sir, and it will all be over soon. We protect the king, and I must not let your attention be diverted from that holy cause. I'll fetch the Chief of Staff in 4 hours to brief you."
"All of these developments so awfully bad."
The general stretched out.
"There is nothing more you can do about it for the time being, sir. I am sure that Prince Abdullah is now probably the most protected man on earth. I will finish my chores here, and then take a chair right beside your door."
Prince General Al-Fahd felt his muscles agree to what his mind was fighting, and he relaxed.
"Very well, Vice Sergeant. You're the boss."
"Rest then, soldier. It is lights out for you."
He had dimmed the two big fixtures, and only a soft 75-watt bulb of a lamp beside the bed remained on. Not enough to tempt him to read more reports. The valet turned off the final switch, and the room went pitch dark. Soldier. The tension was broken by the small impertinence. The general turned on his left side and stretched, and began to doze immediately, although sounds still came to him. There was the low buzz of the central air conditioning, and Masud was busying himself gathering the dirty laundry, the boots, the pistol and the belt, and the tea tray. The full uniform would be cleaned, brass bright and leather polished by the time the Prince General awoke. He listened to the familiar sliding of oiled metal and clicks of his 9mm Heckler & Koch pistol. Just Masud unloading the magazine and clearing the chamber to be sure the weapon was safe before taking it away for cleaning. His soldier's mind registered something odd. The procedure, which he'd heard thousands of times, didn't sound right. Something was out of sequence. He snapped awake in the darkness and managed to partially turn onto his back, but was out of time and could neither see, fight, nor shout. Masud had wrapped the dirty uniform around the pistol, aimed the muzzle close to the face, and was already pulling the trigger. The head of Prince General Al-Fahd was punched open by the big bullets. Blood, brains, and bone fragments from the commander of the Royal Guard Regiment spewed onto the cot and slapped onto the wall in a fan-shaped pattern. The folded clothes had silenced the gunshots. The valet snapped the table lamp on again and carefully checked his own uniform and body for blood spots. There were none. He threw the clothes onto the dead man and reloaded. The turncoat assassin hurried over to the safe and unlocked it. He had watched the general do it so many times that he had long ago memorized the combination, and even practiced opening the little vault when he was alone in the room. Grabbing the key, the red card, and a small booklet, Masud stuck them in his pocket, turned out the light, and left. locking the door behind him. Leaving the building, he passed along the order to the Chief of Staff that the General did not wish to be disturbed until 0600 the next morning. The Vice Sergeant slid behind the wheel of the shining black staff Mercedes and drove away unmolested, heading for a nearby mosque to deliver the key and the red card to his imam, and then on to the fashionable home of the Prince General to murder the General's family. Only one more task would remain after that. He would turn the weapon on himself and become a martyr, trading his life for the good of the jihad and a promised payment of money to his impoverished family. He had received a love note by email. Chapter 15. The White House.
What do we have on this soldier who pulled the trigger on his own general?
President Mark Tracy was interrogating his team of close advisers in the Oval Office. Steve Hansen, his chief of staff, sighed and leaned back against one of the small couches on the edge of the huge circular rug that bore the eagle symbol of the United States. A bright sun streamed in through the bulletproof glass windows, but the air conditioning kept the inside comfortable. Hansen worked in rolled-up shirt sleeves and had assembled the various dossiers compiled by the CIA, the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, and the Defense Department.
Sir, the guy was a product of the Islamic religious schools, a madrasa, where the Quran is their primary text. Saudi intel says one of his teachers long ago was a hate-based radical who preached the need for a religious government in Saudi Arabia. By the time the preacher died in prison, about 9 years ago, he had churned out some pretty violent followers. There's no way that he actually could have steered this soldier for this exact operation, not so many years in advance. But he certainly planted the seed.
Bartlett Janine, the director of the CIA, was on the other couch. Wisps of white hair curled around his balding head, and deep worry lines etched his face, tracks of having been around the spook business for a long time.
It has all the looks of a one-man terrorist cell. The soldier bided his time, followed his instincts, and waited for the right moment. Those are almost impossible to detect or stop.
The president sat still and considered that, taking a sip from a cup of coffee, then returning the sturdy Navy mug to a little table beside him. The Saudis had helped bring this crisis down on themselves in so many ways. How far had the rot penetrated the supporting structure? A Muslim kid going to a village school 20 years ago had learned the wrong lessons, and now his problems had become the world's problem.
So he acted alone, killed the general and the general's family, people who apparently treated him kindly and considered him a friend. And then he commits suicide? It makes no sense.
No, Mr. President, it doesn't. Such things happen, so we can't rule it out, but I agree with you. This one smells. It happened right on the heels of the Scotland attack, and that is too much of a coincidence for me to accept. We can't prove it yet, but I think he was acting on someone's specific order to hit that specific target.
Then there's the other odd piece of that puzzle that hasn't been put in place yet, said Hansen. The safe was found open in the general's room, and the aide's fingerprints were on the dial. But it doesn't look like anything is missing. There was cash in there, and some secret military plans that might have been given to the radicals. They were untouched. So what was he after? A lone wolf murderer doesn't murder an important officer, then stick around to open a safe just to exercise his fingers.
That we don't know yet, sir,
answered Janine.
The Saudis say they're working on it.
President Tracy shook his head.
Keep me posted. But let's move on to the central question. The rebellion is growing, but will it succeed?
His eyes darted back to the CIA director.
Too early to tell, Mr. President. So far the military seems to be holding it all together, but crowds are making things tricky in the cities,
And the religious police are really ramping up the shouting, hollering about how the royals betrayed Islam and have to be eliminated. Eliminated? Killed or driven out of the country.
Director Janine snapped shut the buff folder that was propped on his knees.
The murder of Prince General Al-Fahd will shake the confidence of the ruling family. If the commander of the Saudi Royal Guard Regiment can be assassinated by his valet, then who among them is truly safe? We're picking up back-channel traffic that some of the minor princes are inquiring about possible emergency flights to other countries.
Hansen studied his notes.
It's the domino effect. If some leave, they all could start pulling out with the idea of living on their fortunes in investments abroad. The princes head for Monaco, Paris, and New York, while the House of Saud falls to the clerics and the mobs.
"We can't let that happen," said the president.
"We can't stop it,"
responded the CIA official. "So the question is going to boil down to military intervention to support our friends. Do we have forces available to help?" General Hank Turner, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, picked up the conversation.
"Yes, sir. We have one carrier battle group in the area, and another can be on station in a week. For ground forces, we can retask divisions out of Iraq and shift armor in there fast. Plenty air power available throughout in the region."
"Jesus," said Steve Hansen. "We jump from one war to another over there. No offense, General, but I don't know if that's going to be the answer this time."
"I never said it was, Steve. The president has to know his options,"
said Turner, unruffled by the oblique challenge, part of the game. "What's on your mind, Steve?" The president and Hansen had come into political office from the business world, where they'd headed one of the biggest electronics corporations in the nation. Hansen was never shy about sharing his opinions.
"We need another full-fledged war like a dog needs a scooter. The bottom line is the Saudi oil, which is the only reason the king and his court are important at all."
"The United States gets more oil from Canada than it does from the Saudis, and almost as much from Mexico," the CIA director pointed out. "We could actually get along without them for a while, particularly if Iraq develops its full potential."
Hansen agreed, with a serious look at the president.
"It'll disrupt the flow, and I don't think Americans are going to like to deal with oil that could cost hundreds of dollars per barrel. Nevertheless, the kingdom is the world's gas station. It has 1/5 of the entire global reserves, and we're not the only ones watching what's going on over there. Those reserves need to be protected and traded legitimately on the world market."
"I don't like where your scenario is heading, Steve," said the president. "We will not throw our friends in Riyadh under the bus, let their government fall, and then just move in ourselves to take over the Saudi oil operations, even as an honest broker."
"Sir, the hardest decision the Saudi government might have to face in this crisis would be deciding whether to allow thousands of American troops to enter the country if their own military proves insufficient or riddled with disloyalty. Just because we're willing to commit forces in there does not mean they'll allow us to intervene."
The president crossed his arms and chewed at his thumbnail in silence for a few moments. Thoughts rushed through his mind. So much to do. A new Secretary of State must be appointed right away, and there'll be a state funeral at Arlington tomorrow for my old friend Ken Waring. Saudi Arabia's coming to a fast boil. Perhaps a UN force to stabilize the oil fields. All that and a half-dozen other crisis points on completely different issues that have nothing to do with foreign relations. He rubbed his eyes.
"Is the Saudi ambassador back yet?"
President Tracy stood. The meeting was over.
"He's on his way. Our last word was that he was planning to leave the clinic in England today. Prince Abdullah will be a good guy for us to have around right now."
"Please let him know that I want to see him as soon as he gets in," said the president. "There must be some way out of this problem." Anson looked at the others and gave a silent nod, and they began to leave the room.
"We're on it, sir," he said. "Look at it this way. Things could not be much worse."
Steve, the one thing that I've learned in this job is that things can always get worse. Chapter 16. England. With the firefight done, the British police again took control of the clinic. No medical personnel rushed to assist the downed gunmen. The assassins were no longer objects to be feared, just garbage to be carried away. Kyle handed his H&K MP5 to the first cop he saw, a burly youngster who came through the destroyed stairwell door and stopped abruptly at the sight of the dead man in the hallway. Swanson walked fast toward the makeshift barrier that blocked the doorway to Sir Jeff's suite and helped tear it down. He brushed past Prince Abdullah with hardly a glance to get to Lady Pat, who threw her good arm around his neck and hugged him tightly. He bent over and kissed her on the cheek.
"That took you long enough?"
she said with a mocking smile. Delara Tabrizi also gave him another hug and stood to the side, knowing that her own true welcome would be better delivered in private. She wanted more than a polite hospital room embrace. Kyle turned to the bed and fought to keep his face neutral. Jeff's normally round and florid face was almost narrow, and the hardy body seemed deflated. Tubes and the bandages and leg casts left no doubt of his grave injuries. The only thing unchanged were the bright gray eyes under the heavy brows. Gray eyes that were focused on Kyle. He put his hand lightly on Jeff's arm.
"Hey, buddy. How about you get dressed so we can go have a few pints, chase women, and smoke cigars?"
Almost nothing there. He took Jeff's hand and held it. Jeff nodded recognition, fighting the sedation.
"Not today, lad. Pat won't allow it,"
he whispered. The voice was hoarse from having a breathing tube down his throat for 2 days.
"Glad you're here."
The man's eyes shifted momentarily.
"Cybele?"
"Yes, I'm here too."
She kissed him on the forehead.
"I thought I heard gunfire. Just a dream?"
"Nothing to worry about,"
Cybele said in a soothing tone.
"Kyle and I sorted it out."
Kyle changed from the serious.
"So what the hell happened to you?"
Kyle slid a hip onto the bed, his tone remaining gentle.
"You were right. The castle was vulnerable."
"No shit. Hard way to prove the point. How do you feel, old man?"
"I've been worse. Cannot feel my legs, and the rest of my body's not much better. Got some kind of hole in my head. Been beaten up harder than this in a rugby scrum."
The frail smile returned.
"Sure you have. I understand they're going to open your skull tomorrow morning and poke around inside. God knows what they might find. Bats, maybe."
There was a slow nod.
"No choice. The neurosurgeon says I may sail right through the operation without a problem. He also says I may die on the table or become a vegetable. After that, they'll play with my spine."
"You can't believe doctors. We'll be lucky if he doesn't sew a glove up inside you."
Jeff chuckled and laid his head back further onto the soft pillow. Winced.
"Yes, quite. I'll make it fine, to be sure."
Lady Pat put her finger to her lips, signaling Kyle to back down. She recognized that the joy of the reunion was sapping up Jeff's strength.
"We need to discuss something with you, Kyle,"
she said. He raised an eyebrow as Jeff and Pat exchanged looks, and she proceeded.
"We've been talking about the future."
Jeff put pressure on his hand.
"You must take care of Pat if I don't make it."
"Of course I'll take care of her. Always."
Their relationship had begun years ago, when Kyle had been loaned by the Marines to Cornwell as a technical advisor. The initial casual relationship had grown into a strong friendship, and then beyond that, until it had almost reached a family situation. Lady Pat said,
"We believe the time has come to bring you directly into Excalibur Enterprises."
"What? You know I can't do that," Swanson protested, feeling as if a bucket of water had just been poured over him. "Damn, you saved this bombshell for a hospital bed? I'm cornered like a rat here. You know I don't want to leave the Marines, and I can't have a conflict of interest by working for you at the same time."
"Clever, aren't we?"
Jeff grunted. Pat looked at Kyle with cool eyes.
"Oh, do not panic. Jeff is going to be fine. But this incident has demanded that we firm up some planning. When you finally leave the Marines, which you must do someday whether you like it or not, we want to add you to the board of directors. It is not hard work. You would attend meetings in London twice a year."
"Look, guys, we've gone through your job offers before, and my answer has never changed. I love you both, but I'm a gunnery sergeant in the Corps, not a businessman. I don't have a college degree, and anyway, I'm American, not British." Pat batted away the protests with a flip of her fingers.
"Kyle, the university degree is meaningless compared to your life experience and your loyalty. Our lawyers tell us the nationality makes no difference, because we are an international company."
Swanson wanted to shout that he was a killer, not an accountant. But they both already knew that. He had spent a long military career weighing battlefield options in emergency situations, believing there was always hope, always a way out, always something that he could do to tilt the situation in his favor. This time, there was nothing at all he could do except rely upon the skills of the surgeons to bring Jeff through safely. Rejecting the offer outright might demoralize this man who meant so much to him. Jeff managed another hand squeeze.
"For now, you stay in the Marines and remain our best friend. When the time comes, that position will be waiting for you. Generals and admirals go to work for defense contractors all the time, Kyle, and most of them work out their deals unofficially before they retire from the military. So why can't a gunnery sergeant do the same?"
Pat fussed over her husband for a minute, until she was certain that he was not exerting himself too much. All of the monitors read normal numbers and lines. She continued the discussion.
"Excalibur posted a 34.1% growth last year, with more than $300 million in sales, and we have a workforce of about 500 people. To keep growing, we need to bring in capital for expansion. We will offer 10 million shares at $10 a share. The underwriters think it will rise to at least 40 a share after the initial price offering, and we'll double that in 5 years."
Lady Pat winked.
"You didn't think this old girl knew about all of this business stuff, did you? Your compensation on being appointed would be 100,000 shares of Excalibur stock, enough to make certain that the two of us maintain the controlling interest on the board. You're going to be a rich man, Kyle."
Swanson was stunned. Damn, those were a lot of zeros. He wanted to run from the room and get away from this hobbling sense of obligation. He chose to temporize. If he agreed, it would take a big worry off Jeff's mind as he prepared for the delicate head surgery. If the worst happened, Kyle did not have to join Excalibur until he retired from the Marines, and by then he might figure out something, or Pat might let him out of the deal. Something could be worked out, and Pat would come out of it all fabulously wealthy. It could all be fixed. He just could not go negative now and let an argument tear at Jeff's strength. He gave a reassuring smile.
"Okay. If that's what you want, I'll give it my best. I mean, how bad can it be to be filthy rich?"
He hated himself for lying.
1,000 pardons, said a deep voice behind him. "Lady Patricia, Sir Geoffrey, I am so pleased that you did not suffer further harm on my account. These attacks, they never seem to stop."
Prince Abdullah was standing nearby, in total control of himself. He extended his hand to Kyle.
"My thanks to you, sir. I have seldom witnessed such courage as shown by you and Major Summers. You saved us all."
Lady Pat made the introduction.
Mr. Ambassador, let me present Gunnery Sgt. Kyle Swanson of the U.S. Marines. Kyle, this is Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom's ambassador in Washington."
Kyle stood and shook the offered hand, surprised to find a muscular grip that was not the sign of a gym rat. "I'm glad we were able to be in the right place at the right time," he said.
"I understand that you two also dealt with a suicide bomber in a truck downstairs."
Kyle shrugged. Something was there behind those dark eyes.
"My country is in your debt, Gunny Swanson, and you have my gratitude. If ever I can be of assistance, please, call on me."
"Thank you, sir." Swanson remained polite. The prince had used the term gunny without hesitation. A civilian would not automatically make that slang connection. So, was this dandy also a soldier? Abdullah turned to the others.
"Now, I have interrupted your reunion long enough. I am preparing to fly back to Washington immediately. The kingdom has been thrown into great turmoil, and I need to be at my post. Sir Geoffrey, we are all wishing you well tomorrow, and I am confident that you will be recovering quickly. It will take more than a bash on the head to slow down such a warrior as you. Your efforts to broker peace eventually will be successful. We are determined to make it happen. Lady Pat, you put on the most unusual parties."
He took her hand and kissed it, then shook hands with Delara. When he walked away, trailed by his son, his stride was one of